Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Then, just in the pinch of time, it's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary here with live coverage of the Simgood VCO World Cup Round 4, the Coach Dave Academy, 12 hours of Kyalami, and it is all kicking off again. Mark Balser ahead of Eamon Murphy and Chris Hook right now. Hook is trying to find every which way he can to get past Eamon Murphy, and Eamon Murphy in turn trying to get past Balser in front. The three of them spread out a little bit now, but over the break there, it really wasn't all that busy out there on track. Very warm welcome back, Ewan. Our final hour together, and then we hand over the reins to Lewis McGlade and Laura Luft. But I mean, we've been very lucky here in the race this afternoon, haven't we?
We have been very lucky indeed. There's been battles like this going on in the entire afternoon. So yeah, we've never been bored. Let's put it that way. We've been thoroughly entertained by this race, and we've still got plenty of action to come here. There was a little bit going on during the ad break. This is mostly staying stable for fourth place. Only there's another car involved now with Chris Hookey properly involved. Probably trying to get through, and Eamon Murphy there, but also we saw Robin, well, we didn't see, but I can tell you that Robin Pagardle was also in the wall there in the 911 Porsche, so they may have a bit of damage. It's certainly going to help DV1 Triton Racing though, because those two cars were battling a little bit before the 111 came in the pit lane, and so now with that little incident for Pagardle, that might just be enough for the 111 Bentley to get in front when this cycle ends.
Yeah, Robin Pagardle trying to do a little bit of reconstructive surgery on the face of that Porsche, and it's not really went so well. But as you said, DV1 Triton Racing are going to be absolutely delighted with that. They will take any advantage they can potentially get, as we've got under 5 hours to go. We are into our 8th hour of the race here. We are 2/3 almost of the way through the race, and oh my goodness me, what a race it has been. Drama and chaos and disconnects and everything you could possibly think of, technical failures. It's just been absolutely amazing. And on top of that, as if not to take anything away from that, but we have had some of the most intense battles that we have had all season in this race today. It has just been brilliant stuff. This is back to the battle then with the 1-2-1 of Gerard Martinez Amer for Odox Motorsport, still trying to hunt down Niels van de Kekkel in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport outfit as well. On the back of that Odox Motorsport car is the other Audi, like a rash really, that pink Performance 25 car. And it could have been such a different race, couldn't it, Ewan, for that 25? Because if it hadn't have been for that disaster for them in the first quarter of the race, they could have still easily been in the top 20.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very disappointing for them, really. But there's stories like that up and down the field, really. We've seen the Unicorns of Love car recently retiring from the race. We've got the Williams Esports car also out of the race. We've had issues for Triton Racing. There's a lot of stories like that where guys who should be a little bit further up the order are down because of various incidents, and it's just the way that the endurance races have gone. But Simware.pro, in the Endurance Cup and now in the VCO World Cup, just having a fantastic time of it. Not a lucky run, I wouldn't say, by any stretch of the imagination, but they're just driving very well indeed and having a fantastic year. There's no doubt about that. And sidestepping all of these problems. Oh, that's contact. That's two cars spun around, and Gerard Martinez Amer, I have to say, was a little bit ambitious to come from that far back to try and make that move.
Well, yeah, that happened. Also, I'm not impressed with the fact that the 121 didn't hold on to the brakes there and collected the back end of the number 25. But it is what it is. That is an unnecessary incident, you've got to say. And with 5 hours left to go in the race, I wonder if there's damage to that 191, because the way that the 121 is caught onto the back of that car already, it does suggest that the 121 is a little bit faster than that Aston Martin, Ewan.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got to go about it the right way. In trying to get through, and it doesn't seem that was quite the right way to do it. You can make moves into that corner, that left-hander there, if you are alongside enough, but I don't think Martinez Amer was there really. He didn't even get to touch the curb before they made contact. That's how far back he was, and it just wasn't right really. So yeah, a bit unfortunate to see that incident, but given that they were both spun, I'll say that Odox Motorsport was spun around, yeah, but so was the 191, so there may well be a penalty coming Odox Motorsport's way. I think there's only one way that, personally, anyway, for me, there's only one way, or there's only one person at fault there, should I say.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think you're being a bit polite about that. He wasn't even in the same postcode when he went to make that move on that one. But it is what it is. The stewards will have a look at that and make a decision on that if it gets appealed, because of course that's the way that it works. The aggrieved team has to put in a protest against that, and then the stewards look at it. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, back to the battle then for fourth place. And Mark Balzer, I mean, is that Audi like about 15 feet wide? Because there is nothing that Eamon Murphy can do right now, in all honesty, to get past it. He might be able to keep on pace with it. He might even be able to catch up with it. But he cannot, for the life of him, get past it. But do you know what could happen? Chris Hook could be feeling very, very opportunistic, because every time Eamon Murphy gets up to the back of that Audi, he brings that Lamborghini back into the battle with him. And it's just going to take Chris Hook to feel a little bit opportunistic, and he might be able to snatch that fifth place away from Eamon Murphy here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not only the fact that Murphy hasn't been able to get through on Balzer, but he's not even really been able to throw in any kind of move yet. That's the situation we're in right now. I think Balzer and Murphy are so well matched at this stage in the race that it's actually very difficult for the Irishman to do anything at this stage. However, Chris Hoke is looking like the fastest of all three of them. Unfortunately for us, he's at the back of the train, so we could be about to have some fun watching this one. However, they are very close to pit stops, and they all pit very close together as well in terms of the cycle. So there's not much strategy at play here, as these two old friends come together again. Van Coco and Martinez Amer goes a little bit wide in turn one this time, goes for maybe a switchback through the sweepers this time. This is shaping up to be remarkably similar to what we saw only a lap ago, but this time deciding not to make the dive. So yeah, a couple of guys struggling to get through, but that's the way that GT3 racing is. You've got to work hard for these moves.
Yeah, you really, really do. That's absolutely the case here. And that Audi is working harder than most to try and make this move stick on Niels van de Kekelt, but no such luck just now. Niels putting the car exactly where it needs to be and just keeping that car ahead where it's actually possible as well. We'll come back to the battle for fourth place if anything else happens with it. It's still as you were, still Balzer from Murphy from Hook, but this battle between Martinez Amer and Niels van de Kekelt, you get the feeling, Ewan, that this is starting to get a little bit of a grudge match here. We've already seen the little bit of contact there from Martinez Amer, where the frustration the patience runs thin, and he's just determined to try and take any move that he possibly can. But in all honesty, Niels van de Kekelt is putting that car exactly where it needs to be.
Yeah, absolutely. He's defending well, but you can be sure, as you say, that there's going to be no love lost between the two of them now as Van der Kekelt goes into the pit lane, resolving the battle. But it's probably good for them both to get out of each other's sight, because they certainly weren't each other's biggest fans by the end of that fight. May come across each other again throughout the race at some point, but just got to compose themselves and calm themselves down a little bit before going into battle once again. So it's probably a good thing that they're split up for the moment, but that does indicate that we are seeing the pit stop cycle begin again. Pit lane is going to get very busy, as you can see on the left hand side of your screen already, and these three are going to be in pretty close to each other as well very soon. So let's see how the strategy works out with them, and we'll see. At the moment, all battling over fourth place, but no real side by side just yet.
Yeah, you get the feeling that it's going to be happening though. But just a reminder for our viewers on YouTube, head over to Coach Dave Academy and you can get 20% off their wide range of sim racing setup packages when you use that code TSGXVCO20. That's TSGXVCO20 for 20% off the range of their sim racing setup catalogue. Looking back to this battle though for 4th, 5th and 6th position though, and I'm looking at Eamon Murphy and I'm wondering how much he's got left in the tank, and in terms of life on the tyres and in terms of fuel left in the tank, because they're in a strong position for the championship. One eye is going to be on the points on this, but then on the other hand, it's making sure that they don't let anything happen. They'll be aware that Chris Hook is eager to try and get past, but also they'll be aware that they feel they have the pace to get past Mark Balzer. So it'll be a case of as soon as you see one of these cars come in, you're going to find all three of these cars in within one lap of each other. That's what we're being told by our production team as well. We've got a little battle going on further up ahead of them as well. I think was that Simonini and Zampedri, but we'll get the idea on that little battle just in a second. But again, I mean, this is just nose to tail stuff right now, and I do wonder if Murphy is just in this for the long haul. I don't think Hook is, because he's making a huge lunge. Oh, it's absolutely nowhere for Chris Hook. Has to pull out of it, and Eamon Murphy round the outside has to get the room to come back in there. But Hook might have just, well, no, he's not, because he's had to give Eamon Murphy some room to come back on there. I do like that. I am absolutely a big fan of that, because Hook knew that was a lunge, and he knew that was very optimistic and pushed Eamon Murphy offline. Now, he could have pushed that. He could have tried to force the issue there and force his way through. He didn't. He knew that he wasn't entitled to take that position. That, for me, that is absolutely 100% respect and sportsmanship right there.
That was very good racing between the two of them, and often when you see that, we're going to see it again here. No, we're not. We're going to see another incident, excuse me, between Odox and the 191. Yeah, not particularly great for Odox Motorsport there, but yeah, fantastic racing we just saw on our screens a few moments ago between Chris Hoke and Eamon Murphy, who are right up there battling for the 5th place right now. Often people say, when you think of turn 15 at the top of the hill there, the right-hander, you think, God, you want to be on the inside there. The guy on the outside stands no chance. But Eamon Murphy was able to do that. It's often a misconception, really, because really you want to just be in front heading into the turning point for that. There's not really space for you to go side by side through there, so the car behind has to sort of ease it off anyway. So if you've just got your nose in front going into that right-hander, then you'd stand a great chance of going through and or staying in front. That's exactly what Eamon Murphy did there. So very respectful driving between the two of them, but Murphy was just about able to keep his nose in front at the right moment to stay in front for now.
Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff nonetheless from that. And we're watching now Dominic Goldstein for Revolution Sim Racing Blue in the number 44 car. Just teamed up, of course, with Manuel Dwyer and Christian Steinhauser, doing a cracking job of holding on to the top 30 position. But I believe, is that not the 34 of Simmons Mori that is all over the back of him right now? So he is involved in a little bit of a battle there as well, and that is going to be the Audi in front of him. I think, is that not the number? I'll get an idea on that in just a second, because this is Chris Hook back on the tail of the 149 of Eamon Murphy, and look how much they've dropped off the back of Mark Balzer now, so that's allowed Mark a little bit of a breather, a little bit of room to stretch his legs a little bit. And obviously these three are going to be into pits very, very closely to each other, so that will take that advantage off. But now Mark's starting to get held up by that traffic in front of him. This could be it. This could be Eamon Murphy's time to pounce. Again, this track, it's so important to get the momentum and not to lose that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum is important on a circuit, I think, in endurance racing more so than ever. So yeah, that's might be just a little bit of a loss of that for Murphy and Hooker at the moment, but they're all going to lose some going through this bit of traffic, because there's a fair few cars just up in front. That's why Boltz has been pegged back over the last few moments, because there's been a little bit of lap traffic for him to contend with. But of course, it does present an opportunity to the car behind to maybe make a move and try and get on through here. So let's wait and see if that opportunity is going to present itself. Murphy looking all over the back of this Mercedes in 35th position at the moment. It might be Jesse Kuppinen in the 11, but I'm I'm not entirely sure. There's 2 Mercedes to choose from, and I can't even decide out of that. So we'll wait and see.
I'm going to jump in right now, Ewan. You absolutely nailed that there, my friend.
Yes.
That is indeed Jesse Kalpinen in the Grip Hacks Engineering number 11, and up the inside has a little look for the Lamborghini. Pulls out of it at the last moment there. That allows Chris Hook to recover some semblance of dignity out of that corner there, but that also allows the Yaz heat of Eamon Murphy to stretch up a little bit of a gap and try and bring back in Mark Balzer here. Now we're starting to get into the difficult territory, because that is the 888 ahead of them of Team ACR's Johnny Knight in Aston Martin. So that is not a slow car. In fact, Johnny on the last lap there was, let's have a look here, Johnny Knight did a 1:43.437, so about a second off of what they're doing. And this is back to Jack McIntyre in the Rocket Sim Sport machine trying to hunt down Dominic Goltz in that 44. And in fact, what's happened to Simon Demore, because he was ahead of them and he's now behind this little group here. So with 4 3/4 hours left to go, we've found this, haven't we? We get like quiet periods for about half an hour, 45 minutes, and then we get 15 minutes of just absolute craziness.
Yeah, we often see it towards the end of stints, I've found as well. I'm not sure what it is, but it just seems to kick off a little bit before the end of stints. Maybe they realise that they've not got long left till they're in the pit lane, might as well just go for it at this point, and it just kind of ramps up the intensity a little bit. But here's another 3-car battle. Jack McIntyre trying to have his eyes forward and the eyes in the back of his head all at the same time, because he's under pressure and trying to put Goltz under pressure all at the same time. It's been a good drive actually from the Rocket Sim Sport team so far. They were I think they were pretty much last early on, and they've managed to get themselves inside the top 30 now. Top 20 not out of the question for them, so let's see where they can get up to. But for the moment, it's a solid 27th position as they just move up because of a pit stop going on. But yeah, they've been steadily making their way through.
So here we go then, as we look back to Chris Hook then in the Lamborghini, and again Eamon Murphy now onto the back of Mark Balzer. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th position, but honestly, I mean, it's been such a strange one, because we're still waiting on them coming into the pits here, and I'm looking at Michael Kondratzioglu there for Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing, and in all honesty, I mean, that 211 car has just been absolutely sensational. I'm a little bit distracted because I've just seen a 10-second Bell21 Odox Motorsport there of Martinez and Mir in 7th position. So behind this battle has now got a 10-second penalty. We'll get an idea on what that is for very, very shortly. But this battle for 4th, 5th and 6th place, this is just relentless. I mean, these 3 cars have been split by a second and a half now for the past 15 laps. And there we go, that is going to be up the inside. That is another Mercedes that they are going up the inside of just now. And I'll get an idea on that car in just a second. This is Simon Demore for the 34 Zenith team. But again, Ewan, I mean, it's where I would normally expect a little phase of calm and, just drivers getting on with their own little stints and stuff like that. There's really been no respite whatsoever.
Well, no, there isn't really for these guys. You've got to be on maximum attack all the time. So yeah, it's just kind of what it's like in these endurance races these days, I suppose. It's no longer about conserving everything. Even in a 12-hour race, it's an all-out brawl for the entirety of it, really. And we're seeing it with these 3 at the moment. That was actually Adam Christodoulou's car, and he's driving it at the moment, I believe. Anyway, just in behind. But it's a fairly busy part of the track, and this is what we've seen. It's really been a character, actually, of the VCO World Cup this season. The amount of traffic that's in there, lap traffic getting involved, and it's just a part of endurance racing, really. We've got only 6 cars on the lead lap right now. These 3 are the last 3 cars on the lead lap in the entirety of the race right now. Where we've only got 19 cars who are less than 2 laps down. The field's getting really strung out now, and that means for the leaders especially, there's a lot of lap traffic to contend with, and that's what we're seeing in some gaggles around the racetrack right now.
Yeah, it also means it's a very different rhythm for the drivers to be able to settle into, because they're constantly either being overtaken or trying to keep themselves out the way for traffic that's coming a lap past them, or trying to get past lap traffic. So, all these different things that they've got to juggle, and it becomes a very, very difficult situation in a lot of the positions there. But this is Niels van de Kekkel. Niels van de Kekkel just trying to catch up with Johnny Knight. So Niels just out of the pit lane there, handed over to Masek is just out the pit lane, handed over to Niels van de Kekkel. But, I mean, as I say, 4.5 hours left to go. It's still far too early to call what is actually going to happen in this race, especially since that gap to the lead is now down to 10 seconds. Michael Kunzakzioglu, last lap there was a 1:42.3, and Amir Hosseini doing a 1:41.8. So that gap now 10.7 seconds. We see this all the time. That gap comes down under 9 seconds, and if I'm honest, I'm starting panicking if I'm Michael Kunzakzioglu. In fact, that's why he's in the pits. Yeah, there we go. That's why.
There's always a reason. I did think it was a little bit weird, but there's our explanation. He's just in the pit lane, so we'll put the panic away for a moment. No, I think you're right still, though, that Amir Hosseini is definitely quicker than Kunzakzioglu at the moment. Or indeed in the last stint, and he's been in that 2:11 car for a long time now, so I'm expecting to see him out sooner rather than later. But Hosseini's been driving well, closing that margin down ever since we've seen the pit stops last time around. Throughout this stint, rather, we've seen a lot of closing down from him. So he's been driving well, certainly, he's been closing, but just not quite being able to get there for the moment. It looks like we have indeed had a driver change. Michał Toscher is now into that car, unless he is indeed. So there is a driver change going on there. Now we'll see what the pace of Toscher actually is, because we've seen very much variations in terms of the drivers and their pace, especially in that 777 car actually. So we'll wait and see what the variation Toscher is kind of on the pace that we've come to expect now from the 2:11 so far.
Yeah, so Tauscher was in for the opening 2 stints of the race. He was in till about lap 86, and he was lapping in the low 1:41. So he is, if he jumps back into this, bear in mind the track temperature up very, very slightly, but I don't think it's going to make all that much difference. However, I think he's going to be absolutely on the pace very, very quickly and getting things going. But that all depends on where out he comes into the field. Now, the great thing, if we look at Michael Tauscher, is the fact that he's out in the middle of nowhere. He has got so much space in front of him to get those tyres up to speed quite quickly and really, really push that car to everything that he has got right now. So I think that is a genius bit of strategy there from the 211 Sidemax Motorworks FFS racing team to get him out into that clear air. And now the battle then comes down to Amir Hosseini and Denis Grabowski and what they can do. And the thing is that now, Michael Tauscher just a couple of seconds ahead of Mark Balzer, Eamon Murphy and Chris Hook, but I think he's safely going to be ahead of them in terms of pace.
Yeah, that is very, very helpful indeed to come out in clean air like that. And you say it's good strategy, but it could even be just that little bit of luck that you need during a race, because you can only go so far on a tank of fuel. You can't think, oh well, heck, I'm going to come out in a lot of traffic here. I need to stay out for a little bit longer, because you might not be able to do that. The tank might be dry, so just that little bit of luck is played off for them quite nicely there. So 2:11 going well so far. Good moment for Tauscher to get himself up to speed here in this race. He's certainly been driving well in his opening lap. He's up to speed quite nicely as we go back to the 27th, battle for 27th in the order right now. McIntyre versus De Murray, McLaren versus Aston Martin, and we're on board with the latter for Zenith. And that 34 car's trying to get through on the 22. Another one of the many, many battles we have going on up and down the order right now. just a little bit of a wider line through turn 10 there. Maybe a better exit down the hill, but McLaren's got a pretty good punch out of the corner there, and not bad straight line speed, especially in the first stage of the straight there. And Murray's going to need a very good exit off of the final corner if he wants to make a move. They've both gone deep into 13, but the corner's quite deceptive, so it's wouldn't get too worked up over it, as McIntyre does indeed come into the pit lane now, and Murray has been released. He'll be off on his own now to try and chase down Goltz, who's just up in front. So yeah, another one of these battles resolved with a pit stop for McIntyre and Rocket Simsport.
Well, the other thing as well that I've just realised is that time is rapidly running out, Ewan. This is our last half hour together here on the SimGrid VCO World Cup Round 4, and it's just absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has really flown by, especially my 4 hours. I think your 8 hours might not have flown by quite as quickly, but
I was trying not to remember that.
Not to say it was boring, I'm just saying that 8 hours doesn't often fly by unless you're asleep. So, yeah, there you go. But no, it's been very enjoyable indeed. It has flown by, and it's been an absolute pleasure. It's not over yet, but yeah, it's been very enjoyable. The battles are still raging on out there at the moment. Still a lot to be watching.
Yeah, definitely. It's 4.5 hours left to go, and I'm just watching the battle at the front actually, because I'm trying to see how long these cars are going to pull these stints. I wonder if we're now starting to see maybe a change in the strategy, maybe trying to line it up with our stints so we can get into the final couple of stints, or if drivers are going to keep pushing it to say those 65, 70, 75 minute stints even, to try and get as much room for manoeuvre if anything happens in that final couple of hours as well. But at the moment, it's the 777 then of Amir Hosseini that currently leads this race, as we see the number 33 in the pits. That's Mark Balzer, who has pitted from 5th position. So again, this is now where we're starting to see the dice roll, and potentially this is going to be one of the most important parts of the puzzle here, because as we reach the 2/3 stage in this race here, Ewan, this is now where drivers and teams are going to have to start showing their hand in terms of what they've got, who they have left in terms of pace, how much they have in terms of pace, and other teams can now start making decisions based on that. A lot of people watching will maybe just think it's a case of just driving as fast as you can for the 12 hours, and that sounds great on paper. But you've also got to try and cover off, other teams that might not be able to match that pace, but they maybe have better thinking in terms of strategy.
Yeah, obviously some of it is driving as quickly as possible for the 12 hours, but the strategy is certainly something you have to think about. There'll be back timing from the very start of this race. There'll be back timing towards the end, because, in my opinion anyway, 12-hour races is kind of the longest you can go in terms of a race where you can plan for the entirety of the event. 24-hour racing, you kind of start off, and then when the sun rises in the morning, you kind of think, where are we? Let's back time from the end now. But 12-hour races, it's possible for you to just do the entire race as you planned, and if indeed that does happen, then that's absolutely fantastic. Often it doesn't quite work out like that, but it can do on occasion, and so these guys will be executing those plans right now, and of course part of that plan will be driving as quickly as possible for most of the race. But obviously, like you're seeing on your screen right now, the 111, they've had their issues. There are some things you just can't account for, and I'm afraid some of the guys you're seeing on the left hand side of your screen right now, a little bit further down maybe in the order, they've clearly not had the race they would have wanted. It's not quite gone to plan for them.
Yeah, it's really not. I mean, one of those teams is the number 11 Grippax Engineering of Jesse Kalpinen in the Mercedes right now. Look at that, all the way down in 33rd position. Now, again, there might be pit stops still to cycle through, but let's face it, they've had a very disappointing day at the races here today at Kyalami. DV1 Triton Racing, though, I am absolutely blown away with their recovery drive. They had the most horrendous start to the race. They were put to the back of the field in that DV1 Triton Racing Bentley. They have fought so hard to come back through and to be in a position to maybe even get a top 20 out of this and get some good points. I think they'd be absolutely delighted with that one, Ewan, given what a rubbish start they had to the race.
Yeah, exactly, and just getting the most amount of points they can at this point is absolutely vital if they want to win this championship here this year for the VCO World Cup, but let's wait and see. The thing for them really, and I mentioned it earlier, but I'll say it again, is that they're not going to get the top 10 today, I don't think. But that's not a problem, I don't think. I don't think that's an issue at all. I think not having the ballast, having not finished in the top 10 here, not having the ballast for the Nurburgring 24-hour race is very crucial, because you want to spend as little time with ballast as possible, ideally, and so avoiding ballast in a 24-hour race, I think, is a fantastic way to do that. I know some have been dismissing the effect of the ballast over a 24-hour race. You know, it's too long of a race for that really to be of effect, but I think the opposite, really. I think the longer the race, the more effect it has, because the more laps you're doing and the more time you're losing, basically. So, yeah, I think it may be a bit of a blessing in disguise. If they win the championship, it will certainly be. If they lose out by a couple of points, then they'll be absolutely cursing, of course.
So just watching the pit stops coming in here. There we go then. So Baldwin still ahead of the number 9 of Victoria Thompson. So driver changes all around then. Nick Ewan drops behind the wheel of the 33. It's then James Baldwin in the Yas Heat 149 McLaren, and then Victoria Thompson behind them, actually losing out through the pit stops there. I lost out, I would say, about 2.5 seconds behind him. But look at how menacing James Baldwin is looking in that McLaren right now. He's all over the back of Nick Ewan, and interestingly as well, I'm just looking at the gap to Yaroslav Shevritilov. They've got a decent outing there, because they've got a good amount of pace in that car and still got a good gap over. I think that's 15 seconds over Nick Ewan. So yeah, we'll have to have a look at that on where it goes now. What has happened with the race leads? Because the 211 is now ahead of Amir Hosseini by just, 10 seconds? Is that back to what it was before? Because it was saying it was about 5 seconds, but it does look a lot less than what it was before, Ewan. So we'll keep an eye on that. But I think Hosseini has potentially made some big inroads on that last lap there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. I'm seeing 12 seconds at the moment, which sounds about right to me, although slightly in favour of the Sim Racing Masterclass 777 team. I think they've slightly brought it down, as you say. I think the gap for the lead of the race is a little bit closer than what it was not so long ago. This battle is a fair bit closer as well. However, without Victoria Thompson in the 9 Lamborghini there, it's all changed in this battle for 4th because the 33, while it was in front before, they've now got in my opinion, their star driver Nicholas Uben in right now. He is their fastest driver. He's really quite quick, and when he was up against some of the others in the Yas Heat and the number 9 Lamborghini cars, respectively, he was better than them, I would say. However, Yas Heat didn't have James Baldwin in there, and I think James Baldwin might be able to answer Hubin's pace, maybe. Let's wait and see, because the 33 has got a couple of car lengths right now, but it's going to be a real clash of the titans between those two. Very good drivers. And of course, Shevritilov is very good in front as well. He's 15 seconds down the road. They might both be able to make some inroads in towards him, maybe. So yeah, let's wait and see what happens over this next stint. But Uben versus Baldwin, it's going to be a great battle to watch, I think.
Yeah, I was also watching that gap between Taisha and Hosseini has actually gone up to 14 seconds, so I was getting excited over absolutely nothing there, unfortunately. We'll keep an eye on that and see how that goes, but it is, you're absolutely right, James Baldwin is really pushing that car everything that he can, but he's got his work cut out because Nick Ewan is just, as you pointed out, so fast, and possibly the fastest guy to put behind the wheel of that number 33 Audi. and with 4 hours 24 left to go, again, you feel like the dice has been rolled, and this is where it's going to land for a lot of these teams. I mean, look at Victoria Thompson in the number 9. That's been at least 3 seconds they've lost out in the pit stops there. But again, it's all about how they can do on their average lap. So on that last lap there, he was 0.6 of a second faster than James Baldwin on that last lap there. He was 0.2 faster than Shevritilov there. The gap was 15 seconds. So that gap could realistically start coming down, and Hubin could, if he keeps that average pace up, look at fighting Shevritilov for a podium, and wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, it really would be something, and it would help championship rivals of the Simware Pro Car. There's no doubt about that. So let's wait and see. Let's not forget, it's a shortish circuit compared to some of the circuits we've had so far, like Bathurst and Spa. Donington Park is obviously an anomaly in that respect, but this is a fairly short circuit. So when you're thinking about 0.3 of a second over a lap, it's not. It does accumulate quite drastically. We saw a little bit earlier on with the 777 car, and I forget the name of the driver now, but it lost a good 13 seconds over one stint. Just Jadvat, thank you, it's dropping 13 odd seconds over the stint a couple of hours ago, and that was only due to a couple of attempts here, a few attempts there. Really small margins, but over the amount of laps that they're doing in a stint here, it really does start to accumulate. So, well, we're only talking about, we only lost 2/10 to a second on that lap, that'll be alright, but if that keeps happening, it really does start to add up, and we can start to see some very big gaps very quickly, and that's what I think we're going to see with Hubin, Baldwin and Thompson over the next over the next hour or so.
Oh, actually, on that note, Ewan, that's not a bad shout. Nick Hubin, currently the fastest man on track, 1:41.184. Did a personal best in the second sector there, and he is absolutely on a mission right now to hunt down Shevritilov there. The gap, as we said, still 14.7 seconds. So the gap's not coming down massively, but he is absolutely on a charge right now. And again, it's all about that average lap time. If he can keep that pace up, then a lot could change. But just looking into to our final 20 minutes here on the stream here, and I'm trying to think back over the past 8 hours and everything that has gone on, because I mean, it is. It really has flown by in the blink of an eye, but there's been so much to talk about. I mean, let's talk about the fact of, we've lost, 2 or 3 race leaders who have disconnected while being in the lead, or, two race leaders in 1 second place that have disconnected. We lost the Unicorns of Love, which absolutely is just broke my little heart. They are now 32 laps down after multiple disconnects for the team there. But again, I look to the 111 team, the DV1 Triton Racing team, and the inspirational fight back that that team has done. Jacob Charcot behind the wheel of the Bentley just now, and I mean, to get themselves up into to P23 after that horrendous start was absolutely amazing. It really was nothing short of that. But also, I look to the likes of that 149 Yaz Heat team, James Baldwin currently behind the wheel of that just now, and the fact they've made up a ridiculous amount of positions to get themselves into 5th place. And granted, they're starting to fall away from the tail end of Nick Hubin there, but they're looking very, very comfortable up there in 5th place, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, they are looking pretty good right now for that 5th place, and they're going to be battling for 4th, obviously, maybe even knocking on the door of a podium. Let's wait and see on that one over the next few hours or so whether they're going to be able to do that. But I'll tell you, the team I've most been impressed with is on the subject of leaders disconnecting and so on. Simonini's driving that car at the moment, but the 157 GTWR Academy team there, having a great recovery. They lost a few laps in their disconnection from the lead a little bit earlier on. They were leading by a good 30 seconds at that, and now they're just on an absolute tear. And they might even be able to get a top 10 after all of this, after all their trials and tribulations today. That would be absolutely fantastic for them, and I do hope for their sake that they can manage it. But yeah, I've been so impressed with Giorgio Simonini and everybody in that team. Showing that they're reigning champions for no reason. They're not going to defend their crown, I wouldn't have thought, but they're driving superbly today.
Yeah, they really are doing fantastically well. Let's have a chat then with SG Stern, the number 199 Mercedes driver, Adam Christodoulou, who is in the booth with us. Adam, good afternoon. It's been a difficult day for you guys in the 199 team, but again, 4 hours left to go. What's the plan?
Well, I think if we can get an extra 20 positions, we'll be pretty happy. But no, sadly, the standard of driving in this is unbelievable, and these guys are the best of the best. And I'm lucky enough to be invited into this race each time, but I just can't keep up with the standard of these guys. It's tough for me out there. Obviously, when you're racing in real life and you feel like you're at the top of your game, and then suddenly I'm taking a bit of a beating out there. It's a little tough, but I enjoy being involved and going out there. Lucas and Sasha have been doing a brilliant job. Unfortunately, around here, I'm definitely the weakest link in the team, but we're trying to stay out of trouble as best as we can and get to the end.
Obviously teamed up with Lucas Mueller and Sasha Gemeinhardt, and I'm going to jump in there for a second, because for as much of the self-flogging as you're doing there, it's not like you're a slow driver, Adam. But when you get a track that you just can't seem to gel with, is it a case of you just sort of grit your teeth and bear it and think about the next round coming up, or what keeps you in the car for that race?
It's been tough. It definitely doesn't seem to be suiting the AMG around here. I think we're 33rd and 40th, and so it definitely has suited some of the other brands, which hurts me to say. But in the end, obviously, there'll be a track that will suit our car. It looked like Donington was pretty strong for them, especially for qualifying. In the race, I think it's a little bit of a different story, but it's one of those. In fact, we've been, as a brand, we spoke with ACC the other day just to give a little bit of feedback on one or two of the car's characteristics, and maybe, I don't think it'll happen this season, but in the future, hopefully we'll get it just to be a little bit closer to how it is in real life. And so just down to fuel consumption and some little fine touches. We seem to be very thirsty. I know we got the 6.3 litre, but we're a little thirstier than we are in real life, and so of course they rely on feedback from teams and manufacturers and brands to get this right, and I think hopefully it'll make it a little closer, and we'll have a bit more of a fighting chance soon.
I was just about to ask, actually, Adam, with the fact that you're such an accomplished real-life racer as well, and you have a day like this on the sim, does it make it more difficult than having this sort of experience in a real life, or is it about the same?
It's about the same, of course, because the standard is so high in this race. We've been rooting to try and get our first point, the top 30 get points, and we got pretty close at Donington. I think we ended up 33rd. Here, definitely, I don't know, we seem to be struggling, but it's one of those, you should never give up. It doesn't matter what you're doing. I always believe in it's never over until it's over. You just never know. Like you said earlier, some of the leaders have had some real unfortunate luck where they've had a disconnect, and so and in real life, of course, we have other issues, mechanical failures or punches and stuff, and so I think you always have to push to the end, because you just never know what's going to happen until that checkered flag drops.
For sure. And finally, obviously, final race of the season coming up at Nurburgring. Do you think that potentially that could be a track that suits the Merc a little bit more?
I hope so. Fingers crossed. Like, actually, originally when I saw the calendar, I was secretly hoping that somehow they'd managed to get the full Nordschleife on there, because I was thinking, maybe I'll have a little advantage with knowing that place. But the Grand Prix circuit, I think, in real life is strong for the AMG, and so I'm hoping that it will be the same on here as well. So we'll only find out, I suppose, once we start testing ready for that round over the next few weeks, and see how we get on in comparison. We'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Well, we'll see exactly how you get on over the remainder of the race tonight and next time at Nurburgring. But thank you so much, Adam, for joining us tonight. Myself and Ewan will be hitting you up after the stream is done to get a wee guest lap around the VLN. But in the meantime, take it easy, and we'll see you soon, buddy.
Catch you in a bit. Bye-bye.
So there we go, Adam Christodoulou there, and again, Ewan, another driver. It's palpable, the disappointment, and maybe in Adam's case, you can understand why. I mean, he's a championship-winning driver in real life. He is incredibly fast in real life, and the pace of this field is just relentless, isn't it?
Yeah, the pace is absolutely relentless. I think he's been a little bit hard on himself, I have to be honest, with the way, talking about, obviously the Mercedes doesn't seem to be particularly strong around here, and a number of different things at play there. But it's just one of those things really, that this Mercedes doesn't seem strong around here, as you mentioned. Hopefully it picks back up for the Nurburgring race, but they're just plodding along at the moment, really, 33rd and 40th. But it'd be great to see them getting up towards the front towards the end of this season, maybe. But it's just there's just not a lot you can do once you locked your car in for this season. You're gonna have to take your medicine at some point, because not all of the none of the cars are going to be suited to all of the races, for example. So you just got to kind of, as you said, grin and bear it for a moment, and then try and just do the best that you can. Damage limitation, I guess, and just as well enjoy it while you're out there as well. You're in one of the best sim racing fields assembled in the community. Just enjoy kind of being with them and racing with them at this point, because at the end of the day, everybody's out here to enjoy themselves. I know it's all very competitive and whatever, but everyone wants to enjoy themselves here, and that's part of what they can do, I guess, for the rest of this race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the great thing about that is that one thing I alluded to is that a lot of these drivers race multiple championships over the week through various different communities. Over the week there, Vicky Thompson, there's something wrong with that car. That car is going very slow. It brought out a yellow flag. I wonder if there's suspension damage on that car. Look at the fact that it's grabbing from left to right there. Yeah. That is not a happy car right now. And there goes Novikov in the 101. So that car is absolutely compromised. Look at the rear suspension on it. I wonder, is it either a suspension issue or is there that's, but the front right actually looks a little bit off. That's not the best. But I mean, on that note, Ewan, I mean, this late into the race, I mean, that is huge potential issues. But again, that car is absolutely, there is something not right with the tracking of that car. I think it's either front left or front right, but that car does not look happy right now.
Yeah, when we were on board there, it didn't look like it was good. It's carrying on. Let's have a look down the straight here. I know there's a kink in it, so it might be a little bit difficult, but let's have a look here. Is that steering wheel straight? Yes, I would say, roughly. It looks pretty straight to me. That steering wheel there. It's kind of difficult to see because of the leaderboard, but there's not a lot we can do about that, I'm afraid. Let's have a look. Looks pretty straight to me, that steering. So, a bit of a strange one. I think it's recovered now. I think, we're definitely recovered to some kind of pace at least, but not quite full pace. This is really heartbreaking as well for Remvelton in that number 9 Lamborghini, because they've been having a great run today, really fantastic for the first 8 hours, but unfortunately it's starting to unravel just that little bit, and it's going to be heartbreaking for them to see that top 5 just driving away from them, drifting away.
Yeah, I'm absolutely convinced that there's something wrong with the suspension. Look at the reactions that the car is given, and the fact that the 1-1 of Novikov is absolutely away by nearly 2 seconds already. This is the GT3 equivalent, I would say, of limp home mode. Let's have a look at the replay then of is this on board with the Huracan? It is. Is that going to be a hit from behind? Oh! Now what has happened? Because of course the car behind doesn't know what's... Yeah, so the car behind is... Yeah, that's very strange. That of course the car behind won't know what's going on and can't actually do anything. And you can see now the car absolutely having to hack away. That is so bizarre, isn't it, Ewan? Because I mean, if it's transmission, that's one thing. But the fact that the steering looks to be affected as well, I wonder if the wheels maybe reset itself halfway through.
Some kind of hardware problem. We can't really get to the bottom of exactly what it is, but some kind of hardware problem, because you just see the way that Thompson was driving there. That's not, you want to be smooth around these corners. Turn in quite nicely, turn out again, no corrections, no soaring at the wheel like we just saw there. And normally these guys would not be soaring at the wheel like that, because they're very good drivers and they know what they're doing. And yeah, you just want to be nice and smooth. And clearly that was not a smooth looking Lamborghini in any way. Clearly some kind of hardware problem, and it's one of these things, just a reliability thing that you would see in real life, just the same kind of thing really. And it's a real shame to see for that Remvelton car. I'm very disappointed for them, because they've had a great run all day, but it's just unravelling that little bit.
Right, let's have a quick rundown then of your top 10 as we head into the final 10 minutes of our stint here on commentary, before we hand things over to the awesome Lewis McGlade and Laura Luft, who will be taking you through the final 4 hours of the race. Then it's Michael Tauscher for 211 Sidemax Motorworks, FFS Racing, the unlikely heroes of today, out front and in charge, 14 seconds in the lead ahead of the 777 Sim Racing Masterclass of Amir Hosseini in the Bentley. It's the Aston Martin 41 of SimWare.pro, Yaroslav Shevritilov in third position. Fourth place is Nicholas Hubin in the 33 Rutronic E-Racing outfit. It's the McLaren 149 of Yaz Heat and James Baldwin in fifth position. The 101 of Alexander Novikov in the Audi in sixth. And then it's the number 9, the Lamborghini that we were seeing there of Renvelton Pro team of Vicky Thompson, 142.9 consistently, so she's about a second off of the pace at least in that Lamborghini. So obviously trying to nurse home whatever it is in that Lamborghini. The Aston Martin 123 of FFS Racing in 8th position. 9th position for the Audi 28 of WPS Racing, and then it's the 21 WPS Racing sister team in 10th position as well. And there we go. So that is your top 10. Awesome stuff. We've had a cracking race just now. Ewan, obviously we're coming up to the end of our stint here, and I mean, it's just been absolutely fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been thoroughly enjoyable. I've very much enjoyed it. There's been a lot of battling for us to be watching. We've never been bored. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, it will continue on for the last 4 hours, I'm sure. Looking forward to seeing how this one really unravels, because we've still got only 13.5 seconds for the lead. That is not done by any stretch of the imagination. That is still very, very much up for a conversation, and I'm sure there's going to be one between the 211 and the 777 involved in the rest of this race. So yeah, let's wait and see what happens for the lead, because I don't think it's over by any stretch, and there's plenty of other positions further down to be resolved, and plenty of drama as well.
So here we go then. 4 hours and 5 minutes left to go in the race, and again, all the way through the field there is action galore. You get the feeling it's almost like it's been a nice meal that's getting cooked, isn't it? It's like it's just simmering away for the last sort of hour and a half, and things have been bubbling over every now and again, but it is all certainly going to kick off in the final 4 hours of this race. We're going to make sure you don't miss a single ounce of the action here on the SimGrid VCO World Cup. This is round 4 here at Coach David Academy, 12 hours of Kyalami. I've been David Christie, and he's been Ewan O'Leary, and we will be back in just a minute to do the handover to Lewis McGlade and to Laura Luft after these messages.
Virtual.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the final 4 hours, or just about a minute or so away from it. It's David Christie and Ewan O'Leary just wrapping things up. But we get to do something awesome, Ewan. We get to bring in our next commentators, Lewis McGlade and Laura Luft. Good evening.
Hello there. Wow, what a race it's been. You've done quite a bit of this one, David. Only 8 hours. I'll let you go and get some rest. Good on.
I'm going to go and just quietly collapse in a little puddle in the corner. But guys, you're in for an absolute treat. It's been an amazing, amazing race. We've had more disconnects and hot dinners tonight, and it seems that anybody in first place is doomed.
It certainly does so. Well, 4th chapter in the VCO World Cup here at the SimGrid continues. 12 hours of Kyalami, just 4 hours left to go. Laura, hello. Welcome to the VCO World Cup.
Hello, and thanks for inviting me. I'm really excited because I guess I missed the start, so we have the last hours to commentate on, but pretty awesome what you've done as a job. And we will look forward to the last battles on the track.
Yeah, we've got plenty of battles to sort out, including what has been a three-way one on screen at the moment. We've got Revolution Sim Racing, who are just topping this battle. It's 24th position on the road, and by the way, of all the competitors on the grid, we have seen battles all the way throughout. There is actually more than one three-way fight across this grid at the moment. We've got PPR Esports in that lovely livery, black and gold Porsche. They're being chased down by Pavlovsky in the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Ferrari. Now, Pavlovsky's just had a drive-through penalty and has come out and is sort of attacking for this position. It's kind of like when you get to this point in the race, it's people are tired. It's still 12-hour race. You've done 8 hours of racing. You're fairly exhausted at this point, but still to constantly go on the attack, it's just relentless.
Yeah, and especially when you really have the adrenaline rush because you try to do quali laps sometimes. If you're really in the battle of the field, you cannot relax because you have 0.2 seconds battling still right now for positions all over the track. And this is pretty where you have to be kind of awake, as we are right now.
Yeah, it's tough, especially around a circuit like this. Kyalami doesn't really get raced too much across the entirety of sim racing. It's lovely to have it here, laser scanned on Assetto Corsa Competizione, but it's not normally one that people are accustomed to. It's sort of like when everyone goes racing at places like Snetterton, and whilst the local heroes know the track like the back of their hand, everyone else coming round to it is like, hang on, I've never raced it. I've been in sim racing for 7 years, and I can say I've never raced Kyalami, so it's a bit of an odd one in that. But clearly some teams rise to the fore, and unfortunately for quite a few, some have risen to the top of the grid, and then unfortunately have been disconnected from the top. It's been one of those sort of trends of the day. It's kind of one of those things where you just have to take it, unfortunately. You know, the disconnections are a natural part of sim racing. It's just that's a hard one to buy, especially when you've been leading.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually the engine failure for real racing. That's actually the technical difficulties we have in sim racing, even if the internet is down or your PC is down. So hopefully we don't see that tonight as we continue with the last 4 hours. We keep our fingers crossed. We still had 129 dropping off as well. So this is, a little bit of a shame, but hopefully the rest can continue. And also the chat, I guess, is really on fire, as we also saw that many are really watching it and, keeping the fingers crossed for their favorite teams. And actually I've raced not in Kyalami, but I tried the track when I prepared for the commentary. So that's actually what we try to do. And we look at the action on track. There is actually no paper you can get between the cars you see here going 3 wide.
Oh, it's so tight between this. Look at them fly their way through this final sector of the racetrack. Trying to go for a move was Garcia there, and then lost out to the Esports Performance Racing team. It was so tight. The 1-2-1, they're just desperately hoping for points right now when it comes to their chances. Not really having a great one right now. Down in 13th, could have been 12th, but now they've lost a position. They were wasting a bit of time there behind the rear end of Malinovsky, and with a 10-second time penalty as well. That is from bad to worse. They need to clear this group and then just get on with it. That is frustrating when you go for a move and it's like, I've lost one in going for one. So frustrating.
Yeah, exactly. And you normally don't want to have this happening when you just have the concentration up for so many hours. And still a long time to go for them. So actually, that's where they have to fight their way through. But you have to keep your head clear because it doesn't help. And you have to focus on what's going on behind and in front of you. So, of course, really a bit of a shame with the penalty. But that's actually the fun of, can we say that fun? It's not really the problem of the 12 hours race.
Yeah, everyone's going to get something at some point as some come into the pit lane. The 1-2-1, by the way, if anyone can remember back to the start of the season, which was ages ago, by the way, when we did the 12 hours of Bathurst to open things up, they were the runners-up to DV1 Triton. Very, very impressive. They backed that one up with, unfortunately, a retirement at the 24 hours of Spa. And whilst we speak of 24, we'll go back to 24th position as Cecchini's dropped back into the clutches. You've got the number 1 PPR Esports. You've got Pavlovsky trying to go round the outside. It's so tight down here. Let's see what's going to happen. Oh, there might have been a little bit of a brush there between the Porsche and the Ferraris. We lose them down into the final sector. It was so close, but all coming out on top, and Pavlovsky gains the position. Fantastic move.
Yeah, sometimes you are the lucky third person on the grid, and it happens always when you have slipstream, and then you have to find your space on track and just sneak it in. And it was a nice overtaking situation, no just bumps into everybody else, and it's really, really good.
I wanted to ask you loads of questions about like this circuit now. You've got a couple of laps under your belt, but every time we get to it, there's racing, because the Vermont as well, and that AAA car that's jumping into the back of this in 27th spot, that is also for position. Here's another three-way fight, Rocket Sim Sports. You've also got MCW as well, just trying to get by in that Audi. You've got a McLaren versus an Audi versus Demori as well in the Aston Martin. Frank has got up into 7th. There's so much happening all the time. It is absolutely crazy. There is FFS Racing, who, through various things, their name is also involved in the 211 as Sidemax Motorworks is no longer a team. They're going to play out the rest of the season and such, but they are leading the way as well. So for some teams, it's going well. For other teams, I mean, these lot, they're not in the positions they'd want to be in. But, you know, in a 12-hour race, a 24-hour race, whatever it is, you always just battle for whatever position you're in.
Yeah, exactly. So that you really have to find, the points. You just didn't want to lose in the championship. And here again, he was going really wide. And then, the lucky winner is the third one. So they're going side by side. And hopefully there's no big touch between those two cars. Yeah, it was not the lucky punch for the number 137 in this position, now losing some of it. But he has to try again. And they are having someone else in the slipstream. So now it's a battle of the fourth together on track. But the Aston Martins are really getting well.
That's the 211 as well coming through to lap them. That is our race leader, Sidemax Motorworks with FFS Racing trying to grab it. There's Pavlovsky again, back down the inside of Cassini at the final corner. A little bit of a brush between the two Ferraris. The battle for 24th position is on, and it is a big fight as well. Cassini, Pavlovsky, Lurs, Vermont as well, a part of the fight realistically. He sat there waiting. Goltz as well, that Aston Martin coming through shot at the end. That is also for position just a little bit further down the road. Pavlovsky dives it. Cassini going to hang on. And I think also Lurs might dive one to the inside of the 24, of the 27 rather, not past yet, and Pavlovsky still doesn't make it. Somehow they come through all of this, and they're all in exactly the same position.
Amazing race, really, to see how close they are and how precise they are. We have the split screen on. As you can see, there is a lot of action going on the track in parallel. Some really have the battle of the three overtaking situations and also making their way through the traffic, and it was really, really good here trying to be on the brake, and he hit a bit of a touch, and this is kind of a rubber racing, and it could be, but it was really, really okay in that position.
Yeah, Vermont just picking up the pieces there and jumps past Pavlovsky. Absolutely fantastic. PPR Esports did gain the position with a sensational move. And look at Vermont as well, diving it to the inside. Doesn't quite do it. Going into 10 and then 11 as we start dropping down the hill through Mineshaft. Got the 211, by the way, deep in traffic. MCW on the right-hand side of your screen in that picture-in-picture just made a dive. And they have got past Rocket Sim Sports as well, further down the order. So Luca Berg deposited a single position outside of the top 30, down to 31st position. I will say that the 211, our race leaders, were being held up a little bit in traffic, which is kind of one of the natural things in these kind of racing, where you're the leader, you're coming into traffic. The traffic's still racing for themselves. They don't have to get out of the way. They just need to not fight you, realistically. Now, Thompson's been off the road, getting word as to the issues that we were seeing from Victoria Thompson for this Brent Welton car. Loss of force feedback. That is what the issue is. Obviously, we saw the issues with shifting and stuff. Probably had to reset the wheel, losing force feedback in doing so. And let's be honest, that when you're trying to race, when you're in the middle of a race, losing force feedback, that is horrible. I once did a race without force feedback, and I genuinely started to feel a little bit sick afterwards, because it's such a bizarre thing to do. It's really uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly. But still, to making the move here is quite hard. But we see, as most of the gaps are pretty close to each other, and we have position fights for number 20 and also for 25. We are actually at the car number 27, Kamil Pavlovsky, where we see Jean Lézy Esports Academy. Normally they're up the rank and not so far behind, but I haven't actually seen all the race actions on the track today, unfortunately. But pretty sure they're normally far up in the lead, but the competitiveness in this field is quite strong.
I mean, it is one of the strongest series that you can do in endurance racing from top to bottom. It is absolutely sensational. The grids here, incredibly strong, all of them. And to follow up your point of Jean Lézy Esports Academy, they are 16th in the championship. Sure, that doesn't sound that great, but with the way things have gone, they started off the season with a top 10, 7th place at Bathurst. Last round we went racing ages ago at Donington Park. They were inside the top 10 as well, with an 8th place, which does mean they are carrying around some success bias. It's not much, but we do have success bias as a thing in the series. So if you finish within the top 10 in the previous race, a slight change coming into this round, you get some weight. Now, whilst it's not the defining factor of your race, but it is something to talk about. Therefore, I think it's 12 kilos heavier is the Jean Lacey Esports Academy than necessarily it should. Also, quite clearly, the Ferraris don't necessarily match too well to the circuits, things like that. It's just one of those things that, maybe it's just not going very well for them here at Kyalami, but when we move to the final round of the season at the Nurburgring, who knows? Their championship is not done.
And also, when you look at the championship in general, you have the battle between the different kind of manufacturers, and now today we have a shift in the first top 10 quite a bit, so it's quite funny to see how the cars are prepared and also how many training time people had really to get their car set up right for Kyalami, which is actually a nice track. It has a good of flow, but of course completely different than to Donington. So yeah, also the mix of the team, and with all the races going on side by side and so many other overlapping situations sometimes you have when you have tons of ACC races going on. Yeah, I can imagine that they have a lot of time spending in the sim and trying to make a move. And also when you have several teammates maybe also then joining in between, you have to find a good balance that everybody is happy with the car setup. And we see that here. Jonas van Dreuten, he's ambassadors for Rennwelten, actually the German thing. We can just keep it up. And so he's on position number 16.
Yeah, just trying to keep that big Bentley at bay, the Racing Line Motorsport 194. Of course, they've got a couple of cars on the grid. Speaking of their other one, Malinovsky's under a fair amount of pressure a bit further up. We return to this fight between Cecchini, between Lurs, between Vermont, Pavlovsky as well, all fighting out down these positions. It's super tight still. Just looking out there was PPR, was potentially trying to find a way through. Still not able to make it stick. Being told, sorry, I just need that repeated in my ear. PPR Esports, Jason Lurs being told only driver on the grid racing on a controller, which, by the way, for anyone who says that if you don't have the budget for sim racing to buy a DD wheel, to buy a wheel in general, fair enough, I get it. You don't have the space to do it. I get it. It can be quite expensive, but you can take part in sim racing on a controller. I started on an Xbox 360 controller, although we won't talk about my exploits on it. It wasn't very good. But I do know of quite a few drivers that take part at decent levels of competition on a controller. It is open for everyone, although I am genuinely very impressed with the speed that they're getting out of that.
It's amazing. You have to be a really good finger work you have to do, and I started as well on the PC in my early ages, but this is really tough to do that because normally you have the precision on the steering wheel, but this has to be a good training. I guess he's not coming up away from his desk all the time, but it would be interesting to know how long he's doing that already. But yeah, as we also heard from the producers in our ears, they say, I mean, this is the precision god, I would say, on this controller, because it's really hard to be that smooth, right? Normally you just see that waving a bit, but yeah, it looks really smooth.
Yeah, you can see a little bit with just how it is. I mean, to be fair, it is very, very smooth, all things considered. There are certain things that you can do to make the controller work better with how it implements the inputs and stuff, but still working very, very well. I mean, sim racing, when I started on a controller, it was arguably much, much easier to drive on a controller when it was back in the days of slightly more simple simulation when it comes to tyre wear and stuff and all that kind of jazz, where you didn't have to necessarily be so smooth. Look at this dive, though, once again from PPR. No way to get through, and Cecchini's going to hang on at the moment. That was absolutely brilliant. I love the attempt to send. But yeah, back then it was much easier to sort of give it a go. Whereas these days, when you have to be smooth, you have to balance everything. The way the weight shifts and stuff is very, very advanced these days. And it's just not as simple as just plug and play. It takes a lot of work, a lot of practice, especially when you're in a tight four-way fight. Very impressive on spatial awareness from this group. No one's done anything too silly, although that is the commentator's curse, or knock on wood, and hope for the best. A nice, tight four-way fight, though.
Yeah, and that's what I also wanted to mention, right? Because if you're in a pack, then even 1 millimeter could be a problem. Yeah, you have to really get this right. And it looks brilliant as they have a fight, which is still clean. So they're trying to just wait maybe for a mistake from the others, because still we have 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. You don't want to make a silly move. But here we're just trying to see that they're waving a bit and trying to sneak in and just say, hello, I'm here. So probably let me through. But this is not what's going to happen here. There is no just bypassing. You have to really make the move and be consistent with it. But yeah, as they get the blue flags, because the leaders are just trying to get through, it is really fully packed on track, right? So there is not a break you can actually have.
I think that's the WPS Audi, if I remember correctly, just coming through onto the rear end of them, just going to try and pick up those spots. Again, lap traffic and such don't have to get out of the way. They just aren't really allowed to fight. So you can see there a little bit of a dive on the inside, and Pavlovsky just didn't really fight it, allowed it to pass through. That one being the number 33, sorry, it was the Retronic E-Racing Audi that sat in 4th position. Vermont's close. Vermont is trying, and speaking of someone who's fairly experienced in sim racing, driving for AAA Esports, who are an outfit that's taken a part in plenty of places in sim racing. This is one of the teams that was leading in the earlier stages, one of the I think it's 3 teams that have disconnected from the lead of the race. They were the second one to have done so. That's not a great line from Jason Lewis, but enough to hang on for now, and clearly dealing with the pressure of having someone who's battled up at the race lead behind you. It's kind of one of those things that shows how competitive the field is when the leaders drop down. So someone like that has disconnected, whatever it is, has dropped down. The march back up, you'd assume, because they were the race leader earlier, that they should make short work of everyone coming through the field. It's not what happens, though, because everyone's so close on pace.
Yeah, exactly. And also then here we have them side by side. Now they're trying to make the move, and the Porsche has a little bit of a disadvantage here, but he's trying to fight back. So this is not a way of going into the turn. So they just do it side by side, but then still Aston Martin is a bit of ahead, and they just have to keep it up. And then also, yeah, I think it's Niklas Huben who was driving in the Audi, I guess, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So he is pretty fast anyway, and he just at least can hopefully pass this group quite fast. Yeah, but this was a problem then for Jason Lewis, because he then actually had to just drop to the back behind then the Ferrari in front of him. But, well, that is it, and hopefully he can be in a slipstream again and trying to attack the Ferrari again. But this is as it happens, right? If you just have the blue flags coming up, you have to have so many eyes in every kind of mirror you have available, and not trying to give up space. But still, this is a good group.
I always used to hate it when the blue flag appears, not just because it's the reminder that, hey, by the way, someone much quicker is coming through. It's also you're in your own little rhythm, you're doing your own thing, and then it's suddenly like, whoa, I've got something else to focus on whilst I'm juggling all of these things, spinning all of these plates and everything like that. It's insanely hard work. It's very impressive they're able to balance themselves and keep focused on what they're doing, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, exactly. I was also racing the 12 hours race in Suzuka, and this was for me the first ACC race really with the GT3, and this was kind of a nightmare when you just be jumped into the professional sim racing, and you just see how good these guys are, just doing nothing else than this. You have to really navigate to the traffic. That helped a bit. If you have driven on the Nordschleife, then you know how to look into that. But here, especially, you have to, as we also said, be precise and driving your quali laps, because you can't actually miss a corner as the other ones are waiting for it. And as we see here, a different racing line. You just try to sneak in, cut the corner a bit different here when we get down. Then actually on the, I think it's the Crocodiles coming up, if I'm not, or Mineshaft, if I'm not mistaken. So now they're coming then. Crocodiles to the right hand then. So this is in turn 13 they're just driving in right now. So you have to do different lines and maybe trying to surprise your opponent in front of you.
Yeah, it's absolutely superb between them. The level of racecraft that they're able to sort of get out of this. Vermont and Pavlovsky, Cecchini behind as this force sort of switched around. Pavlovsky down to the inside as well. The PPR car was making a bit of a dive on Cecchini as well, as Lurs was also trying to make it stick. Vermont's able to stick it around the outside through the first turn on the racetrack. Lurs is close and has got through on Cecchini. It's absolutely insane how hard they are fighting for positions which are inside the points. These do score points, but no contact from them, just hard racing, just brilliant stuff. Same with this one here between Van Druten and Macri as well. These two have been fighting for a good few laps. They have had a bit of an incident earlier on in the race, but the way they're driving right now, it's kind of one of those interesting things. So to go back to the differing lines that you were speaking of there at T10 and T11 before we drop down the hill through Mineshaft, it's one of these tracks where you can attack quite a few corners in a different sort of ways, and when you're defensive you can almost like go slower through the corner without actually losing time, because you just hold it nice and tight, you curve it round nicely, and then you just depart the corner, especially when it's downhill like that, and you don't lose time by doing it. And that's kind of important. Look at the different lines again. Perfect.
Exactly. Yeah, you just can also read your opponent in front of you and where they're maybe making mistakes, or where the car is actually not in a good position at all. You have to just check your tire pressure. This is also where we talk about tire degradation at some point. And if you have the two battles between them, but also then the different cars. I mean, the Bentley is just like a big boat. You have to really navigate it around. And the Aston Martin is quite working well here on that track, because they're anyway quite strong in ACC, as I reckon. But yeah, it is great to see how different the styles are, and where you try to make a kind of bit pressure high up for your driver in front of you.
I mean, the Aston Martin is a quality piece of machinery. If you were to look at the championship, the top, the leader of the championship being Simware.pro. By the way, coming into this with maximum ballast, not maximum ballast, sorry, no, they're coming into it with no ballast. Let me rewind. Coming into it as the championship leader, they've got no ballast coming into this one because they finished 16th last round at Donington Park. Their ability to run though with ballast anyway is very, very impressive. They had 10 kilos at Spa and absolutely dominated. They didn't. Side Max Motor Works, but we won't go into it. They won at Spa and took the victory. They're currently running in third spot. They're going to be scoring some decent points. Their main championship rivals, being the 111 DV1 Triton, is down in 22nd. They'll be picking up some points, but it's, realistically speaking, you kind of make your own destiny in this, and Simware.pro have done very, very well to work with the car they have, to work with the ballast and such in the series, as Macri and Van Druten once again very close. A bit of traffic as well for them to navigate, and actually I say that's traffic, that's Mingay, that is for position as well, so chuck another one into the battle.
Really great, yeah. And you see also the flashlights coming for it to get my way through. Yeah, it's a tricky part. You have to really just try to find the space on the track, and we see some other fights all around. So the gaps are pretty closing in, and we have the overtaking situation before the actual next pit stop are coming in certain windows. So you have to really be really good, and maybe then some of them are trying to do double stints, and also that could be like, a bit of a tire gamble they have. But this is what I guess also the discussion was in the first time. So pretty great to see how they manage.
Yeah, they're allocated a certain amount of tyres. I believe it's 9 for this kind of race. And when you put it with the 75-minute stints, 75-minute stints that they're able to complete over their stints and such, means that there's 10 stints. Means that at some point in the race, every single driver, every single team will have to double stint the tyres at some point. We've seen this come over the races prior to this in the championship. It's one of those things that's a standard thing. Everyone knows that this is a thing you'll have to do at some point, regardless as to how high the tyre wear is in the circuit. It's kind of one of those things that I don't know about you, I'd want to get out of the way early. I wouldn't want to be in that boat right now, having to deal with it right now and kind of thinking, okay, now we're going to lose track position. Now I'd want to lose the track position early and then go on the attack for the rest of the race.
Yeah, that's actually the thing, because some did it, so it's really depending on what the temperature on the track actually as well is, and then it is a strategy gamble. I'm not actually a team captain, and this is what I definitely don't want to be in sim racing, because that's kind of the mess you have and the magic you'd have to do in the background. But as you said, right now, if you're in the battle, and this is where the Bentley try to sneak here in and overtake the Aston Martin, they're side by side right now, and still the Aston has a bit of a nose in there. They have a slight touch here, and she's let's see what that's gonna happen. So this is kind of a dive bomb, I would not say, but kind of a close contact, we would call it. Let's see what happens. But as you said, the tire wear could be a problem in the end if you really have those close battles, and if you try to make positions, then this could be a disadvantage.
With how hard they were fighting, as a bit of the leader lap traffic comes through, with how hard they were fighting, they were always going to come together at some point. And realistically speaking, that one, it's just the two of them. They're racing hard. They're going to do something like that. I mean, for Macri has been frustrated by not being able to get by Van Druten on so many occasions, because they come through 10 and 11. And then the power of the Aston carrying it down the hill was just enough for them to stay ahead. You get one opportunity. It's in this kind of stuff, you take it. You're not going to wait around time and time again. You are going to grab that opportunity and fly through. Garcia, by the way, with that 10-second time penalty for Odox Motorsports, they're sat on the back of Romagnoli at the moment in that 164. So things are still tight for 11th, but pit stops are in effect. Some coming down for some of their later pit stops. Not too many to go. Malinovsky into the lane for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport car, the sister car for this, and it's not a Bentley. It's a different car. I think it's an Aston Martin, if I remember correctly, which must be pretty difficult inside the team when you're running two different sorts of cars. Let's see what's happened with PPR as Pavlovsky. Oh no! Pavlovsky went wide and Lurs followed. So easy to do.
Yeah, and this is then a bit a heavier touch, but hopefully he can still move on with it, and this is not a suspension problem in the end, but the angle, I guess, was not that a problem. But still we see that they are closing all in on the pack in front of them, and also we see still Marco Marci here for Racing Line Motorsport in the Bentley boat, as we lovely call that car, trying to be close to everybody else in front of him and closing the gap, being now in position number 14 with the 194 car. And we just try to see who else is pitting around these guys on track. We have the 28 now in the pit, and also the 125, as you mentioned. And I guess that there will be some more coming in. But as you said, you have not been driving at Kyalami, but you have been driving one of the beautiful cars. What is actually your favorite one?
Oh, that is a tough question. I mean, normally if I were to drive, it'd probably be an Aston. I think I'm legally bound that I because of teams and stuff, I have to say the Rocket Sim Sports McLaren. I have to by law. But I'm partial to a bit of a big Bentley, and I do quite like the livery on the DV1 Triumph. I'd go for a Bentley. Me, I like to bully people around track.
No, but it's actually quite good choice, and I heard from many this is a nice car to drive, especially when it comes to different tracks, and we still have some nice ones coming up, as I heard, right? So this is just the fourth round we're in at the moment for the SimGrid VCO World Cup, and we of course have the most beautiful track, which actually would be better if it's with the Nordschleife together, but
I agree.
Nurburgring coming up, but let's see if that comes one day. We don't know.
Yeah, we'll keep having. I was like, oh, go on, have a shock announcement soon and just bring the Nordschleife, and then I'll force Michael Hamlet to be like, no, we are going to run the Nordschleife, right? Unfortunately not. I will say, if there's one car that I wish we saw more, and this is kind of one of those things that, with the way things work in the championship, that every manufacturer, the lead car of each manufacturer gets a certain amount of prize money, that being $40 for being the lead of the manufacturer. And we've said this time and time again, always good to see this. And see, I've said it so many times, Mike Yao is just absolutely on it. I love seeing the Honda out. And to be fair, they're going all right this round. They're up inside the top 20, was up inside the top 10 quite a lot at Bathurst, and they were in the top 10 earlier in the race. They've gone for a brake change, so they're having a little bit of a gamble, and we'll see what happens with the 416. The Elvis Grattan team that have done well a couple of occasions this season. They did not do very well at Spa, if I remember correctly. But I love seeing the Honda. What a fantastic car.
Not picked quite often. Is this the same with the BMW, I guess? Sometimes it's really a shame that these cars are not picked, but as you say, it's always a favorite of when they are driving on track and how you're going to manage to do that. And especially what we often see is actually the Audi and the Aston. At Porsche normally was also quite a favorite one, but here it's also kind of a car which is seen less on track, but still also we have the McLaren behind, which is also quite nice in the livery, and everybody loves the flames coming out of the exhaust. But we have our Honda now in full motion with Jonathan Bovin with the car number 416 here in the stream. But we also have a close fight here between Dominic Blagier in the DV1 Tronic Racing car number 111, and also then we have, it's the Bentley, I'm sorry, and before them we have the Aston Martin, and they're chasing each other down.
Yeah, the AAA Esports Vermont Dominic Blyer has just dropped back. I'm not sure if it was post pit stop though, because I'm pretty sure they're a little bit further down the road. But the 111 DG1 Triton car, the Polish squad, they won the first race of the season. Kind of a surprise for them to have won their first race of the season, but they did so well. Over the mountain at Bathurst. Oh, that's a bit too much curb there from Tobias Pfeffer, who's not long behind the... oh, no, he's been in the car for a little while. It was Dennis Schuniger that I was thinking of in the 21. I get those two mixed up sometimes. Both young, both young, both very, very fast. And I believe now both part of the same team. I think they're both part of RHG. As Schuniger's moved over to GTWR. He's at WPS at the moment, is Dennis Schuniger. And was very, very impressive early in the season. Right up in the top 5 in qualifying at Bathurst as well. Again, so many, I speak of it all the time, the young talents and stuff coming up in sim racing is obviously very, very impressive. And I think none more so do we get to see it more in ACC and in the VCO World Cup. There's so much talent coming through. And it's why I retired to the commentary booth, because this is all a bit much for me.
Exactly. Sometimes I just really can't cope with the pace they have, and as I'm not training at all, we see that also in Split 2 I have a name which is always on my mind, which is Paul Schallen, but here we have Tobias Pfeffer, which I also know from some of the races with 12 hours or 24 hours races in ACC, or the German kind of commentary I was happy to be on, and seeing them drive is precision work, so I'm better at speaking, I guess, than driving sometimes. But it's also some fun, but you have to really train, and this is where you have to find the time to do that.
Yeah, exactly, and it's a lot of work they need to do to get in behind the wheel. Another one of the GTWR cars, that one being the Aston Martin Romagnoli, out ahead of Tobias Pfeffer. Of course, this is a car I'm pretty sure they were leading earlier in the race, and they're one of the disconnections of the 157. Might be that is confirmed. There we go. So another one of those ones that's done well. They have not had a good season, and that's for a large number of reasons. Part of it was some of their own stuff. They've made a couple of mistakes more so than normal, but most part of it has just been absolutely awful luck. They've had it's really gone sideways. Pfeffer did actually put it on pole position the very first time of the season. It was him behind the wheel joining the GTWR car. Speaking of joining, they've had a new addition this round in the form of Capoccia, who's jumped behind the wheel this round, departing the Yazheat Veloce run car. And realistically for GTWR, the defending champions of the series, they wanted to come in and at least do something. Now, across the season, they've not really done that much. Again, through bad luck, apart from in qualifying, when it comes to actually race results, they've not done so much. They are going to be more hungry than basically anyone else on the grid to end the season on the highest of highs.
Especially also with the prize money you will always get. It's just a reward you have normally as a driver, just driving there. But just to also win and be competitive in the field and showing your potential, that's actually what they want to do, because you compete then on the international level as well, and not just for a specific nation. And we're just trying to see what we have here, and also then going with Kamil Pawlowski still on the Audi on the Ferrari chasing the Bentley, and we just try to close all the gaps in Tobias Pfeffer. He did it, so he is now on 14th place.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's rule number 1 of motorsport and sim racing is to never hit your teammate. Thankfully, Tobias Pfeffer's made the move on Romagnoli without hitting his teammate. So all things are quite good. I did say before with GTWR, I was always a little bit concerned they were stretching themselves a little bit too thin with the cars and such that they're running, in a sense that it's more typical. It's typical for a team to run the same car. You know, if they've got 4 or 5 cars, they'll run 4 or 5 Aston Martins, 4 or 5 Audis, McLarens, whatever it is. They'll run that amount of that car. Now, GTWR, if we kind of rewind a little bit towards the earlier parts of the season, they were running Audis, which we can see. They were running Aston Martins, which we can also see because there's one there. They were running a Ferrari as well, and they were providing technical assistance to Logitech G Altus Esports as they were running a Bentley. So it's like you've got to focus on getting 4 cars basically up to speed, which is just insane to me, that is you're giving your race engineers a lot of work to do to get 4 cars up to speed in one of the most competitive championships you'll take part in.
Also that you cannot even share the setups, right? So you have to always work within your team and with your teammates, but you can train, of course, together. But this doesn't help, right? You can't share any kind of insights on different kind of car setups. But it's funny to see that some of the, let's call it German folks, they're just trying always to use the Audi and the Bentley, as I saw in other races as well. So this is where it's a kind of a favorite car to take. But funny enough that they now just, spread it all over in their team. And the team is big enough so that they have a good of knowledge, and some are really in favor of a specific car, and you can't tell them just choose another one, because they really refrain from doing that.
Yeah, I'll at some point later in this broadcast, I'll bring in James Parker at one point about this, because I'm actually it's one of those things I find interesting that as far as my knowledge would go, that the Bentley's not one of the it's not one of the more difficult cars. I'm going to say easy because it's certainly not. But it's not the most difficult car. You can extract a decent amount of pace from it. When you get things like the Audi is sort of quite hard to drive, but you can extract a lot of pace from it. But then I was having a light chat, mind, with the VRS Commander SimSport bunch that take part elsewhere in ACC and of course across sim racing. And in this, due to their partnership and stuff, they race in Porsches and stuff, and the Porsche is as they said, it's damn quick, but it is also terrifying, and it is hard work. We did the race at Paul Ricard at the end of last season, at the end of one of the months, a good couple of months ago, the second round of the season in the SRO Esports European Endurance Championship, and every time they got out of the stint, Josh Rogers, who was one of their drivers, kept saying, going through some of these corners, it is literally constantly trying to get out of your hands. Now, when you're doing that over an hour race, that's fine. You know, you can keep hold of it for an hour. Doing it over a 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, 24-hour race, it's almost impossible to keep that car on the track at all times.
Sometimes you're sitting on a fireball, and this is kind of tricky to handle if you have really some other cars closing up on you, and then you have to be really precise, and you're sweating all over, and you just try to be really precise on that. So now it's really then, pretty good to see where we see Kevin now in the car for Racing Line Motorsport with the 191 Racing and Chasing on the 17th place with 0.5 behind Knight in front of him, and also the leader I guess we have in the pit lane right now, and we just see how they manage to do that. And it's also great to see how the teams are setting up their cars and who is maybe getting out better with their Astons here on this track, because we have 3 in the pack, and then they are split between the Honda, and then we have again 3 Aston Martins, so it's pretty nice that they find each other on track again. And then we have the Audi bunch, if you look at the tower in front of them, just divided by a Bentley, so it's kind of clear of where we are.
Yeah, right. Johnny Knight, who's leading this little battle here in that 888 team ACR. Of course, the community of ACR will be out on fourth there. They're good fans of the team. Of course, the community. But they've got a decent community that come round. Of course, Activision and that lot. Great stuff to see them racing. They were running really well at Spa. Now, yes, of course, it's because the Aston Martin was very good at Spa. We'll ignore that one as Saklari dives it back down the inside and might well pick up the move. That is a lovely send down to the inside for the 191 Racing Line Motorsport car down the inside of Team ACR. It's one of the better runs that ACR is having, so obviously it's really hard to tell because there's still 3 hours left to go. We've done 9 hours of racing. I'm sure they've been up and down the order, same as everyone else. Their best finish of the season came in the last round, did the 888 car. That one being just a 14th spot, but they were running inside the top 10 at Spa, so they know they've got a bit more pace in the tank, and I'm sure they believe as much in themselves, so I can see them rising up the order potentially at the final round of the season. But it's just kind of one of those things where, with it being such a small season, just 5 rounds across the season, we are in the penultimate race. You can't really afford to make any major mistakes. You always need to be inside the top 15.
Yeah, exactly. And also, as we see now, he's pulling away from Knight behind him. That's even if you're really good, if you can make you can just use your strategy, right? If you want to do that and not be held back by disconnect or whatever, it's just really coming up, and you can't actually mess up, as you said, with the strategy and also with the drivers. But sometimes it's bad luck on track, as you normally don't want to end up in the last position, and you have to fight back, and you actually can't gain your points you want to. But as you said, it's just a last way of trying to make a move. Otherwise, it's actually already finished with some of the points where Johnny Knight is now going into the pits.
Yeah, I kind of this one sort of makes sense. 3 hours 20 minutes left to go in the race. It might be a little bit early. I don't actually know, it would be fine because it's 75 minutes, not 65, when it comes to the stint time that you can pull off. So actually, this one is fine. So dives down into pit lane. We're approaching those final pit stops in the race. So everyone's strategy, always with endurance racing, be it in sim racing or even in real world, there comes a point in the race whilst, yes, of course, you've done all your debriefs, you've gone through all of your data in practice and whatever, there comes a point in the race where you start running the strategy backwards. You start running the bit where you want to be in the pit lane at this point for your last stop with 70 minutes to go, and you wanted to have ticked off. You've already got your tyre change out of the way. You've done it here. You've already got your brake change done if you need it. We'll go back onto that later on in the race. Don't you worry. You've got to tick off all those things and do your strategy backwards. And for this, all of these kind of teams, they're already doing their strategy backwards. And at this point, they already kind of know who they're battling with. And it comes to that point where, and this is always the interesting bit with me about halfway through the race, you start working out other people's strategies, because you need to know what everyone else is doing around you, the people that you're battling with. So you're not only strategizing yourself, but your race engineers and even other drivers and stuff, they're keeping their eye very close on plenty of other teams and drivers and thinking, when's their last pit stop? What are they doing? When are they doing their double stint, etc.?
Yeah, exactly. And then you have the constant chats going on where you're driving and they're discussing about the strategy, and you're like, guys, I'm just still driving. You have to concentrate on the race. So that's actually where they start going wild. But that's true. And what we sometimes also see is that some teams are quite consistent driving without any kind of hiccups in the mid-pack or in the back markers field, but then they just make their way up because they are super consistent in everything and trying to get out of the way of any kind of trouble, and then they're ending up in the front rows. That's also quite funny because sometimes it's the unexpected which can also happen in one of those races which you don't calculate on, and then surprise, surprise, there will be some other teams just taking up your points which you don't have actually on your plate.
The 211, by the way, has been into the pit lane fairly recently as we focus on Garcia at present, and they've been into the pit lane and switched driver. So Cormac Ryan Meenan gets behind the wheel, of course. Cormac and Killian Ryan Meenan, both brothers driving in the car. Great to see Cormac Ryan Meenan back in. I've not seen Cormac drive for quite a while. It is his first stint behind the wheel in this race, and if there's one thing that I absolutely hated when I was doing endurance racing, it was, hey, by the way, we've got this lead. It's a big race, by the way. We've got this lead. We'd like to win it, of course, because why wouldn't you? Do you want to do your first stint in the race now? I'm like, no. The idea of doing your first stint in the final, basically the final quarter of the race. This is the home stretch. It's where everything should be comfortable. And now you're throwing this difference into things. That, for Cormac Ryan Meenan, is an unbelievable amount of pressure, and his pace isn't quite there at the moment. Fingers crossed he'll find his feet, but it is massively concerning.
And also you have this kind of nervousness, as you said, this kind of adrenaline, and then it's not kicking up as you normally want to. And then you maybe just get some pressure from the team captain saying, you guys, speed up. But yeah, Niklas Huben, he knows what to do, and he's kind of comfortably in the fourth place throughout the entire race, as I just kind of saw the last ones. And they are also kind of consistent in their driving. So they are kind of matching with Mark Balzer together their pace, and also I think the three of them kind of equal and even with their race pace, and also they know the Audi for quite a long time and can can make a nice and smooth setup, and he's just trying to close some of the gaps. 0.783 behind the 211, which was the leader, but we have the kind of pit stops running still, so the order, and also with Victoria Thompson now in the Lamborghini, now in the pit. We have to wait and see when we are final, and he is now pitting. So then Niklas is done with his stint. And we have Alberto Garcia back, where we try to see what he's doing.
Mir Hosseini will be potentially into the pit lane. Maybe this lap, maybe the lap after. That was the very last lap that Nick Hoban could do. Sverdlov as well in the number 41 will be in the pit lane as well fairly soon. It's kind of one of those ones where you've got to obviously play to the pit sequence. But I'm surprised even this late in the race that everyone's still fairly close in the pit lane sequence. The number 33 has gained 11 seconds in on the 41 over that stint. So that was Nick Hoban just coming into the pit lane, closing down the gap to the Simware.pro number 41 that Sverdlov is driving at the moment. I mean, to be fair, over 11 seconds doesn't sound like that much, and realistically in endurance terms it's not really that much, but to close that over a stint, 75 minutes behind the car, closing down 11 seconds, that's actually pretty good going, and shows the consistency that Hoban has had behind the wheel of the number 33 Retronic e-racing car. Really impressive.
That's true, and it's also we see them racing quite often. They are always like super relaxed, and I guess you were just discussing with the other races and race car drivers. They are always like still after such a nerve-wracking stint, they're like saying, this is just a training one. I managed to do what I want to do, so this is great to see how professional they are and just having fun. And Michael, he is just trying to close the gap. He's also using the flashlights, and they're braking side by side. And he is turning in on Frankie here. So let's see how that goes.
Oh, nice effort. Nice one for the 101 to pick up that position. Capera absolutely making that one stick. These two are properly racing. They are on the same strategy right now. They'll be battling this one out to the checkered flag, I am absolutely sure. But a bit of a shame there for FFS Racing to have dropped the position with Frank and then just down. I mean, I will say with FFS Racing, it is nice to see them not racing around in something that is bright pink, and I mean bright pink, which is what they've been racing around in quite a bit recently, elsewhere in sim racing, including in a small race for the SRO Esports when they did the European Endurance Championship. They did the 24 hours of Spa. Bright pink car, bright pink. It glowed in the dark. It was that bright, which, I mean, to be fair, I respect that.
Yeah, and actually it's quite a good color. I would race with that. So you couldn't imagine that. So it's pretty nice that they just show some colors.
Well, Fefa on the march back up at the moment, getting by Minge and up into 11th. This is very impressive from them. They were aiming for 11th coming into this. They've led, they've disconnected, they've dropped down, they've risen back up. They're in 11th spot, and there is still 3.25 hours left to go in this race. Now, I know they've not necessarily had the greatest season from them, and I've been one of their critics, but this is a genuinely impressive drive, and I do hope that they're able to take this one out. They've obviously had Capoccia join them, as I said before. Fefa behind the wheel at present. You've obviously got Simonini and Jordan Sherritt alongside as well. Now, Sim Racing Masterclass, a switch of driver. Jabot behind the wheel in the 777. And Cormac Ryan Meenan will head back into the lead of the race. So we'll see what that gap is and how much it changes. And this is the heavy pressure zone part of the race where you really can't afford to make a mistake. Any slide, I'd almost be like, drive at 98%. Just drive everything yourself. Just do not make a mistake right now.
Yeah, exactly. And then also where we see some have now the double stints, as you mentioned, which is normally not what you want to do. But Niklas Hoban has to do it. He is now also then on the 33 car, so as he came out of the pit. And we have jumped back to Michael Romagnoli in the 164 GTWR. This is quite hard for me to pronounce because it's really kind of a long name on that one, and we still had it in some other series. But yeah, he's trying also then to be really brave and make the move, and they come all really wide out here on the track, and yeah, we see that they just chase each other down.
Can't remember what GTWR stands for, and I recall being told once, but you know, it's one of those acronyms. We do have a lot of sim racing, of course. RHG. Oh, that's a proper dive there. Gets it down the inside of McGlade. That is a nice one, and the Audi's going to try and go for the cutback. RHG being the fairly obvious one. It's Romain Grosjean, and obviously his number is 8, and that's because RHG, being one of the sim racing teams, one of those leading sim racing teams, run partially by and under the name of Romain Grosjean himself. And so the partnership between GTWR and RHG happened after the first round of the season, but certainly one that they're very comfortable with. And GTWR, though, do not remember off the top of my head. Either way, Romagnoli's made up the position. McGlade is on the attack, though, and is not going to settle for 13th spot, and so we'll try and eye our way through on the Aston Martin soon. But once you get onto straights like this, that Aston Martin punches an enormous hole and just pulls away.
And also he has his teammate in front of him, so he's just trying to, or at least one of them, so he's trying to catch up and close that gap. And it's always good if you see the other cars in front of you and just don't pay attention so much into the back mirror. And yeah, we're seeing now the fourth place, and now we just see some kind of dramatic things going on the track, and probably that is a problem for the lead position.
Yeah, that one being our championship leader, Igor Ogorognikov for Simware.pro, has lost a position, was battling onto the podium, but has had an issue. Remember what I just said? I'm pretty sure it was 60, 70 seconds ago. At this point in the race, drive at 98%. Do not make a mistake. And as far as we have in our rear, Igor Ogorognikov has made a mistake and has dropped down into P4, so which then promotes, of course, Hoban up a position. And we're saying that they were on the charge, saying how much they gained 11 seconds over the previous stint on the number 41. They didn't even need to work for that position. Where when the person you're battling with makes a mistake, it's just like it's perfect. Just sort of started thinking, wow, I didn't even have to fight for that. Perfect. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, just talk about with him. Probably he has a different kind of sentiment, saying that. Just I can hear him swearing, but that doesn't help. So let's see if he can pull back. But this is the thing. If you then lose your kind of momentum and being out of the rhythm, you have to just fight back and don't make another mistake, which also some drivers sometimes do. If you're just trying to close it and say, oh shit, I have to do that, and then you just get pumped up and you really can't find your pace again. So yeah. I think, but most of the pros we have here, they have really good, really good mindset.
Now, the thing when it comes to rhythm and such, it's kind of actually an important thing. I'm sure might have. I'm not. That's insinuating that you're a driver that makes mistakes. Yeah, we'll gloss over that one. I have had it myself, where you jump in behind the car, which is what Ogorognikov has done. I know he's raced a little bit earlier on in this race, fair enough, and is well experienced. But when you jump into the car, and it's your first couple of laps behind the wheel of this stint, and then you instantly make a mistake, which is what we've seen from Ogorognikov. That is a proper confidence hitter, no?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, it's how is it? And then we just, just trying to see what happened here, and then we see the replay.
Oh, hearing, by the way, it wasn't even a mistake, actually. It was just actually a slow pit stop. Let's see. This is on the left-hand side is Ogorognikov, right-hand side is Hoban. So we were building it up as a mistake. Actually, it wasn't. It was just through fantastic lap times, fantastic such from Ogorognikov. Fantastic stuff from Hoban and Retronic E-Racing. And the number 41 just lost a lot of time. I'm not sure if there's something else that's added into this, because the things aren't really adding up there, but either way, Simware.pro, bit of an oversight, and they've dropped down a position and now have to go very much on the attack. So even still, your jump, for Ogorognikov, here you go, jump behind the car, and by the way, instantly go on the attack, please.
And also what you see, the timings are quite tight in the front, but he's then Yeah, actually not having the same lap times as Huben in front of him, so that's just a bit of a distance here, but maybe he's getting it behind in the slipstream again so that he can be back on track. But now they come into the traffic, and this is also where it comes a bit, or gets a bit tricky, if you have then the problem with overtaking, and we still see the replays going on, so that is actually where you then have to hope that everybody else on track is seeing you, because that's a battle for position.
There we go. Yeah, indeed, losing a bit of time. I mean, to be fair, it's not too bad from Ogorognikov. Still, you're getting tyres and stuff up to temperature. You're once again building yourself back into it. It's not as bad as it could have been. Back to Pavlovsky, back to Blyer, back to the battle for 21st position. Also, I am just going to sprinkle in something about our race leader, of course. I did say that Cormac Ryan was struggling a little bit on pace, and unfortunately that is seeming to continue somewhat, as recent lap times put him about half a second slower than the 777 that is chasing them down. The gap is 12 seconds. We'll figure out what's going to happen. It's all fairly tight there, and it's very important, of course, for the race lead. Pavlovsky straight to the inside of DV1 Triton, and that Bentley didn't really fight that. I think that is Dominic Blyer just playing the long game. They're a team that know how to win, and realistically speaking, they were just like, right, okay, if you're going to make a send from that far back, I'm just not going to fight it.
Exactly. Just save the tire, save some fuels, get in the slipstream, and let the others do the work, right? That's also a smart move.
Yeah, exactly. In this kind of stuff, you've got to be playing with all like the tactical field that you have. You can't just constantly go on the attack. It's an endurance race. You've got to play things a little bit slower.
Or as well that you don't have the pressure for yourself, that you always try to defend your line, and also looking back in the mirrors, then you can also say, okay, right, if you're just a bit quicker, I just can relax myself, stop thinking and just calculating and get behind it, and maybe then in the end you just do the overtake. And also we have a nice split screen here where we see the action on track. This is always great to see how close they are together, and let's see what they do here still with Jean Alesi Esports Academy, Kamil Pavlovsky trying to make his Ferrari fly, but the others are still quite nice behind, so the gap is not really big. And Dominic Blyer, he is just also really good and constant driver. That's the most important thing in an endurance race, that you have equal and constant drivers, and also having a cool head with the hot temperatures we have in some ways probably. And look at the standings. It's quite interesting in terms of points, and still some can make them if
This is should everything finish the way it is. Now, this is really, really big for Simware.pro. 247 points. They would be nearly just under 50 ahead of DV1 Triton, who are desperate to win this championship. I mean, I was speaking to them at the start of the season. They've won everything in Polish esports racing on Assetto Corsa, and then moving into this. They've won quite a lot across sim racing as a whole, but they are really eyeing up this championship. They eyed up Bathurst. They won Bathurst. They're eyeing up the championship. They're going to go for it. They're going to give it a go. Unfortunately, at the moment, not quite able to do so. And let's say, still one more round of the championship. And the next round is a 24-hour race, which does mean that there is 160 points up for grabs. So there's so many points on offer at the 24 hours of the Nurburgring when we go there for the 2nd of October. This championship is far from being done. Points on that day will be handed out at the 6-hour interval, or the 12-hour interval, and then of course at the end of the race it is 80 points for winning the race, and then 74, 70, 52, 50, and then down in twos and such for a little while. The point structure is, it's interesting that if you're kind of down in the bottom end, if you're in 21st, 27th, whatever it is, you're still scoring points. Points are for the top 30. So there's basically, for all these drivers, Ross McGregor here, just outside of the top 30, is the first car not to score a point, which is going to be frustrating. But it does mean that plenty of drivers are comfortable to score points inside that top 30. So you've got to do it for the championship.
Yeah, exactly. And also with the math you have to really do, that's quite interesting. And I pretty guess that, as we said, the team captains, they have to do it. And also for some teams, probably that's not going to end up, but they maybe have to look forward to the next year, because this season, I guess, will continue as you can see how great the battle is on track and how many have fun actually to drive here, and how big the names are we have actually in this sim racing series, and also the pro drivers coming out of the shelf and trying to beat everybody up on track. So this is great to see how diverse we have our grid here, and how consistent we see them on the track. And we have another Lamborghini here, and this is Chris Hoker with the number 9 from Renwelten, and I guess we also have his buddy teammate who is trying to speak to us, which is Samir Ibrahimi. Hi, Samir.
Hi, Laura.
Yeah, great to have you here. And you have just now your car fully blown, and we had the problem, or you had probably a problem with the suspension, or what was it actually? Can you just tell us more about it, as we had seen your car just dropping a bit, where you have been in the 7th position before with Victoria Thompson. Can you just tell us about it?
It was on P6, I think. And then suddenly her force feedback went out.
Yeah.
So she had no force feedback for almost 50 minutes in her stint. So for that she managed it pretty well. But then she caught some grass, and she had to guess what the car will do, but couldn't do it. So she went a bit out and touched the wall. I didn't see it by myself, but we had like 11 seconds of damage. But all in all, I can say that was pretty hard drive for her without force feedback and such. So she did the best out of it.
Yeah, exactly. And you're still the best Lamborghini on track, so that's good to have that points as well for you. Yeah. But it's what I can imagine, not what you actually expect to do. But how's the rest of the 3 hours we are approaching right now in terms of strategy-wise, if you want to say that, of course?
There's just one way for the strat, because we have to double stint the tires. And Chris will do one stint now, and then I'm going to the car. And then for the last 2 hours, I have to double stint the tires. Yeah.
It's actually, Lewis, what you normally say, that if in the last rounds you have to just come back on track, and now Samir has to do it, right, Lewis?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for you, Samir, you've had let's talk of the Renwelten team at the moment, the number 9. That it's not been the greatest season so far. You're running well though, within the points up there at the top lot. Is this a bit of a changing in form for the number 9 car? Is this things getting a bit stronger?
I hope so, because we had really awful luck the first 3 rounds. We got crashed out, we crashed by ourselves, we had disconnects and many other problems. I think in the last 2 or 3 years we had not that much problems like in the last 3 races here in World Cup. So we knew that the Lambo was not the best decision as a car for that campaign. Because it's not so good on fuel, it's not so good on tires, but we wanted to take it. The only race we really looked forward to was here at Kyalami, and we had no other problems, technical sides. So I hope we get not too much ballast for Nurburgring and have a strong race there as well.
One final question, and with the expectation of you coming into this round, you saying that Kyalami was the one that you were aiming for, does that mean, is that a little bit of a spoiler in a sense that maybe you feel like you might be on the back foot, might be struggling at the 24 Hours of Nurburgring in October?
I don't think that we will be really up there, top 5 or so. I think we will get into the points, like top 15 or so, but it depends on how much ballast we get. If we have some better luck, then we can aim for a better position. But endurance races, 24-hour races, it's not all about pace. It's more about luck and to get everything right. Your pit stops, don't get any drive-throughs, So maybe we get a good result there.
Well, a huge thanks to you and best of luck over the rest of the race. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully it'll be a nice end for you over the next 3 hours.
Thanks.
Lovely. Samira Brahimi then joining us from the Ren Welton team, currently up inside the top 10, but only just being chased down a little bit from the 157. Ross McGregor here. We're looking backwards, that battle for 30th and the final point. And whilst we're looking at that, of course, Michael Hamlet, Mr. Simgrid himself, has gone through and done some mathematics to try and figure out what is happening up at the top lot. The current average lap time between the top two. Very, very interesting here, because I was saying it was coming down about half a second, etc., etc. And over the stint, the difference between the 777 and the 211 would mean that the 777 is going to gain 20.5 seconds over the stint. The lead is 13 seconds. Now that doesn't feel so great now, does it? That's a little bit of a concern, and Cormac Ryan Meenan might need to sort of get on with it a little bit. Pace is dropping a little bit from Judd Watford in the 777 car, but still, it's a little bit. It's going to be a little bit tense inside the Sidemax Motorworks FFS Racing team at the moment.
You maybe want to make it a bit interesting at the end, because they had these 1.42 seconds they normally take every round, so maybe they just want to save something and make like a nice show for us in the end. We don't know. That's sometimes so funny, right? If you have a 12 hours race and you normally think you are just 4 or 5 or 7 laps ahead, and then it's not. So that makes it really, really interesting for us to see.
Oh, just hearing, by the way, that P9 has disconnected from the race, so another one to add to the list. That one being the number 28, the WPS Racing team. Julian Beck behind the wheel at the moment. That is a horrible shame. We'll keep our fingers on. Oh, there it is there. You just saw it just go through the left of shot. It kind of looks like the... this is really harsh to sort of say this in the consideration that this is probably quite a hard moment for the team. There it is. It does look like that time, though, when Top Gear took the roof off of that Espas and then just put it on the floor. It does feel a little bit that vibe. I mean, that is a horrible way for your race to end, especially with 3 hours to go. Hopefully, they'll be able to jump it back into the race, but that's a real shame. That is hard.
Yeah, this is so frustrating, because sometimes what I also had, like a screen freeze at one race, so then you just really bump directly into the wall, and this is where everything ends. But this is where you just really, really have like the sweating and trying to make it funny. And this is especially when you're in the top 10 is really annoying. Maybe we should think about getting some awards for the best livery in that sense as well for some of those guys having really like this disconnect situation tonight. This is not getting better, actually, unfortunately. We have to, I think, have now to count with 2 hands to see how many are disconnected, but hopefully they can come back at one point and being stronger than in the Nurburgring.
I'm always up for differing awards. Obviously, we got our award for race winner and stuff, and technically there's an award for top of each manufacturer in the sense of $40 per round in prize money, as Ross McGregor's looking to the inside of Lurs, who's dropped back. There should be awards for everything. If sim racing was fair and stuff, there'd be awards for everything. You'd have obviously awards for best livery, which, by the way, if I was being picky on this grid, and I said this at Spa, and I'm going to say it again, it would go to that PPR car that I think looks absolutely stunning. That black and gold Porsche just ahead of Ross McGregor, I think looks absolutely sensational. Really do like it. Nice gold, bit of gold chrome. It's very fancy. But there is a series that I commented on where there's you've got awards for best social media, which I think is always a good thing for leagues and stuff to push, in a sense that social media is obviously a very big part of it, and the teams will be dragging in their own fans and followers, and we love seeing that stuff. Unicorns of Love are great for that. Unfortunately, they're out of this race, but they always bring along a large contingent of their fans. There is also an award for it's called Hunt of the Season, which is for missing an apex and but missing an apex by such a drastic margin that it's actually just funny, which is because for some of the people that are fairly new to sim racing and stuff, we've all had that one where you miss an apex, you think, oh my goodness, but there are some special ones. Awards like that, why not? Awards for best recovery from a disconnection, which at the moment, pretty easy sell for that one to go to the way of the 157.
Exactly, and this is where we are right now with Tobias Pfeffer. He's still running really, really good lap times as we see that. The last one was a 1:41.727, which is consistent and still pretty faster than the leaders are doing this at the moment. And he is, scratching at the number 9 car we had with Sami Ibrahimi. Actually, this livery I really also like, so we just maybe really do that, so give some points to them. But as the sponsors are also quite well prepared and prominent on the cars, this is what we also want to say, that luckily the sim sport has become so large that really some of the great sponsors are giving the teams the chance to drive for their name or under their name, and this is giving them also kind of a reward in the end. And we also sometimes had series where you get points from the first to the last place, which is also quite nice, because then you just at least don't go out with a 0-0-0 all the time, but you at least get some points. But it's really great to see that they have the chance to gain as much as they want to, and spectacular camera position. I think this award goes to our producers.
Yeah, Mike Howard, he loves getting. It's always inside like the rear of a car. He loves it, or just, well, to be fair, inside the front grille as well. He's on a couple of those. Mike Howard loves getting some random camera angles for us late in the race. God, the Fuser camera always get, especially when it's night. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it here because I think we're going to end the race in the blue skies. Does love a good in sort of exhaust manifold shot, which looks fantastic because it all glows and stuff in the night. It looks really great. But obviously you've got to experiment the odd time, and Mike Hale loves bringing us some great camera angles, has done all season, so obviously massive thanks to him. It's kind of one of those things, go back to your talk of sponsors and stuff. It's not the same as it was when I started some racing. It was basically just sort of like you'd approach a sponsor as a team and you'd be like, hey, by the way, can you sponsor us? And what that actually means is, can we put your logo on our car so we look slightly more professional? These days, partnerships and stuff are real. They are genuine. They actually carry value in the sense of whether it is from financial backing, which is obviously the most common one, giving you money to enter in some championships, which can cost quite a bit to enter. Some can be in sim gear perspective, of course, if you're sponsored by Thrustmaster or anyone like that they can assist you with equipment, etc. Some other good ones as well. I mean, Commander Simsport have a good one, which is obviously they're partnered with Porsche, so they had a Porsche parked outside their house for a bit, which is always very nice. Was half Porsche and half Lego though, which is very cool. I love those kind of things, and when we get that sponsorship stuff that's really coming into sim racing properly, it's fantastic.
And also it gives like the reward to the sim racers who have been there for quite a while and always like getting laughs from everyone saying, yeah, you are just gamers, which actually is not the case, because that's professional sim racing. And I really like to see that, as funnily, when people really join the first time seeing a sim race, they're like, oh, is this real? Where is this taking place? So this is also great to see that we got some more fans. And of course, we have already a lot of fans watching us tonight and debating as well around different kind of simulations and what could happen. So this is really great that we have so many people really enjoying themselves, not only racing, but also watching the live streams. And as realistic as it can get, we still have some clouds. I mean, it's getting dark all night, but here now the sim racers at least have some sunshine back. I mean, the temperatures dropped by 2 degrees right now, or I think we had even more when the race started. But yeah, it's just also where you have to really manage it, and it gets real, right? You just cannot really just drive with everything in an arcade mode. You have to really be precise. And as we see the battles in the side mirrors, it's getting tight and close still across all the ways down to 30th place where we are right now with Jason. This is actually our master of the, let's call it master of disaster. No, I just want to say that. No, just kidding. He's really precise. You think we will kill me for that? No, but he's really precise, and his lovely Porsche, which he actually likes so much, so he gets some attention, and maybe he's getting more points and advantage when he sees the other Porsche in front of him. But he has a bunch of other cars lining up, and also the Mercedes is coming closer, which is on the 32nd place.
Well, this is like the really hard part of the race for me, always when racing and stuff, because obviously, sorry, every time we go back to it,
No.
I'm really impressed. They're still in 8th place apparently, so they're doing really well at that point. Obviously, not dropped down yet. At this point in the race, though. The endurance racing that I'm used to, that I normally used to race in, is multi-class. You have your different categories. You've got your GTEs, your LMP2s, etc., etc. Whereas here it's single class. And what I mean is, when you're racing around, when you're driving around like this, you've done 9 hours of racing, or whatever, around a fairly short circuit like this. Who are you battling with? Who's actually someone that you're battling with? Because you're looking around being like, well, there's this train, for example, as we look at from Niels Nyox. You've got cars behind, and none of them are for position. These are all coming around to either lap or B lap. You've got the SJ Stern, Merck in there. You've got the Eurowash and ambassadors for Renfelt and Aston Martin and the Eurowash Audi. None of these are for position. It's just some are a lap up, some are a lap down. Who do you let through? Who do you not? What do you do? It's so hard. It's so many things that need to be juggled. And all I'm just sat there thinking is, can I just drive the car, please? So hard.
And exactly, as you saw, Niels, he was just discussing with the teammates, and this is actually quite good if you have someone being with you in your ear, because I also were completely lost in saying, who is that now? Because you can't actually read everything on the monitors. But yeah, we're just seeing now Niklas Huben again in our Rutronic e-racing Audi in 3rd place. So the 3-3 is now actually good for being on the podium, I guess. So he picked the right number. But yeah, actually pretty good. And yeah, Niels is also quite doing it well with I think the only BMW on the grid. And they are actually, leading, or at least having got the win in Donington. So that's great to see.
Do want to know what's going to happen with Julian Beck here, who is into the pit lane as we look down to the final corner here at Kyalami. So to give you a bit of an update as to what's happened to Julian Beck here, was stuck in the floor, and we made a joke about it being that Renault Espace. Now driving back, is into the pit lane. Was in 8th spot. The reason why it's stuck as 8th was because they were still driving around. They were still racing around. But they couldn't see it. Oh, sorry, they could see everyone else, but no one else could see them. But everyone else was still seeing them as being lodged in the track. I have no idea what's happened there. But they have come into the pit lane, being mandated as everyone's staring at the camera. That is actually terrifying. They come into the pit lane by race control have told them. As far as I can see, they are back out of the pit lane in that number 28 car. And we'll keep our fingers crossed. As much as they're way down the order, they're down in 22nd spot. We'll hope that the 28 is actually back out genuinely, properly, and fingers crossed, at least just still in the race.
Hope so too. Yeah, so that is sometimes where you just really bite your nails for that. But yeah, it's funny. Sometimes it happens, and you have just kind of these glitches which you normally don't see. And this is how did they manage to do that? But yeah, we see the Orange Army is just waving the blue flag, and without those guys on track, we would not even race, and especially also not in sim racing, because they're right now important to signalize that there are faster cars behind you, just trying to make their way through. And yeah, as Niklas also just tries to make his way through the pack, he's still not even using the flashlight still. So he's kind of a nice guy in that sense. And we see how he is, actually just gaining some positions and also fighting his way up with the points he is really doing it. It's really great to see.
Yeah, obviously massive respect to the Orange Army in the real world of motorsport. However, I will give the virtual ones here a little bit of a scathing review. The way they're waving that flag, I mean, come on, at least put your back into it, man. Just sort of wobbling it around and hoping for the best. We're focused on Hoban, by the way, trying to get by the Rocket Sim sports car that's down in 31st position. Ross McGregor behind the wheel of that McLaren, pulling away quite a bit from Igor Rognikov in that number 41 Simware.Pro Aston Martin. So making a decent amount of gap as Rutronic e-racing really looking to try and secure this podium, at least semi-secure. There's still plenty of time left to go in this race, and I every time I see the gap and it's down lower, I am concerned. But the leader is being caught here. The Jaguar is closing down on Cormac Ryan Meenan bit by bit. That gap is coming down. It's down to around about 8 seconds at the moment, 7.5 even. The Sim Racing Masterclass car is on a charge. I'm not sure how much of the race Cormac Ryan Meenan has to do. It's a 4-car outfit. So I'm pretty sure they just have to tick off a single stint. They have to do this, and then they can hand back over to someone else, and that's the minimum requirement ticked off, which, to be fair, I'm sure they're keeping their fingers crossed, gets finished with them still in the lead of the race.
And also, if you're just trying to sneak around and using much of the track, you also could be in a risk of having these kind of off-tracks kind of pulling up and getting penalties. So this is also where you have to be staying sharp, especially when you're having a double stint in the end, as we also heard from Samir that he has to do the last ones. So it's really, really tricky to do that in that sense. But Bashir Jadwat is really also trying to use his Bentley as catching up, and he already got a second, so he's 6.7 now behind. Let's see what the Aston is doing and when he has to pit and try to make the move. But as we see across the, let's say top 23, the gaps are a bit wider now and getting a bit bigger between the cars. I guess this is sometimes, as it happens, this kind of slow pace phase where you try to not make any mistakes and wave in behind. And then after, normally when you just drive towards the end, the last 45 minutes, it's picking up again. So maybe that's kind of this way where they try to relax a bit before the final shakedown.
Yeah, I mean, these days, these drivers can be fair. Some of them are fairly relaxed. I've never understood it myself. I'm always sat there thinking I'm always stressed. I'm always very, very angry. I can't handle any sort of distractions. For their final pit stops, by the way, because whilst we keep our eye on it, they're still, realistically speaking, they can go another... But basically, not for another 20 laps. It's realistically, it's sort of 18 laps for Cormac Ryan Meenan. For Jadwat, it's another 22, 23 laps. Hobart, it's another sort of 23, 24 laps. So, there's still a fair amount of time they can go on this stint. However, if you think about it from 75 minutes and you do that in reverse, hour and 15, 2 hours and 30 minutes is the earliest stage that some of these teams can pull in for their penultimate pit stop of the race. I think we'll see quite a lot of them run out a little bit further than that just to be safe, just in case. But still, this one being the number 28 car, this was the one that we saw in the floor. I was going to say in the wall, but in the floor with Julian Beck. So it is back out on the racetrack. It is in 22nd position, so it's lost the top 10, which is a big shame for them. But still, they are driving around, which... at least then, they get to see the checkered flag. Endurance spirit.
Yeah, this is always good to see, because then you at least and what is really great, the mentality they have is like, okay, we have this problem now, but we don't give up. And this is also what I really, really like, to have this kind of mindset, and at least if you don't score the points you want, have fun with your teammates, because you prepared for it for such a long time. And if there is a chance to drive, you normally do that. And we sometimes also had teams piling up in the team's chat. Everybody was laughing around it, and you had 20 guys talking to each other, and you just really, really have the chance to do that and make a party out of it, although it's still a sim race and you want to have the points in the end. But yeah, great to see that they're back on track, and let's see what we have here. 6.1 seconds behind the leader right now for Bashir Jadwat in the 777 car, so he is closing slowly but surely, now 5.866, so it's getting a bit tough for the 211 in the front.
You know how we've talked about the 157 and their mastery charge up the order. They've been into the pit lane fairly recently, and Tobias Pfeffers jumped out of the car, and Giorgio Simonini has hit the car and is absolutely flying right now in that 157. However, I will say this about the 157, is they will have to pit once more than most others, because they pit only a few laps ago. And I said before, 2 hours 30 minutes is the cut-off for the penultimate pit stop. That's the earliest time you could take it. They took their pit stop about 3 laps ago, which means about 15-20 minutes prior to the checkered flag being out, they will need to come into the pit lane once again for their very final stop. Yes, it'll be just a splash and to reset the stint timer. But still, they do have to come into the pit. They do have to bear that one in mind, and it might cost them a position or two. And obviously, whether they'll mind or not, they're aiming for P11, not 10. I know it sounds silly, but they're aiming to not get any success ballast for the final round. And 10th place is the first of the success ballasts for that final round of the championship. So, it's one of those things to think of as we focus down the order. Yegor Ogorognikov in 4th position right now. I was wondering if Murphy was closing in a little bit. Not quite. Eamon Murphy, who's behind the wheel of the 149 Yazheat Pirelli car that sat in 5th spot, 15 seconds. They're still not that far off, all things considered, in that McLaren. And if they could get themselves involved in the mix, that'd be very, very good for them indeed.
Yeah, especially when they have now the chance to close the gaps and know that some others might need to pit. And as you said, with the splash dash, that's always the thing. You normally try to make the strategy as best as you can, not having these kind of last minute hiccups as you then think, oh gosh, I'm losing positions. And now we just see the kind of overtaking here, which went also quite in a drift mode in the end. So this corner actually is aiming for that, so a bit like so pretty nice to see that. And this is what you said. Sometimes you actually don't want to have this last minute hiccups, as things go wrong in the end. But as it sometimes is, he might have to do that in the end. But hopefully not the rest of the pack, as they maybe laid out their strategy quite well and then can relax. And this is what we normally want: a last relaxed stint without having to think about any other pushing on track, trying to make the best lap times, because you have to get some fuel in the end. So let's see if everybody has a good calculation strategy, which actually I'm not good at.
No, I'm horrible at it. That's why you get a race engineer. Although it's slightly different now. Obviously, being in the commentary booth, I do always carry around the idea that you should never, ever, ever trust a commentator's maths. Don't do it. It's not worth it. We're not good at that. And I wasn't behind the wheel of the car either. It's why I only ever did, in my entirety of sim racing, I ever did one proper season of endurance racing, and I was bad. We really did fail at that one. And so back to sprint racing, touring car racing. You don't need to run the numbers. You just need to hit everyone. I mean, just drive past everyone. It's fine. Steinhauser under pressure from 1.5 seconds, the distance between those two Aston Martins. And those two Aston Martins are the ones that are directly opposed to them on circuit. There's no one between them. So Vermont for AAA can do the catching for Revolution Sim Racing as well. That white, blue and black one just ahead. So target acquired, I think it is, for Vermont.
Exactly. So actually, when you have the chance to see the one you try to chase down in front of you, and this is the number 44, you'll probably be good at, as you have no pressure from the back, just making your race line as you want to, because that's what you normally try to aim for, having a clear lap without distraction. And this is what he can definitely do, and using everything off the track. And he's closing in on Steinhauser in front of him. And we see that now some gaps are getting a bit closer still, but not around the track, as we have positions where we have 8 seconds, 11 seconds between the different kind of teams. But AAA Esports, they might take, let's say, 3 to 4 rounds more, or then they have the chance to be close enough to try to make an overtaking situation with the 92 and the 44 car.
Yeah, they're like, say, when you've not got anyone around you, you are able to just charge, just focus. And let's be honest, if you look on the right-hand side of your screen where we've got that track map, obviously being a live readout of what is happening on circuit at the moment, it's busy. It is really, really busy. It is a thick track that is full of cars. There's not really any space where you'd be like, oh, I'd like to be in that little gap. Realistically, there's no area of the track where it's just completely full of clean space. Dominic Blyer into the pit lane. That is painful how early that is. It is just 3 minutes before that penultimate pit stop realistically can happen. Of course, the way it works, it's the timer between the entrance of pit lane and exit of pit lane. So whenever they depart pit lane, then the 75 minutes starts. And unless they're planning on being sat in pit lane for 3 minutes, not really great, of course, because when it comes around, even if they were able to come into the pit lane and depart pit lane on the 75th minute to go, the issue is that the checkered flag comes out, then you've got to complete a lap. And so for DV1 Triton, that's actually not a great time to come into pit lane. Tushkovic behind the wheel, definitely another car that will need a splash.
This is so close, and also you cannot even save fuel, right? You can't just even drive slowly now, because you definitely need to have the best lap times now, and trying to make your strategy right, that you just also come not in the mid pack of the field back on track. And this is what he managed to do, at least, that he's coming right in front of the Audi out on track, so that he has at least nobody in front of him. But this doesn't help. Maybe he can make a use of it right now and just trying to close some gaps, but yeah, that's not happening for all the other teams. And the 44 car, they are now in the pits, so that's actually what we don't see, the overtaking situation on the track, but now in the pit lane. But we are here still with the, I guess you said, the second in the championship, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's a tight fight, and unfortunately for DV1 Triton, they're going to lose ground here, but they are going to go into the final round of the season with no success ballast, so at least that might work out in the favour for the Polish squad that Tushkovic is now driving. Every point is really, really important right now. Getting that in my ear from Michael Hamlet, and it is absolutely spot on, because they are going to lose a little bit of ground from that final pit stop that they'll have to make, fair enough, but they just need to focus on, if they can get 20th, then that's great, that's what they need to do. They just need to grab whatever position they can. Also, by the way, whilst we're here in the final 2.5 hours of this race, a bit of a reminder that this is not the only race that is happening right now. This is split one. This is the big teams, the big names, the big drivers all racing around. But this is not it. We do also have split two, which is driving around as well. And they are in the final 2 hours of the race. As we can see here, this is split two. Gardi Racing, which is this one here, just been into the pit lane, has been leading comfortably and continues to do so. With 2 hours left to go, they are good to go. They'll have one more pit stop to make, and then they will be good to reach it to the checker flag. They have been absolutely on form. Prior to the pit lane sequence happening in split two, the most recent one, they had everyone lapped up to second. It was absolutely incredible for them. The number 56, that's the funny Formula Wombats car, which is an excellent name to say. And then the XL Racing by Ren Velton, at least they're having a decent run here in split two. They are in third spot. Always good to see as well, the Sidemax Motorworks car, that's the fourth spot that's about to be lapped by Osterman as well. They're in fourth spot. And then the 112 car of DC Sim Racing, they are sat in fifth. Kind of one of those interesting ones. Obviously, it's great to have all this kind of racing, seeing split one, seeing split two happen. Always great to have that sort of open community. By the way, I did get a message from, and I think he'd be very cross if I didn't say anything about this. But Daniele Brambilla, who drives in the 81, which Chris is currently driving, as well, partnered up with Sasha Glatter for Black Hawk Racing. I think they had he was saying they had a disconnection or something. I cannot remember. Sorry, Danny. Had a disconnection or something. Went to the back of the grid or some sort of issue, and they've risen their way back up. The fact that they're running around in sixth is doing them very, very well. Another one of those massive comeback drives, which we seem to have quite a few to talk about today.
And also, I'm wondering where the 166 is on that grid, because I at least know one of the drivers, and pretty guess, I'm not sure if you have seen his race. He was driving 24 hours with, VR glass and not leaving his chair. So that man is really crazy. Paul Schalm, he's driving for this team. So he was just texting me this today and said, well, I'm just kind of bored right now because he has to watch most of the stream and can't even race. But yeah, his team is now in 26th place, and he also driven 12 hours races alone. And now he has to drive it with the team. And this is also what we sometimes see. If people have their own strategy and drive most of the time alone, it's hard to then find a good strategy. But he was normally driving as well with other cars, and he has to take now the bends, as we call it. it's sometimes tricky, but yeah, great to see that Split 2 also has fun times, and also is really, even when we look at P33, now 32, where the overtaking situation had happened with Patrick Schwabe, where we see from Abgefahren community, actually also a nice community we have, they are having also close fights in Split 2, so it doesn't matter in which split actually you are. You have good drivers in all splits and have good racing, what we can see here.
Yeah, don't care about what split it is, don't care about what position it is. A good race is a good race, and we do see plenty of good racing across the whole multitude of cars that take part here in the VCO World Cup. It's incredible the amount of drivers that we see. No bias, by the way, but obviously got to drop back to the number 23, Rocket Sim Sport. You've got to do it. I've got McEwan on the broadcast as well. No association, no nothing. Of course not. No bias. We go back out to Luke Whitehead in the fourth spot. And like I say, it is just great to see everyone racing around, and not, like I say, it doesn't really matter what position it is. It's just racing.
Yeah, and we see here that also the diversity in the front is, guess what, Aston Martin, but still at least...
It's a lot of Astons, yeah.
But still we have a Ferrari with Luke Whitehead. He's still just trying to, take the Bentley with him in the 4th and 5th place. And now we see that it's, really, really good for that. And they were not even qualified and were reserved car. And now they're just really, trying to go for the podium.
Yeah, they're like I say, just Sidemax Motorworks are a great squad. Of course, we've known that. I mean, they nearly won our VCO World Cup 24 Hours of Spa in Split 1. Unfortunately, again, sorry, I get don't mention that, but you've got to mention it at some point. A terrible disconnection for them. I think the entire ACC community, even those that finished, that ended up winning, the Simware.pro car, everyone else that was in that race, as soon as that car disconnected, everyone was just like, wow, that is undeserved. To be leading one of those races like that, to one of the biggest races that you could be in of the year, the 24 Hours of Spa, and then being pulled out, I think it was like 20 minutes prior to the checkered flag. I think everyone's kind of watching this being like, I'd like, in Split 1 terms, the 211, it would be very fitting for them to at least win this race, or win a race this season, whether it's this one or the Nurburgring, whatever it is. It would be so fitting for them. Unfortunately for them, though, as we're speaking of the positives, back in Split 1, the 211 is being closed down on now. The 777 is in full charge right now in Split 1. So realistically speaking, I'd almost say for the 211, I'm not going to say that the lead's about to disappear, but it's one of those things where you're sat there as a team, you're watching it thinking there's nothing you can do about that gap disappearing. You know it's going to disappear. You know you're going to have to go on the defence at one point. It's just about being ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes as the commentary is jinxing it. So
yeah, apologies.
Yeah. No, that's the same. Normally that's my job, right? So you just, no problem tonight for you, because I won't say it, right? So I just, I will shut my mouth because, this is the commentary's, unfortunate job to sometimes anticipate something which is not actually should happen. And we are with Patrick Nagy at this stage, where he is at the 14th place right now, really close on then the opponents in front of him, the Audi, which is Seville. So they are just trying to close the gap. And as we say, it's even closer here in Split 2.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know if he's racing at the moment. Of course, we've got, whilst we're speaking of Pauschnoj, the Hungarian and stuff, we can speak of Hungarians, because I know that in Split 2, we do have our very own Mr. Super Saturday. Of course, Marcel Fusi built up his name as Mr. Super Saturday in the number 77 car over the summer, racing in basically everything. We used to do the Super Saturdays, where you do support races throughout the day, and then we'd end with one big race. I mean, it's like a nice, cool race weekend. Exhausting, mind. And Marcel Fusi decided it was a good idea to do all of them, which is just insane.
Yeah, if you don't have anything to do then on your day, then you just make this as a triple kind of way. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes people even can't really get away from their simulator, which is good. And this makes it even better for us to commentate on and have fun with them, being the pros on the grid and making our lives even more interesting, so to say. And now we have, again, a favorite car of yours, I guess, at least from what we want to see, the Honda.
Yeah, absolutely. Do love seeing this Honda. And whilst we're in with the Honda, we'll have a little catch up with Ismail, who's one of the people behind the 416, the Elvis Grattan team, which is great to see. I'm just going to say it right now. Thank you for bringing the Honda to the grid, and talk us through how your race has been going.
Yeah, it was going good in the beginning. We've had some issues in the past couple of hours. we're still trying to figure out what happened. Some tire pressures issues. Well, we're trying to get back in the groove in race pace. We're trying to get back on pace, but yeah, it's been a bit harder the past hour or so. A bit tougher, sorry.
Well, let's talk about how the season's been. Started off the season with that. I mean, we were very, very impressed in the commentary booth, must be said. That fantastic drive, Bathurst, into the top 10, finished P6 that day. The season after that point hasn't necessarily gone to plan. And how much do you put down to that being the Honda, or is that been through the own mistakes inside the team, or just the pace of everyone else finding speed? Well, what's the main contributor there?
I think Spa was to be expected, even without the ballast we got from Bathurst. We started off pretty strong in Bathurst, but that was pretty. We expected that. We're pretty much having the best car in Bathurst, so P6 was pretty good for us. But going into Spa with that much added weight was pretty rough. So it was kind of a pick up the pieces, just bring it home, And after that, there was Donington. We should have been more competitive, but this one's on us. I think we made some mistakes, maybe not good enough preparation or something. We got an unlucky start in the first lap, but I mean, these kind of things happen, so yeah, go ahead.
Are you happy with your choice in car this season?
Honestly, yes. I just like being the only Honda on the grid. I think the guys with me enjoy it as well. Just trying to be somewhat like the dark horse in the race. So it's pretty fun trying to extract most of the car and just doing the best we can in the car nobody wanted to pick.
Yes, I mean, we do absolutely love seeing it. Considering there's only one more round of the season, it's not for a month, mind, but up in October we'll have the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. Is this a track that you think you might do comfortably? In this car, is it one that might match?
I don't know, actually. I haven't tested that much on Nurburgring. It's not one of my strongest tracks either, so I'll have to do some more testing and see for myself. But if I had to say right now, I don't think we'll be in the top 5 cars there. But who knows? We can be surprised still.
Well, again, I will say it again. Thank you for bringing us the Honda. Absolutely love seeing it every time we go racing, and fingers crossed that things go well for you next round.
Thank you, guys.
Lovely. Ismael Lebrec joining us here in the interview room for the 416, the Elvis Grant team. And whilst we have had that, we just had a pit stop from Cormac Ryan Meenan. It was within a second. It was getting so very close there. I was getting a little bit sweaty even thinking about the idea of this two getting close. But just as it got close, Cormac Ryan Meenan went the way of pit lane, has come in, has done the penultimate pit stop. They've ticked it off. Cormac Ryan Meenan has done his bit. Killian Ryan Meenan now behind the wheel. So very, very interesting there. And Bashir Jadwat driving around at the moment and knows that car's coming to pit lane. I wonder if they're going to pit now.
Yeah, this is really now the window where we see that also the 101 is in the pits and the 191. And what a problem for the 28. So WPS, they already had the disconnect and now they have the 5 seconds on top of it. So it's not getting better, but they're still running. That's the good thing. And let's see where the others in the top 10 or top 20 will be pitting soon. And yeah, getting the last driver swaps and hopefully then no splash and dash for some of the teams. We still have some on our list, which they probably need to fuel in the end, but let's see. The rest should be better.
Yeah, indeed. We've got plenty of racing to look forward to over the next 2 hours and 20 minutes. And there's obviously plenty of things that you can do sat at home. Had it there pop up on your screen as well. Of course, one of our partners across the season that we've had here in the VCO World Cup. Enormous thanks to Coach Dave Academy. Shout out to David Perel as well, racing in the 24 hours. I don't actually know how things have been going there, so we'll back out of that one. You can get yourselves, though, a certain discount, 20% off, by going on to Coach Dave Academy Academy and typing in the code that is on screen there, TSGX VCO 20 for 20% off. I mean, to be fair, for Coach Dave Academy, there's setups on there. You've obviously got one-on-one coaching. I'm not sure how much Nick Foster does it these days. He was a little bit miffed on something that happened a little bit recently with so we won't go into too much though. But get yourself some one-on-one coaching with Nick Foster. I will personally force him to go and do some one-on-one coaching with you, because a fantastic coach is, and a great service they provide to get you up to speed and potentially battling around with some of these guys, because they are incredibly fast, but you could join them. We were just catching up, by the way, with the 416, and I don't know if this has come from race control, and I don't think it has. It's a track limit drive-through for Boivin. That is horrible luck. A drive-through penalty for track limit excursions. Now the Elvis Grattan team will have to come down and serve that. That is a shame.
Yeah, this is. I mean, we're like, okay, we have at least picked the right car, and now they have to just go back again and lose time on track. But yeah, hopefully then at the Nurburgring, it's ending up better for them. And let's see what Kirill Sadirov with the 101 is doing in the Silver Racing Team X Oil Wash. And also we jump back to the 157 Giorgio Simonini, actually now in the Audi with 0.58 seconds behind Macri again. So I guess they like each other on track. They have seen sometimes you have these kind of packs on the track, right? You just find your best buddy and trying to chase each other down, or you have your wing buddy, which is also sometimes important if you try to gain some points and positions. But here it's a battle of not teammates, but opponents. So let's see how this ends up for the 194 and the 157.
Yeah, I mean, you say, of course, it being your buddy and stuff coming up because every time that I come across, I'm just like, oh, it's not you again, is it? For goodness sake. Every time we've gone to a battle, it's got very, very close, and then someone's gone for a dive down pit lane. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that these two actually battle it out. We know that Simonini does have a little bit of time to go until their penultimate pit stop. They have not completed their penultimate pit stop yet. We know they do have to do a splash a little bit later on, the 157, but Giorgio Simonini behind the wheel was pushing so hard earlier in the stint to close it down and really getting involved in the mix. And I say back up with Macri. We'll say, by the way, so Killian Ryan behind the wheel now dropped that car, the 211, has dropped down into 5th spot and will start charging. Seems like they've got a little bit of clean air as well, so at least there's that, and they know the gap they're focused on. They know they've got one more pit stop to go. So realistically speaking, for the 211 right now, I'd say Cormac Ryan Meenan, for being thrown in very late in the race, be like, hey mate, do your stint and then get out. I'd say he's done a very, very good effort. Didn't make any mistakes, just did his drive, did his stint, did it clean, brought it back to pit lane, job done.
Yeah, that's exactly what he is aiming for, and pedal to the metal for some of the drivers on track. And actually what I wanted to say in the beginning as well, I think it's just one lady, and it's Victoria, who's driving the cars. So this is kind of getting the shout out to all the ladies, and please get behind the steering wheel. Yeah, you have to really just chase the boys, and you can do that. So it's really fun and good drive from her, as we heard it earlier. So it's great fun, and hopefully we see some more joining, as we also have this series for the ladies coming up. And now Giorgio is trying to really get it done and make the overtaking for the 12th place or 11th place in that sense, because he has to make now the best out of it, as he still needs some refueling and trying to gain positions.
That was a proper send from Simonini, and Macri, I mean, that was pretty rough on the defence as well. But the thing is, when you're in at this, remember earlier when we were having that chat, about what car we'd pick and whatnot, and I always said the Bentley because you can bully people in it. That's kind of why, because if you watch this line down into the first corner, oh, Simonini, no, Simonini's gone. Oh, Simonini into the barrier, the 157. We were riding on board with it. You could tell there, just ran a little bit wide, got a little bit of a tap. There's another tap as well from the DV1 Triton car as well for good measure. That is a lap down on them. Just running a little bit too wide, where you pick up a little bit of grass. There's a differential of grip between left and right, and boom, straight into the barrier. That is easily done.
Sometimes you just think it can't happen, right? So, but yeah, it's one tiny little moment, and then you look at these front splitters of the Audi. It's not good in shape.
No, I feel bad for any of the GTWR drivers and stuff that were listening in at that moment, because you don't ever want to hear your team's name be screamed out like that. And unfortunately for Simonini, pretty hard hit into the barrier. It's not the end of the world. They'll be able to keep going, and they'll be able to get most of that repaired in the pit lane. And with the way they've got their strategy at the moment, they're due 2 more pit stops prior to the end of the race. So if they actually came in now, it's not actually the end of the world. They'll be able to come in, get the damage repaired. They know they've got to make a second pit stop anyway, so it's not actually that bad. The 1-2-3, by the way, FFS Racing under pressure at the moment from Abeladeu Camins that we're looking on from Odox Motorsport on that run down the hill. I think it's the WPS car as well directly behind this, which isn't for position. That one is a lap down on them. But realistically speaking, battle for position. We know that the 121 Odox Motorsports car wants to make as much progress as they can. Of course, that's a stupid point. Everyone does. But they're sat right there, not able to get through on the Aston Martin right now. Panker's doing a good job.
Yeah, definitely. And you still, it doesn't matter where you try to recover on the track. You still want to show what you can do, and even fighting for let's say, realistic position, or even not, if it's a lap down, it doesn't matter for you because you try to make your way and stand your ground on the track and also show what your potential is. And still here we are trying to see what the Odox team can do, and we haven't seen him yet quite often on track today, so but his team as well is really fighting for position. We again see this horrible touchdown on the wall. It was kind of hard. There was actually no tire, which would have helped a bit, but this was directly the angle smashing it into it.
At least it kept going. For Simonini, that's a rough one. Like I say, it's such an easy mistake to make. You just unbalance it ever so slightly. Like I say, it's the grip differential between the two tyres. You're trying to apply a lot of power, and the rear end just going to spin out. Let's take another look. Just running a little bit wide there, understeer kicking in. Such a light touch of the grass into the barrier. I mean, for GTWR, someone needs to go and give them a bit of a hug, because it has been a long day for them. They've recovered, they've dropped down, they've recovered. This season is not going to plan for them. Just unfortunate for them.
Yeah, but at least, as you also said, it's not like a hard stop. At least the car is running, although they just already lost 2 seconds, but just going and driving, that's the most important thing, as we are in the number 666 IF Corsa team, which they also run right now at Le Mans, and they're driving here with their parallel Ferrari on the 33 position. So Giovanni Izzo is in the car right now and just making his way up, hopefully a bit further, but he's 54 seconds behind, and his car is sometimes a bit in kind of a bad shape when we look at the rear, because I think he also touched a wall in that sense. But jumping around on the track, we are now with Maciej Malinowski.
Yeah, obviously very, very close to that Audi directly ahead, and that is for position with the 601. Also, Simonini said this before, And like I say, they're on. It's not the end of the world, but Simonini has come into pit lane. This will be for their penultimate stop. It's not the worst case scenario for Simonini. Again, I will hammer that point again. They did know they had to make another pit stop at some point. They were 2 pit stops from the position they had that instant, and so able to kind of carry on. Let's take a look at what happened to the AF Corsa car, that 661. It's in the same place. It's in the same place as Simonini, and that one is a pretty hard hit to the rear right and dropped off way down the order. We're hearing that there's been an incident for Chris Herker at the moment, defending from Sadarov, getting really into the mix. You've also got the Elvis Grattan car as well in the middle of all of that one. Jonathan Boyven behind the wheel. Defence from the Lamborghini of Herker, just holding it over to the left-hand side of the track. Sadirov's coming around the outside, and that Audi might well make the move stick, but it's a tight T1. It might well work in favour of the Lamborghini. Who knows, as they depart their way up the hill towards Barbecue, and looks like the Lamborghini not able to get through at the moment, but they were not able to drop the position at the moment, and we're hearing that there might well have been an incident between the two of them.
Yeah, let's see what happens, but I think Victoria is just keeping the fingers crossed for her teammates that this will end up well, because they are not in a bad position at that stake. And yeah, we're just going back to AF Corsa. Still also the Ferrari is running, and as you also said, if you need to repair right now and you still have the slash and dash on your checkbox to do, then maybe now it's better if you then are relaxed and can just fight back for your position. And here still defending before the Ferrari once, and 0.37 trying to close the gap to Schwanke.
Yeah, and this is, like I say, a battle for position, not only from Iso to Schwanke, but also for the GTWR car of Chris Harteveld directly behind as well. And the 211 was also sat there of Killian Ryan Meenan, as we rise back up to the battle between Herker and Sadarov for P6 at the moment. Simonini is out of the car. Jordan Sherratt has jumped back in to the 157. And being told he was the driver that disconnected from the race earlier, and so fingers crossed that doesn't happen. And once again, we will genuinely hope that they're able to get through. And Jordan Sherratt's an incredible driver, of course, home soil, etc., and wants to get a decent result here. Whatever that result is, they just need to work their way up the order from where they currently are. They've done it before; they'll do it again. We'll just hope that they can actually complete that rise up the order once more.
And he's also showing what he wants to do, because he's indicating the flashlights, telling the Aston Martin in front of him, I just want to make my way through. And he's already pushing quite hard and make the move here. Pretty smart. He's also really a fast driver, and that was great overtaking.
Yeah, Cavello crossed a lap down, and just dropped down. Killian Ryan Meenan, by the way, last couple of laps really slow. As we look at Killian Ryan Meenan, had to pass the GTWR car, had to pass the AF Corsa car, also has to pass the next one as well, and it's not great for Ryan Meenan. But this is how it is around this circuit. You can get caught up in traffic, and where we've had three-way fights constantly, it's been really difficult trying to clear Schwanke. Oh, it's so close. It is so close. Once again, blue flags though, they don't mean you have to move. Just basically, don't fight it. Don't make it, insane. You're not defending for the position. You've still got to make the move, as Killian Ryan Meenan. And there we go, move done, and finally up past that trio.
But actually, that's quite hard the last hours, where we have seen that they were in the lead. Now they are in the 5th position. So we're just trying to keep the head down and get it done, and trying to navigate through the traffic, where we are with Sadirov in the 101 car looking at Chris Herker. So they are still fighting for it with each other. And at the moment, still the Lamborghini has the nose in front of him.
Yeah, these two are very similar when it comes to their car structure. Of course, you consider the Audi R8 versus the Lamborghini Huracan. They're both very similar in profile, and they're both very fast. So where do you find the advantage? It's basically like trying to pass one of your own cars. It's not as if it's the difference between battling against a Mercedes or battling against Bentley or something like that, it's a wildly different battle in the sense that you've got to treat it almost as if it's a spec car. By the way, Eamon Murphy, the 149, is back into the pit lane for Yaz Heat Pirelli. That's their penultimate stop ticked off, promoting Killian Ryan Meenan up into 4th spot, still awaiting the likes of Jadwat, of Nicholas Hoban into the pit lane. The Hoban should be in the pit lane this time by, and I think Jadwat is going to be in about 3 or 4 laps, and so we'll see what the gap is between the 777 Sim Racing Masterclass car and the 211 of Killian Ryan Meenan as well on that side Max Motorworks car. It's going to be a tight fight for the win, I am absolutely sure. Which way it's going to go though, I don't know.
Yeah, also when you are not seeing your rival on the track, you have to really beat yourself in beating the lap times. And the strategy director is hopefully then calculating the math in between. And everybody is trying to push quite hard right now in the last 2 hours. I mean, it looks like it was 20 minutes, right? But the battles are getting a bit tighter here. Oh, lights. Touch between the Lamborghini and the Audi. And I guess it's not the last one we will see between those two.
Well, Silver Racing Team, Eurowash, still trying to get by the Ren Welton car, and no way to do it. There's back up with our race leader in that 777 car, Bashir Jadwat. I mean, beautiful livery for racing on a home track. Lovely to see, and realistically speaking, they're in a great spot right now. It's just whether it's going to be able to hold firm, whether they're going to be able to take a gamble. When you pit early, when you come down that pit lane for your final stop earlier, you're basically handing the keys to someone else for them to now take a gamble. Now, double stinting tyres, something like that, gaining the lead. Not sure what they can experiment with, but I'm absolutely sure that this team will experiment somewhere. There is going to be a little bit of a test. And so for the 211 right now, they are in a really, really tricky spot. I mean, Nick Hoban, who's been into the pit lane, hasn't he, as Hoban?
Yeah, normally, and because he's back on track, yeah.
Yeah, and he's ahead of Killian Ryan Meenan as well. Hoban's pitting this lap. Never mind. No, mistiming it. Don't worry. Just I was thinking of Eamon Murphy. We're okay. Let's breathe. We're okay.
But he's most of the time on the track, and now he should be like having his last stint actually. And I think Mark Balzer maybe is coming into it. I don't know. And now he's in, as we said. So yeah, done. The job is done for him, and he can relax for Tronic E-Racing. And really, really perfect drive from him, and he just really nailed the lap times, I would say. And look what Igor is doing.
Yeah, when you've done a stint like that, you pull it into the pit lane, you just think, oh my god, don't miss the box. And the moment that you've stopped, you've got into your box, you've got out of the car, however you do it, in whichever simulator, whatever it is, and it's this deep, just like, oh, finally, I've done it. It's okay. It's this breath of fresh air. You really just get to calm down. By the way, Jadwat just had a really slow lap, a 43.1, which in comparison to the normal mid 41s to low 41s, if you're really pushing it, is very, very slow, all through traffic, and that is exactly what it is. We were just talking to Samira Brahimi. Stop and go 30, speeding in the pit lane. That is. Yeah,
I just wanted to say now they have everything they can do in relax for the last stint, and now this is on top of it. What a shame.
That's harsh. That is harsh for Samira Brahimi. And I don't know which side it was, whether it was coming in or whether it was leaving, but that's harsh. I mean, I've always said like a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane is just so harsh. But you know, speeding, whether it's by 3-4k or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Speeding is speeding. Obviously, the most important thing now is to not get a penalty for speeding in pit lane while serving your penalty for speeding in pit lane. Don't do it. I've done it.
Jinx it.
I've done it.
Really?
It was at Silverstone in some basically like a Formula Renault 3.5. Got a penalty for speeding in pit lane for coming in for the pit stop, and then when I came in to serve that, I was like, "Don't do it again." So that was the same thing again, and I was like, I wanted to just punch myself at that point. He's like, "Wow, that is embarrassing." It's such a silly, unneeded mistake, but is what it is. Hearing that Chad wants all gone.
Yeah, exactly. The thing was normally, I just always try not shift up, not shift up, right?
I know.
You just don't even be in the second gear, so that you're really stuck in the first one. And I was not used to that, right? So when you just normally don't do ACC, and I was like, what do I do? Okay, everybody told me then, just stay in the first gear. Okay, got it.
Yeah, because obviously you're limited. The pit limit is engaged based on what's happening with the engine. And I mean, for example, some drivers, we were doing the 3 hours of Spa elsewhere in sim racing, and we were using the endurance pit, so obviously the one that runs down the hill. And some people thought it was a good idea to save that extra little bit of fuel. Fair enough. So rising up and then coming round the right-hander, clutch in to try and save some fuel. When you're clutched in though, the throttle, the engine is not limiting the speed, and so they just started accelerating. They got up to like 110k in pit lane, got a massive penalty for it, of course they did. You can see there on the right hand side of your screen, the 777, they are in pit lane. Let's keep our eye on the gap between them and of course Kylian Ryan Meenan, who is our focus right now in that 211. The battle for the race lead realistically between these two, we'll see how it unfolds. At the moment, I think things are potentially quite good for Side Max Motorworks. It's a big gap between them though for Judd Watt. It's going to be close. I'm not sure. It might be good for the Bentley here.
Keeping the fingers crossed, and this is always like good that we see that right now, right? So that you just and sometimes it is actually where you think, oh my gosh,
big
just for being released, but now he is out of the pit lane.
Yeah, and that is a big lead from Jad Watt, but now passing it over to Issa. It's going to be close, but running down, Kylian Ryan Meenan's close. There he is in shot, looking backwards from Sim Racing Masterclass. The 12 hours of Kyalami here, the fourth chapter of the season, is going to come down to a few seconds here. We've got 2 hours left on the clock. We've got Kylian Ryan Meenan versus Sahir Issa at the moment. This is going to be a hard fight. They are going to both be double stinting their tyres to the end of the race. This is going to be a very, very interesting fight.
Actually, when we just look at the livery, definitely this car, the 777, will win, to be honest. But yeah, we biased in that sense. But yeah, it's again Aston against Bentley. So let's see how this goes. What this is, I think. Look at this. This is so close, and we still have nearly 2 hours to go. I mean, yeah, nail biting.
But they've got traffic just a little bit down. You've got the MCW team as well, so there is a little bit of traffic incoming, which may well work in favour of Kylian Ryan Meenan. That gap is coming down. 1.3 seconds it is now. Ryan Meenan is closing this one in. This is going to be interesting. By the way, just hearing that Yetvan has crashed. Yellow flags are out around the circuit, so a little bit naughty. We'll see what happens there. But either way, Issa is under pressure. 2 hours to go here. Where is Kylian Ryan Meenan going to find his opportunity, if he is going to find any opportunity at all?
Tough job. I don't want to be in that position because you can't make any mistakes, right? And you just have to be lucky, as you said, really getting through the traffic, and hopefully nobody's putting their nose in between those two, but it's really, really close with 1.2 seconds behind. Yeah. And we see that sometimes, what is actually your favorite position? Being like in the lead or being like the ones just chasing down?
I was about to ask you the same question. I like to do
Really?
I like to do the chasing. Don't get me wrong. I like being defending or whatever, and holding. You're the one in control in that scenario. It's the one that's leading is the one that really kind of defines how it is. You defend, you attack. You kind of hold a little bit more. Whereas the one when you're on the attack, you kind of throw it down the inside. You have a little bit of fun with it. You've got your target fixation. At this point, most of the races that I've done where you're chasing someone down, it's when you're chasing someone down that you are at your very fastest. You find this other level to get to close that gap down, and it is a beautiful feeling until you get to them and then you can't get past. That's really frustrating. But right now, if I was to choose between these two, I would definitely want to be Kylian Ryan Meenan.
Yeah, me as well, because that is where you normally, as you said, you go to your ultimate limit and you just find ways which you never have done before, right? You just find the seconds. You normally just try to do that all in the entire race. But you can also read your rival on the track, what they do, what they normally, how they get into the corners. So that's actually what we want to see. And this is what we don't want to see. A little touch and then a spun here for the Bentley. They're also not in quite luck today. The 194, they had to fight their way through the pack, tricky situation for them.
Yeah, that's the teammate. That was the RSR Aston, Revolution Sim Racing, that made contact. And so, yeah, not 100% sure. I don't think they were on the same lap when they made contact, but a little bit of a light tap, and there we are. Racing Line Motorsport just sent straight into the barrier. I mean, it was such a light tap; it just lifted the rear end off the road, and yeah, certainly not what you want to see.
No, that is definitely not the way we want to have it. But now we just being in the 191 and just trying to see the replay here again on the nose camera, where it is really, really close.
It's a light tap, but if you're a lap down, you can't be doing that. So I think there might be a bit of a slap on the wrist heading the way of Revolution Sim Racing, as we're focused on Malinovsky behind the wheel of the sister car for that Bentley that was spun around, doing the effort a little bit further up. This is for 12th position, trying to catch the 601 Burgess behind the wheel in that number 11 car. And is again, target fixation is sat right there, is ready to pounce. And by the way, speaking of target fixation and ready to pounce, Killian Ryan Meenan actually going the opposite way. It's out to 1.5 seconds now as Issa's getting very comfortable behind the wheel of that car. Obviously slightly fresher tyres. Oh, actually, they're slightly older tyres, aren't they, on Issa's car, because they didn't change. They didn't. Okay, so Issa's tyres are 20 minutes younger, so it kind of makes sense that they'll be pulling it. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for them later in the race, but right now things are looking good. They need to build the gap.
The gap is a bit increasing, but it doesn't matter because they still have some time, and probably just hold your horses right now and trying to make the move in the last stints, because it doesn't make any sense to be like so close in the slipstream, because then you make me do some mistakes and you just already kill your tires right now if you're just so close. So maybe that's a good way of just going with the flow and being behind and maybe just navigating through traffic and not hindering each other, where we just also see a nice getting through the field from Maciej Malinowski, at least just trying not to hold back the car in front of him, who was actually another position, and now he's just trying to make his way through.
I think, by the way, we've got we do this fairly frequently across these races. We do have another interview to have. This one's being Adam Christodoulou, who joined a little bit earlier. I did hear the interview a touch earlier in the race. Obviously, it is very, very tough out there at the moment. Adam, how have you been finding it? Talk us through how your day's been behind the wheel. I understand it's not been the easiest run for you.
We've stayed. Well, I think we've stayed out of trouble. It's tough out there. Obviously, just the level of everyone in the race is far beyond my experience. But we're going. We're now up to 37th. So by staying out of trouble and keeping in one piece, we've climbed our way through a little bit. But I was kind of hoping that we'd make it into the top 30 into this race, try and get our first points. But with 2 hours to go, I think that's going to be a little bit impossible right now. So anyway, we've got Lucas in the car. So he's pushing now all the way to the end. He's doing a double stint. So we'll see how he makes these tyres survive.
Now, in the consideration that you joined sim racing, fairly recently and such, a couple of questions on that. For one, how do you find sim racing? Of course, in comparison to the real thing, and also, kind of, what are the plans for the future for you in sim racing? Are you going to stay about? Are you going to have a bit more fun with us?
So the plan is I'll be back for the next Nurburgring, the final round at the Nurburgring. And I got into sim racing last year during, I suppose, the first lockdown, and I suppose my biggest regret was why didn't I get into it sooner? I suppose I've dabbled in it once or twice, but it's one of those things. Obviously, from when you come from real racing into the sim world, there's a slight different. You obviously miss one or two little sensations like the twist of the car and stuff, and of course, because I wasn't very good at it to start off with, I just sort of like shunned it to the side a little bit, which I don't think I really gave it a fair chance. Whereas now, I'm involved in it quite a lot more. It really helped me, I suppose, get through all the lockdown, and I realised that actually it's obviously I love motorsport, but I realise it's more the competition which I love. I don't think it matters what I'd be doing as long as I'd be competitive in it. Then I want to do it and at my best capability.
So yeah, like I mean, we're all, we're not blind to it in the sense that it's not exactly the same as racing in the real world. It's not in the same sort of ballpark. But so in that sense, it does scratch the itch. It does give you that vibe. You are like, this is still a race.
Yeah, for sure. And so, like during the lockdown, I was doing quite a lot of races that were arranged against other drivers that I raced with in real life, and I suppose I had a bit more of a chance to be competitive against those guys. These guys are just on another level, and it's killing me knowing that I can't squeeze the maximum performance out of it. And I seem to, where I feel like I'm suffering is on the low speed corners, which normally everyone's like, oh no, it'll be the high speed stuff, that's where you need to hang on to it. But actually it's, I feel like I miss a bit of my trail braking technique. But I think speaking with my teammates, Lucas and Sasha and Mike and those guys, maybe I need to turn up the tyre sound a little bit just so I can hear it, because what I started to really listen for then was a little bit of tyre scrub, and I could then start to feel if I was locking up a little bit. And so I think I need to have a little play, like just fine tune my setup. I'm very lucky that I've got a direct drive and triple monitors, and I thought if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it as well as I can, and try and use it for and integrate it into some of my real life coaching that I do. So I went for the top spec of everything, and so I didn't have any excuses. And but at the same time, it's made me realise that some of these guys are on very basic wheels and stuff, and they've just honed their driving beautifully to the equipment that they've got.
It is very, very impressive. Always love hearing your opinions. One final question then, because I said this earlier. I said this is the first time we got on this broadcast. I've never driven Kyalami myself. I've driven plenty of tracks. Been in sim racing for ages. Never driven Kyalami. Kyalami, yay or nay? Good track, bad track? How are you feeling about it?
I think unfortunately this week, this is the least prepared I've been for this race in the championship. I know Spa really well, and Bathurst because I've raced at them, and Donington, whereas this is actually one of the tracks I haven't been to. So actually my first laps around here was Monday night, and just because of other schedules, basically I did the testing on Monday night, and then I had to go to Russia for the week. I was doing some testing and coaching over there, so I literally landed back this morning and managed to get YouTube up just as I walked through the door and watched the start of the race as Lucas started the race. And then basically whilst he was doing that, I went and jumped on another server and did a bit of last minute prep, just because I did feel a little unprepared, and I think it has shown in my performance. Compared to my teammates, I haven't been as close as I had been in other tracks. So I made sure to put in the extra hours for the final race at Donington.
Well, I'm just going to say that is impressive. Nice work. I'll give you that. Thank you again, Adam, for joining us, and hopefully we'll catch up soon. Hopefully we'll catch up quite a few times over the 24 hours of the Nurburgring at the final part of the season.
Thank you very much.
Adam. No pressure then.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we'll let you go back to your
Cheers.
team. SG Stern, of course, racing around. Unfortunately for them, towards the back, but that is great to hear. Obviously, love hearing the insight of Adam Christie. We do always catch up with them through these races. Always good to hear an opinion of the real world drivers that jump in. it's. I mean, to be fair, to have literally just got off to a plane, got off on a plane, jumped in and be like, right, time to go racing then. What a way to go.
Yeah, but this is so funny, right? If you normally ask the pro drivers, how much time did you have to prepare? Yeah, none. So then they really do it. So that's really good to see that they are like that close together. And also we have here the number 9, which is the Lamborghini, again fighting with the 194. A little bit touch here, but close to it. But yeah, and it's also great to hear because some of the sim racers, it's going on again. Now he's
my goodness.
giving it up. No, but as you said, it's good to hear that the real racers still have the fun and also then the ambition and trying to make their way through in sim racing as well. And yeah, you see here, Samir is just really cutting the lines.
I mean, always good to hear, just here for a bit of fun. Just going to say, for a few things in here, 1-1, Samir Ibrahimi for bullying a Bentley. That's brave. For number 2, Jordan Sherritt rolling onto the scene and instantly going on the attack. And now as we run down the hill towards Mineshaft, this might well work out for Sherritt. Not so, has to drop back in line. Samir Ibrahimi just able to hang this one off. Of course, the 157 on the comeback charge again. Doors open, going to the Crocodile, and there's the move to the inside. There's going to be a little bit of a brush there as the Lamborghini is sent off track, and it is going to go the way of Samir Ibrahimi for the GTWR R8G Academy, the 157, our defending series champions. A bit of a flash of the lights is Samir Ibrahimi. For me, at least from that angle, it kind of felt like the two of them sort of came together. It was a bit of a bold move from Jordan Sherritt, but they're all going to race as hard as they are, and it was bold defence as well from Samir Ibrahimi. Either way, not happy either side of it, I don't think. And now Gietven is the next target for the 157. That is hard racing. Hard racing. 10 hours, 20 minutes into a race.
Yeah, I think hopefully not they're just getting into a big fight because still they have to just get the cars on the finish line. But yeah, it's great to see because I guess they have fun, although they might disagree with some of the movements they did to both on track. But yeah, let's see how this goes out. And the Lamborghini is still on fire. So yeah, Samir, he has his last stint and he has to make it rolling. So let's see how he is just chasing down Jordan and how he is going to keep up. Great drive from both of these big teams, all here on track between the 15th and 14th place.
Yeah, Jordan Sherritt now in that GTWR R8G Academy car is, for one, he's on a mission. For two, he's back on strategy with everyone else because everyone has to make one more stop, as do they. They were at the point where they were battling with people that needed to make one more stop, whereas they need to make 2. Now things are looking a little bit better for them, even despite the incident that they've had. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that they work their way back up. So the number 33 is under a lot of pressure from Shvertilov, who we're currently focused on at the moment for Simware.pro. And I say a lot of pressure. It doesn't look like that as much because that Audi's a good, one a bit seconds ahead. But the thing is the 33 Sever has lost time coming through traffic. So realistically speaking, not so great. And this could be the podium. We are going to have a bit of a podium battle here regardless.
And also if we just think about where they have been on track throughout the race and also what we talked about to Samir, sometimes if you have this kind of problems with your strategy and also then with the drive-through they had to sit down, normally you find yourself with others around the track you normally don't want to fight probably with, and now this is where we have this kind of harsh battle. And yeah, the 4th place is scratching the podium hopefully with 1.5 seconds, but yeah, let's see where the others are. And Sivert is in the 33 car, so they're still on the podium in the 3rd place. And as well on the top, the 1.8 seconds from the 211 behind the 777 is getting a bit bigger, but it's not like super dramatic and stays quite off stable. So it's still 1 hour 39 to go. So there's everything open on that side for those drivers. And we are going back to these 2 where actually Jordan could get a bit of a advantage for Samir, and maybe they just closing in right now because the 194 is holding it a bit up.
I will say that R8 has looked better of Jordan Sherritt. It's looking a little bit worse where there's a dive to the inside, but I don't think he's quite close enough to send it down there properly on the big Bentley. Again, if there's a car on the track, you don't want to bully, it would be that one. 34, by the way, getting a drive-through penalty for track limit excursions, and may well see a couple of those come into the mix over the final hour and 40 minutes left of this race. Means, realistically speaking, we don't have that much time left in the season. Just 25 hours and 40 minutes total left to go in the 2021 VCO World Cup. Jordan Sherritt is there. Is there going to be a dive? It's a little bit far back. That's heavy commitment on the brakes. Not going to get alongside by the time they hit the apex on the run into that first corner, and Jordan Sherritt has to settle at the moment for 14th spot, but you kind of get the feeling that this is a matter of time.
Yeah, and he is really trying to make the move, but as you see, the Bentley is on the defending line, but not for long, I would say, because the Audi is committed, as you also mentioned. They had a really tough race today, and they're trying to gain as many positions as they can, and they're really close behind. But as we sometimes always say, the third one is the lucky one. So let's see what the number 9 car is doing. They're just watching it from the back, and hopefully there are no touch points. But yeah, we're just jumping in to the cockpit of Samir Ibrahimi. We had him on the interview before, and he's just having the respect distance to see what these guys are doing in front of him. Hopefully there is no contact so that he can maybe sneak through, or yes, there is the chance that they overtake each other again. Maybe he's just also trying to save the tires and save everything else on his car, that he is not really in the defending line, which those two in front of them are. So this could ruin the tires a bit.
Oh, bit deep there from Ewan, and now Jordan Sherritt's close. This might well happen at the final corner. We'll see what happens. I mean, the reason why you want to be third in line at this point is because you know that there's going to be something that's going to happen between those two, and you can pick up the pieces. You're absolutely right, and they are so tight. It is down now under a second, by the way, for the battle of P3, which is on the right-hand side of your screen. Shvetlov trying to apply pressure to Sadet as well. Let's see what Jordan Sherritt can do. He's closer. He's gone for the dive down the inside. He is fully alongside. You can tell that by the shadow. A little bit too deep in that little R8 though, and the big Bentley is going to sweep back around. It's got to go the long way around though, running up towards turn 5. The double apex left-hander, hook it up in the Bentley. Little bit of contact on the curb, and the R8 still not able to complete that move, but that was a bold send from Jordan Sherritt.
Yeah, and he knows in the 194 where the...
You can't do that. You can't go around the outside there. There's a little bit of contact, and Jordan Sherritt is actually going to make up that position. There's a bit more contact for good measure, and Ewan is getting his fair share of contact there. Brahmi's obviously going to pick that one up for Ren Velton. I mean, that was hard racing between the two of them. Don't normally see a move around the outside there, but they gave it a good go.
Exactly, and Samir is now the lucky one who is just getting the position, because they both had this hard fight between each other. But I just wanted actually to say that, yeah, they now know where to overtake. But yeah, then we had the situation on another part of the track where we had this kind of overtaking situation. And now Yaroslav is also closing into the 33. So now we also have the point and a battle for P3.
Yeah, it's a downhill. It doesn't look that downhill, but this part is downhill, running through Sunset before rising straight back up again into Clubhouse Bend. And that idea of going around the outside through such a long downhill right-hander is absolutely insane. It's one of these tracks that really is an undulating circuit. It's not flat, it's not boring, it goes up and down an awful lot. And I mean, like I said, I might not have raced it before, but I certainly feel like I want to get myself racing around here at some point in the near future, because it does look like a fantastic venue. It's one of those ones that's gone through a lot of changes over the years that it's been a racetrack since the sort of the early 60s. Really has gone through changes. I mean, parts of the track that we race on, you'd race the other way back in the day. I mean, parts of it are completely different than where they were.
And it's really nice to see how the track moves around and where the tricky parts of it are, and also going downhill then from Mineshaft then into Crocodiles, and also this is all the way down and then it goes up again. So hopefully we see you in this in the simulator seat.
Oh, well, I mean, fingers crossed. No one wants to see me drive. I normally get... no, I mean, I'm the kind of person that gets slapped on the wrist by race control for what I say behind the wheel of the car, which, you know, you'd never guess. I'm more of a touring car racer, I'm afraid. Mostly down to the idea that you can rub doors with someone and it's okay. It's not. It's a non-contact sport. Our team standings currently on the screen. Simware.pro leading now by 48 points. Should the race finish like this, of course, that is an enormous caveat. The 111 though, which is Tuskovic in that DV1 Triton car, they are just outside of the top 10, but they've got a couple of drivers ahead that are battling quite close, so they may well pick up another couple of points. Meanwhile, Simware.pro, of course, our main focus here, are looking to pick up a few points of their own if they can get by the number 33. And hey, they look good for it at this pace. They seem they might be able to pass at some point, but not taking any risk. And why? Because there's no need to.
Yeah, exactly. So then hopefully we see how they can close the gap, and the gap is still kind of, yeah, where no paper is behind it, when we have the 0.4 between the podium position fight for number 33 and the 41 behind. But we jump to the position 19, where we have Henrik Gambal in the car for Ambassadors for Rennwelten, so the teammates, could we say, right, for the Rennwelten one. So yeah, he's in the 994 car and still also having some others around him, where he's just trying to make the move. And the Bentley power, the Aston Martin power is just quite good in that sense. And Niklas Anke also for WPS Racing Team, the Audi, when 21 had a rough race this day, and still a good recovery, and 0.189 seconds behind.
Yeah, they've got to get by FFS Racing at some point soon, who are having a good round so far in that 1-2-3 car that Panker's driving at the moment. No opportunity though. It's the way it is at this point in the race. We're getting plenty of close fights. Like I said, we've got this one. We've got the one for the podium, but the one for the race lead's not that far apart. 1.5 seconds there. Third, a couple of tenths. This one here for seventh, 4 tenths of a second. Obviously, Jordan Sherritt versus Samira Brahimi. That one's still technically going, just half a second between the two of them for 13th spot. Solicat and Henrik Gamble, those two have just switched positions down the order, the one that we just looked at there, and so now there's a bit bigger a gap there as well. So plenty happening as the sun is beginning to set ever so slightly. It won't set before the end of the race. It's still got a good hour and a half left to go in the race, and I don't think the sun will set from that position in that kind of time, but we will get some very, very long shadows displayed beautifully here in Unreal Engine 4, which I won't go into the details, otherwise Michael Hamlet will fall asleep, and I've done that before quite a few times, and I don't fancy I don't think he needs that right now, as Sivert's got an awful lot of pressure on his shoulders. It's super, super tight.
This is actually what you don't want to have, because like I said, the team is just chatting with him quite crazy, and in the front we have 0.4 seconds where Ryan Meenan just actually closed the gap to Ezra. But I don't want to sit in the shoes of Renee at this point because they have been in the position, or just climbed up the ladder, as we want to say, in the last hours of this race, and now he's just having the problem that he might lose the podium. So we just keep our fingers crossed that this gap is staying as it is, but I'm pretty sure that there will be some fights, because 1 hour 30 is still there for everyone to drive, and it is the Audi against the Aston, and as we know, the Aston is quite strong. Let's see how this goes out or turns out to be. But it's not easy for Rene, and he has to do the defending situation where we both said we are not actually do not want to be in that position.
It's when you're defending, it's just so much pressure on your shoulders. We'll see if Shvetlov is able to make a move on that run down into Mineshaft. Of course, 1 hour 30 left in the race. Turn 10 and turn 11. And this is normally where the Aston Martin picks up a little bit of speed against cars like the Audi. We'll see if there is going to be a move. I don't think he's quite close enough as we run into some lapped traffic. Whilst we're here, though, with an hour and a half to go, we're not quite into the final pit stops of the race, expecting those more so at the earliest point in about 15 minutes' time. There is the move. Shvertlov's close, not going to be able to do it. And that is super, super tight. Svert is able to hang on, and I get the feeling that the second that we step away, there is going to be the move. But we will do anyway. Going to just step aside for a few moments here. Still an hour and a half left to go here at Kyalami for the 12 hours round number 4 of the season. We'll step away, but we'll be back with plenty more action yet to go. And we are back, ready to see you out for the final hour and 20 minutes here in round number 4 in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. And what a race it's been. What a race it's going to be. Look at how tight this is towards the finish. I'm Lewis McGlade, Laura Luft alongside me. Also got to give a shout out to some of our sponsors as well, of course, VCO themselves, to AK Informatica, to Thrustmaster, and to Coach Dave Academy, who have themselves a bit of an offer for you. Of course, you can get 20% off by going to Coach Dave Academy and with your order typing into the code, redeeming the code TSGXVCO20 for 20% off. That's setups, that's getting yourself some coaching. Fantastic. Head over there. They've been great help for us, and hopefully they can be a great help for you as well. Our battles, though, remain so tight. Our focus at the moment on the battle between 3 and 4, but our battle for the race lead, Killian Ryan Meenan has closed this one back down, and here goes Killian Ryan Meenan to the inside. There might be contact between them and the Sim Racing Masterclass car. The answer to that is no. It's Bentley versus Aston Martin at the top, and this is as close as you can get, Laura.
It's amazing that we have this so close together, and what moves we've seen on track, and also with the split screen. It's really about the podium, and also we have so many just really on the chat just keeping their fingers crossed for them. But what a move. And also maybe just shout out to Niklas Huber. Maybe you want to chat with us because your teammate is just under pressure and you had just funny discussions with the Russian guys going on. So yeah, it's good to see that you are following it. And we have our eyes on both of it, and what a move. And also the seconds between those cars are insane at the last 1 hour and 20. Actually, this is such a long way still to go, but sometimes it's just a blink of an eye, and if they are racing, they just want to get it done sometimes quite quickly.
I did have it in chat there. You can vote as to whether you think that the 777 will be able to hold on to the win. I am not so sure myself. This is tight. The thing is, for them, you're sat there thinking as the yellow flags are out again, not sure who for. You're sat there thinking, oh, it's the 154, I believe it is. That is one of the GTWR cars. It's a bit further down. You think, right, there's an hour and 20 minutes to go. I can't possibly defend for an hour and 20 minutes. It's not, I just can't do it. Then you defend for 10 minutes. Then you defend for half an hour. And then you defend for an hour and 20 minutes. You reach the end. It's one of those things that gets easier with each lap that goes past. But right now, the pressure that Killian Ryan Meenan is applying, there is nothing easy about this.
Yeah, I don't want to be in that position either, to just trying to defend the line, because you always have still the traffic navigation going on, and you just always wish that there is no second. You're just being hold of, and now he's just getting a good move, and hopefully then the SG Stern is really, really, really good. So then nothing they have to worry about. Nobody actually want to get in between those guys. So yeah, but Killian, he is just actually killing it. So he just jokes aside, but yeah, he's just smashing it. And let's see what this will turn out to be, the drama at the end of this race between the podium setters. 1, 2, 4 actually is not really. I'd say okay, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. This is where we talk about, and all the others around the track also trying to close the gap, where some are still pitting and getting the last drivers since done. We're just trying to focus on what's going on here.
Now, at this point, so we've spoken about who would we rather be in this battle. Would you rather be, on the attack or on the defence? Now, what would you rather be? Would you rather be in the car or sat watching?
Actually, watching is also painful sometimes.
It's painful. I hate it when your team, like when someone's in the car and it's this close. I can't watch.
Yeah, sometimes it's really tricky, and then everybody in the team is just cheering up and trying to. I mean, you just can't even. It's like you can't even get your eyes off it, right? You just can't even blink because you think then something is happening in that second where you just didn't even pay attention. So, for me and also for the team, sometimes they are silent on the chat when you are sitting in the car, or sometimes they're just constantly talking, which is actually quite hard if you don't get distracted quite easily by this, but it helps if they really try to keep the level up. But these guys, I mean, they're racing on the edge, and they know how razor sharp it can be, but not sure. Sometimes it could be better if the Bentley is just really being 3 meters wide, and which he can do. That's what we have seen already. The 777 is quite good at defending the line and making it really hard, but I actually don't want to be in a defending position because you have to keep your eyes all over the place.
It's kind of one of those ones where right now, I mean, if you're in the team, I mean, you've got to be silent. If not, you've got to be telling the driver, or whoever's got control. I'd deafen the driver. I'd be like, right, so we can still hear you, so you can pass us information if we need to know it. We can we can talk to you if we need to, but at this point, you can't hear us. Just so that when it gets close to this, we can make all the screams and loud noises and such, without distracting you as a driver, which is actually what happened when, speaking of Coach Dave Academy, we did a race. I didn't take part though because I'm really not very good enough. We did the 12 hours of Sebring as a team, and Nick Foster was driving with us. And towards the final hour of the race, when we were close for positions, he deafened us, so he couldn't hear us. But we could. He made sure that we could still hear him, because all he was doing was he was just shouting at the top of his voice. Bearing in mind this was quite late at night. Let's go constantly, so we could hear that just all the time, which, I mean, he was just like getting himself up, he was geeing himself up for the battle. I mean, love the guy, he's such a good lad, but it's like, again, even a driver that's had his level of experience in the real world and in sim, still they need to deafen, to focus. Malinowski, the 191 Racing Line Motorsports drive-through penalty, track limits.
Again, and this is what we have said, it could happen quite often, but what you just normally get as a sim racer, you have selective hearing, I would call it.
Yeah.
Right, you just try to keep your ears shut, and only when they really talk to you, then you just try to pay attention to it. But yeah, fun that the teams are here on the chat and also having a discussion aside. So Yaroslav is also getting kudos from his team, and as well as Niklas is trying to just keep the fingers crossed for his guys. Yeah, so we see how this will turn out to be, but the Audi is also pretty good in defending, and they know where the track limits are. But actually, we are happy and lucky that this is happening in Kyalami. I don't want to have this going on in Bathurst, right? I mean, there you have even more problems than also just taking care of the track, that you don't even touch the walls. So here you have a little bit more space to make your way through it. But yeah, they also still have to navigate traffic, because there is no break between the cars and no space where you actually have a free lap, and still even the ones who are battling in between, and these are the ones in front of those, yeah, they're trying to keep their own race clean, and you are just coming in the lead and trying to make the way through. It's now getting tight.
Well, that's the WPS car, I believe it might well be. I wasn't sure if it was Vedlik or if it was Arca, who's behind the wheel of the other one, the 21. But either way, getting very close with the RSR car, who's got involved in certain issues. That one actually being Vedlik, so it's the one down in 28th spot. Still not battling with the RSR for position, but just getting very, very close into lap traffic. I mean, I will say with Bathurst, from having raced it earlier in the year, doing the 12 hours of Bathurst, not in this, elsewhere, Bathurst actually isn't that difficult to defend at, and I say that because there's only two proper overtaking opportunities. Obviously, you've got the run down into the Chase, and you've got the run up the hill into Griffin's Bend, and outside of that, do not focus on the car behind you. You just do what you're doing. The sun is setting. It's setting quite fast around here. It'll probably dip behind the hill before it properly sets. So we'll still have a lot of ambient light here. But you can see it set on most of the circuit whilst it's still fairly bright. The thing is, at this point, your brake markers are becoming a bit harder to pick out. And around certain parts of the circuit, Laura, you're getting blinded by the sun.
Exactly, and also that the temperature is dropping a bit, but of course right now it doesn't make such a problem. But then if we just have 1 hour past, then this could also be the thing with the tire pressures keeping up. And yeah, you don't want to actually race with a sun that deep, because you just can only wear sunglasses, but it doesn't help if you are in the sim, you have no time for that. So as you can see here, thanks for switching, it can be a bit distracting, yeah.
Yeah, this is on board with Killian Ryan Meenan, and if we ride on board, staying on board for the next couple of corners, this is Sunset, and you're about to find out why it's called Sunset. It is blinding through here. So it's slightly downhill. The hill's giving way. The 777's almost opening the door as well for Killian Ryan Meenan to come through, as there they get blinded just a little bit by the sun setting over the horizon. Not so bad at the moment. Killian Ryan Meenan doesn't have eyes for the apex, doesn't have eyes for his brake markers, has eyes for one thing and one thing alone. and that is the 777 that is sat in front of him. This is interesting. This is tight. This is fantastic, to be perfectly honest. This is coming down to the very, very last moments of the race. We are into the final 75 minutes, which means they can come into the pit lane. We know that the Ryan Meenan car will need to be in slightly earlier than Issa in the 777, just courtesy of where their stint times are and the fact that he was in earlier. So they will have a slightly longer pit stop because they've got to put more fuel in the car, which isn't so great.
Yeah, and I think has it ever been this close in the other races before?
Oh, here we go. To be fair, we've had a couple of very, very close races. I don't think it's been quite this close. Bathurst was separated by a very, very short margin. Now, realistically speaking, Ryan Meenan into the pit lane. If Issa's double stinting those tyres, you want to stay out because you're on the lowest fuel load right now. So you might as well just stay out and keep ticking them off. We'll have to see what they do on strategy, whether they answer the call for Ryan Meenan and jump down. If not, Issa, I think has, let me just have a quick look, has about another 20, 26, 27 minutes, realistically speaking, to play with out on track. I think they're going to use it all up. I think they're going to stay out for the entirety of their run now.
Yeah, sometimes you have this undercut-overcut situation still where they're trying to cross the strategy of the other drivers. But let's see if they just go for this trap or say, no, we can't just actually do that if we have still a lot of free air in front of us. Then they can probably do that. But yeah, Jaroslav is also on the edge, trying to really use everything out of the track. And let's see. Some others are now in the pit lane. This is the car 21 and the 121. But yeah, look at those ones here battling for the third position. What's happening with them?
Yeah, it's now second, of course, because Ryan Meenan's been into the pit lane, although it's still not technically second because we know that Ryan Meenan should be ahead of these two once they've cycled into the pit lane, which they'll be staying out for another good around half hour before their very last pit stop of the race. The battle for the wins close. The battle for the podium is also very, very close at the moment. Retronic E-Racing looking for their best stop. Whoa, that was really scary from Simware.pro. Just a little bit of connection. Don't you worry. I genuinely thought that something had disconnected and they were flying straight off into Narnia, but they are okay. Simware.pro at the moment holding on to third spot and holding on to a very good position for their championship challenge. They are in a very, very good spot. So here, Issa, though, as we're focused on him, you just saw coming through shot there. That was the Yazheat Pirelli car just coming through the front. That's Boothby behind the wheel. He's been picked up for the Veloce Run team, which means that Issa's nearly lapped up to 6th. Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad indeed. Just shows how good they've been. Boothby's just come straight out of the pit lane anyway, so it's not quite 1-to-1, but it does show how strong they've been, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And also then if we have the other teammates just trying to catch up, we're still going here with the 41 car Jaroslav Sheritalov. I hope that I just pronounced that right. And he is still flying high, and hopefully he is trying to make his move for their teammates because they're still cheering up for them. But yeah, we just passing the Audi pack where they're trying to overtake and navigate through the traffic. And Sheritalov, yeah, okay, that's good. Thanks for getting.
We don't know, by the way. The only one we do know is Ogorognikov, as we've been told many times.
Yeah, sometimes it's very good if you just have this kind of voice messages, right? It's just how to pronounce the name correctly, yeah. But I hope they don't mind. Yeah, but yeah, let's see who is the better cheerer for the teammates. Look at that.
Yeah. It's always good to see them out in chat, having a little bit of argument. By the way, we've got another. We love a good three-way fight around this track. We've got another one, P12, as Yetvan, Garcia, and Mulan are battling it out at the moment, and it is super tight back there as diving into pit lane, doing the WPS car. Ryan Meenan in a space of his own. This is the three-way fight between Racing Line Motorsport, between, of course, the Odox car that we have in focus there, and the 601 Esport Performance Racing team as well. A tight three-way fight. This is just classic. It's only been nearly half a day of racing. Of course, they're close. And this is actually genuinely what it was like at the 24 Hours of Spa as well. And I'm sure it's going to be what it's like in a month's time when we do the 24 Hours of the Nurburgring, where even towards the end of the race, teams are still close. It's still tight.
That's what we also said before, right? It's not, again, that body you just find on track when you're just trying to, make your positions and get the points. Sometimes it's funny that you just always meet up at the end of the race again. With the ones you have been racing in the front of it. But it's really, really good that they, try to make it as spectacular as we want to have it close to the end. 1 hour just literally to go. And they even cannot relax because, but this is what you want, right? You don't want to drive, 5-6 seconds behind or even more and be lapped down and just try to be finishing. But now you just have the chance to actually make a statement at the end of the race still with enough tires left. And I think they just enjoy it to have really the battles for real.
It's been a shame for it. Except they started out the season really, really well here in the VCO World Cup as they're trying to bully their way back past the Bentley. They didn't have a great run in the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa either, because they were taken out. I think it was lap 1, might have been lap 2, coming out through Malmedy on the exit of Les Combes. They ended up being in the gravel trap there, and it was basically the start of a really not very good, very, very long day. The last couple of rounds here in the VCO World Cup also haven't gone their way, so that's why we're saying that they're desperate to charge their way back up the order. They're sat in 13th at the moment, which is okay, but knowing the pace that they've had from this car, not really what they want. We can say that about pretty much half the grid, where they're out of spot just courtesy of how strong the grid is. If you don't have a good day, your off day, it would be like, you're a couple of tenths off, sure, but you're basically last in that sense because it's just so close.
Yeah, this is where you sometimes wish you just beam yourself somewhere else and hope that you don't have this kind of heartbreaking moments. And now we just have no battle for them at all because they just pitted. That's also quite nice. The 194 just decided to just go for their last round and making the last changes, where now we are still back on track with the 41 still behind the 33. So, and now, this is not ending the battle for these ones, but it's not that dramatic at this point. Still, they have enough space where we just jump to your beloved Honda again now on track, on the 16th place.
Yeah, balance out with the AAA and gaining a position as well. Did Marc-Antoine Landry there, and up to 16th spot, getting by Sudicat at the moment in that Team ACR car. We'll also say, by the way, if you look on your track map, the largest bit of clean air, what is slap bang in the middle of it? The 211, Kilian Ryan-Meenan, bang, in so much clean air, basically just doing laps by yourself. It's like a Tour de France time trial. There's no one around. Do what you're doing and do it well. And at the moment, Kilian Ryan-Meenan is doing exactly that. In comparison, though, over the previous lap, it was a bit slower. Unfortunately, a 42.4 plays Issa's 41.7. What is it across the line this time? It's a 42.6. Is getting slower. Now, the reason is because double stinting tyres and being on a very heavy car right now, obviously refueling, putting the fuel back in the car, means it's going to be slower. That is why Issa is staying out right now, because this car, Issa's car is lighter right now. It's running that fuel down. Once they refuel, they'll be a bit slower again, of course, naturally. It's weight and momentum, etc. But for them, for me, this is the race moving into the hands of the Sim Racing Masterclass team.
Yeah, this could be game-changing in that way. And now the 157 is also in the pit lane, so probably. And then, the brake thing is also getting tight. Not only the tire stuff, but as we're always discussing, and also the chat is doing that, funnily. We don't hope for that, but now we come to the point which you actually wanted to mention in the first place. So probably then we just talk about now the handymans on the brake, so where you have to be really, really smooth on it.
Well, as far as we are aware, only one team has changed brakes, and that is the 416 car that's being driven by Landry right now. And so, obviously, they're sat there hoping that everyone else has some form of brake issue. It's not the hardest track on brakes known to mankind, but it's not an easy one either. There are some pretty heavy braking zones over a fairly short lap, and in that sense, 12 hours is a very long time as well. The idea that the brakes are failing, I can kind of see it, but realistically, I don't think it should get that close. No one should go through brake failure or anything like that, but it'll be a little bit tight. It's going to be a little bit concerning for some teams. Right now, though, I don't think it's going to be a major issue. Sorry to the Elvis Grattan team, by the way. Sorry about that, because I'm just literally destroying their hope there. They're sat there being like, go on, everyone else, come on, with the brakes. But I just... It's obviously very easy to sit here and say, I don't see it. But I am, in fact, going to sit here and say, I just don't see it.
It depends really on the track, how demanding it is, right? So also
Right.
Suzuka is a track where you just normally don't have so much heavy brake failure. So it can be if you just have a good driver on that. So some people are really just consuming fuel or consuming tires and brakes. So that really depends on the driving style. But yeah, let's keep the fingers crossed that we don't have this drama in the end for some of the teams, because we already had some drama with the technical issues we had for some drivers, and hopefully keeping fingers crossed that stays stable for everyone. And also the number 157, where Sherrod is still in the car, or is now in the car, where we had the discussions before with potential pings and stuff like that. So hopefully that stays stable for most of the time, because we want to see a clean race at the end of this hour, actually, as we count down, hopefully right now. And we are at the number 601, which is Pierre Moulin for the eSports Performance Racing team. And hopefully that's also quite good for 0.531 behind them.
Well, we'll say there are a few things at play here. Of getting a bit of information. Whilst some teams are struggling on brakes, not going to name names here, but a couple of teams are struggling on the brakes, are struggling with brake fade in a sense, meaning they're having to work them a bit harder, meaning they're getting a little bit hotter, meaning obviously with the way it works here, it's not as if the brakes are disconnected from the entire car. That heat is being passed onto the tyres, and it's increasing the pressure inside the tyre, which means that it's off. And in ACC, tyre pressure and stuff is critical. Getting it bang on is hard work, but it's so important. I mean, it's important everywhere for lap time, but most of the other places that you race in sim racing, you're just like, right, well, we're going to slap the tyre, the pressure's all the way down to zero, not quite zero, as low as it'll go, and then get on with it. And so, realistically speaking, some of these teams might actually start struggling because their tyre pressures aren't correct, and if they've already pitted for their final stop, there's nothing they can do about it. You just need to soldier on.
Yeah, exactly. And tire pressure is always where you just do the math in the end that they don't overheat. I was always struggling with too cold ones, so maybe that is also not the right one.
Got to work harder.
Calculate and exactly. That's always the thing of how you just compare your driving style and just do the math exactly as well, right? You just have to monitor each lap and also calculate in the track temperature, which is now decreased to 1 degree again. Lower track temperature helps a bit, right? Because the tires are not just overheating as they would with 35 degrees on a track, but it's marginal in that sense because these are pro races, so they should just know how to save the material in any senses, and we are trying to see what Jean Alesi Esports is doing. They are on the 23rd place right now. I think they dropped a bit more, and hopefully they still have the chance to recover a bit more than as they normally would do. And as just also said, it's a bit tricky season for some teams, but maybe that's also due to the track selection. Maybe it is like you really like the track or you hate it. There is sometimes for some tracks not even there a balance between it. But I think the selection this year is, or in general, is quite interesting. Let's put it that way.
Well, the 5 tracks are wildly different across the season. Of course, we started out the season at Bathurst, which I know Nordschleife fans hold on here because I love the Nordschleife, but for me, Bathurst is the greatest track on the planet. I absolutely love the place. That started the season. Then we headed, of course, to the 24 Hours of Spa, an absolute classic. Then we headed to a couple of oddities, of course. We went to Donington Park, a bit of an odd one. Some that some are very good at, some that, it's a bit more of a club racing circuit. Not club racing, it's a national track. It's a fantastic circuit to go there. Obviously added fairly recently from the Best of British pack. Then, of course, we headed here to Kyalami, also another DLC track. That's a fantastic one to add to the rostrum of circuits that we've got here on ACC. And then rounding out the season at the Nurburgring as well. Back to a bit more of a standard form, but it's just a bit weird to see those two in the middle, but it's always good to see. It's just one of those, it's an odd calendar in that sense, and that's why it's provided some great racing. Arthur Camera though, that's going to be really close with the MCW car. We haven't really spoken about Arthur Camera and the BMW G2 eSports car across the evening.
You
Nice.
still have the time to just wave at
us. Nice. Good effort. I respect that. I mean, to be fair with them, that's also a nice new flashy wheel. The Fanatec one. They announced this one at BMW Sim Live at the end of last year by driving the BMW M4 onto the stage, unplugging the wheel, walking over to a sim rig and putting it on and just driving straight off. It was so impressive. Just driving around. They were quite vocal with G2. About their the BOP, shall we say? They were having issues with the BMW and saying that it wasn't very competitive around here, and I think we can kind of see that realistically it's not.
I love BMWs. I have to just give kudos to them that they try, right? and the good thing is they're still the best BMWs. It's the most
there is still that. There is still that. $40 for that, by the way.
Exactly, yeah. And it is hard to drive because I also driven that one. But if you have a good setup, you just have to get used to it. And if you just normally want to drive that car, it can do. We just look at the fluffy trees right now. What's happening again with the 28, and hopefully that's not the thing we had before under the tarmac. Now it's in the trees. So,
yeah, it was stuck here not very long ago, and they are now off into. They're just off into South Africa, mate. They've just gone for a little bit of a drive. Here they are. Now, the thing is, as far as the fact that they're holding on to their current position says to me that it's similar to their early issue, that they are, it was Julian Beck earlier as well, remember, that they are driving around still, just no one else can see them, which isn't so great.
And hopefully hopefully they can still recover from that one again, but it's just the weird thing ever happened to them. I can really feel their pain at this point, because you think everything is fine and then it isn't. But yeah, let's keep fingers crossed for the 28 car that they just find their way through the wood, under the tarmac, out of the pit lane, on track.
We did used to do it in, not it's the same thing, we used to do it in practice where it'd get to like the final hour before the race and we'd all get bored of doing laps of whatever circuit it was, because it was just like, oh God, I can't do this anymore. As Shvedlov comes into the pit lane then from Simware.pro, interrupting story time, but fair enough. We'd always get to a point where it came into practice that we'd find ways of escaping the track, and then we'd go for a little drive around and see what was out there and then jump our way back in, which was not great when everyone else was trying to actually put together some laps, but bit of fun. You've got to go and see what's around the circuit. Track designers put in so much work at putting little details around all of the tracks that sometimes you've got to go and explore.
Exactly.
Why not?
Just take the bus.
Yeah.
Get the track walk done. Yeah.
The 28's no longer in the woods, at least according to the track map. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. But they are no longer down at the bottom end. It was down at 10 and 11 where they'd gone for a little bit of a run. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Shvedlov, though, into the pit lane, obviously going to come out behind Killian Ryan Mean, and completed their final stop, the 2:11. But lap times right now would suggest that it is trending into the hands of Sim Racing Masterclass. The fact that they are pulling out a gap to Killian Ryan, meaning the fact they do also have a shorter pit lane as well. So for the Sim Racing Masterclass, it is quite fitting for them to win around here. But I know quite a few people are sort of started thinking, I'd really like it to be the 211 just because of Spa.
Probably, but this is giving a less headache to René right now because he doesn't have the pressure in his back mirror now and can just focus on his lap times. Let's see how this really go, and hopefully keeping fingers crossed that there is nothing else they have to worry about. And we're just trying to see what Pierre is doing here in the 601 car, who is 0.446 seconds behind Garcia again.
Yeah, Udox Motorsport under a lot of pressure. Once again, has managed to work its way past with Garcia behind the wheel, but like you said, Pierre Milan's right there and ready to pounce should anything happen. Another one of these battles where there's absolutely nothing between them. The only way that you're going to get a move is by timing your pit lane. Right. By the way, Becker and Santoro as well were quite close in the 911 GTRC endurance team, and of course the Jean Lacey Esports Academy that we've seen quite a few times. That Ferrari going into battle, they're still the lead Ferrari and the lead Porsche, battling out over what is unfortunately just 21st position on the racetrack. Final 50 minutes of the session though left to go before we've completed here the 12 hours at Kyalami, and it is of course Sim Racing Masterclass leading the way. The number 33 Zenith Esports, that's not even it is that's currently sat in the second spot at the moment. They're waiting for Retronic E-Racing, and at the moment things are looking good. Let's see what happened to the 911, see if there was an incident there that's got themselves involved. The ambassadors for Ren Velton getting to the inside, there's a little bit of a tap. A little bit naughty, but getting them sent around and sent for a spin, that is not what you want in the final moments of the session. And now they've got to defend from that Ferrari that's just come through the top shot.
Yeah, there was quite a close 3 wide, as they want to say it. And if you just have this 1 centimeter missing, then unfortunately it depends on really what you have as you set up at home. Sometimes it's really hard if you don't see your side mirrors, but that's where you have to just predict what the radar is doing. And unfortunately, unlucky for that car to be spun around, but we give kudos to all the others who are leading their class and leading their manufacturer's point list, to be honest. And also our Honda in the 15th place can be cheering up, and also the McLaren, we have quite a top 5. So let's see what the Ferrari is doing, and he is still trying to close the gap maybe to Van Droyten, but I'm not sure if they just if it's real now with the 5 seconds behind, or if they have maybe also a lap down. I'm quite bad at reading the tower, to be honest. But Danilo is also a good driver, and he is a bit under pressure, but I guess he can cope with that, because let's see if the Porsche is better or the Ferrari. We have still 49 minutes to check that out.
Yeah, obviously Santoro, after that spin, whilst Becker would have been able to get, been trying to get back up to speed. By the way, I thought it was a lap between the 911 and the 995 when they came into contact there, which I'm sure the 995 will be getting a little look at from race control on that one, being Van Droyten behind the wheel of the ambassadors for Ren Velton. The 27 at the moment has just got by the 911 and got up into that 21st spot. It may well be a top 20. Hearing that, unfortunately, bit of a sad sight for Julian Beck, the number 28 WPS Racing Team, after that exploration attempt, shall we say, not through their own wishes, it's just how it went. They have unfortunately retired from the race. That is an official retirement, so they are added to that list. Very, very sad, especially after the day they'd had. They didn't deserve it. They were running in the top 10 a couple of hours ago, and unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. One of those things that just happens, though, isn't it? That's just racing. I guess it's a technical issue in a sense. We've said disconnections about the engine failures of sim racing. It's been said so many times, but it is absolutely true. We don't have them, so we've got our own little variants of them.
And also at one point you have the frustration level, which is then of course increasing if you always have constant issues and you're just trying to just defend, and then there is no way of seeing the light in the end of the tunnel, right? Because it's just starting again to get trickier, and really, really unfortunate for that team, as they just at least tried for second time, and now the third time they just had to back up, where now are actually in the pit window for Pierre Muller, who is just going into the pit lane for his last stop, and also Ibrahimi is in front of him. Because I wanted to mention, actually, they are now in the top 10, but of course now if they just pit, they will go a bit further down behind. But yeah, let's see. He is just, at least Samir is already getting released from his, let's say, lollipop man, although we don't see them. But now he can just go out of the pit again. On the 11th place, maybe he can just gain some more points.
Yeah, final 3/4 of an hour of this race, which does actually mean that we're into the final 15 minutes, I believe. Well, not quite. Final quarter of an hour, though, in Server 2. We don't need to jump onto it so abruptly, but I will tell you that it is still, of course, the Gardi racing car that is leading comfortably, and that by 40 seconds down in Server 2. And they are leading by 40 seconds over, as it was a little bit earlier. It's actually now the XL Racing by Ren Velten car. So unfortunately there's been a couple of issues for the Funny Formula Wombats car that were in second spot. They're now 10 seconds shy of the number 16 over in Server 2. They've got another 15 minutes. We'll keep you updated on that as that race unfolds. Focusing on our race leader, the Retronic E-Racing Audi, though, is into the pit lane, and I'm not sure how long Issa has left to go on this stint. Realistically, another 4.5 minutes, so a couple of laps for the 777 to continue to lead. When they've come into the pit lane and once they've come out, I'm pretty sure this 777 will still be leading.
I would also guess so, and this will make it, fun for us to watch for the end of the race, where the 33 is on the third position with 6 seconds behind that, so they have not that issue and can still close the gap if they want to. So the podium is still close together, and I like that, to have such close fights and at the end of the race, because you see how brilliant drivers they are, just really being like consistent throughout the entire race.
Well, in the consideration that the 33 is very, very close to the rear end of Kylian Raimi. I mean, it's very, very close. There's like 12 seconds between them, but still, it's fairly close. It's a gap that you wouldn't want to see as we go back down to the number 44 Revolution Sim Racing car that's trying now to attack Santoro. Santoro must have had an issue because it was ahead of Becker. I think that John Lacey Esports Academy car has had a spin recently or something in that vein, because was quite close to applying the pressure to Van Druten, but unfortunately not able to do so, and now sees himself under pressure from Dua.
Yeah, now let's see how they will manage, and he's trying to defend his line. That's quite nice to just cut him off. But Manuel is on the inside, and he can't even manage to do that. So still the Ferrari is in the lead, but now the Aston had a better runoff. But they're still going side by side, which is pretty nice racing. Now then, the good end for the Aston in that sense. But I'm not sure if then, Santoro is trying to do another attempt to overtake.
It was a really nice move from the Revolution, Aston Martin, and RSR promoted into 22nd position. But it was a really, really nice attempt, a bit of a dive to the inside, and then allowed Santoro to overdo it, and then carried that one up to barbecue. And I think Santoro was looking more to go for the cutback and switch down to the inside of the RSR for the next couple of corners, but was unable to do it. And when they're battling, that BMW is definitely getting a bit bigger in the mirrors, and you'd be forgiven thinking, oh, hang on, maybe it's just a big BMW. It's fine, because all BMWs these days are enormous. But Camera is charging up to the rear end of this group, getting back on cameras as well. Tonight, I like the lights on the wheel. I'll say that. I do like the lights.
Yeah, he looks quite aggressive in that livery, so it's getting even the grill in the front even bigger, so it looks like teeth. So just biting his way through. And he has all eyes focused on his monitor, and this is actually just one monitor. So this is also where you see, and that's what also, we had Adam before in the interview who said you can really see that these pro drivers, although not having maybe the best of their setup at home, with not so much great vision, they just really can do it and nail it down. So the 0.9 seconds is not even comfortable for the Ferrari, and we see that the 995 has the drive-through, which is shaking up the last places were from 20 to 24. So this is now where the race control is getting a bit closer to just watching it, and this is also really, really good that they have the problem of maybe their situations around the track. So then, sometimes it's good to have the race control watching it, and let's see what we can see also with Blage, who was 0.6 seconds behind Neat on the 18th and 17th place. So as we say now, the close of the 42 minutes, it's picking up again in terms of speed.
Well, East is into the pit lane now by way of drive-through penalty. It's the one that we saw between the 911 and the 995 down to Crocodile. Isa's into pit lane. There's going to be some fuel put in. I don't want to be that guy, but for Side Max Motorworks, it's not going to happen here. I don't think so. That 777 is going to be it's going to be in the lead after this pit lane. It's going to be questions though as to whether there's going to be any mistake from Isa in the Sim Racing Masterclass. Already dropped, already started going. This is going to be an enormous lead for the 777. There we go, out of pit lane, and Killian Ryaminen still got a couple of corners before even coming round to the final corner on the racetrack. It is a big lead for Zahir Isa right now. I mean, for the 211, they fought valiantly, but just a slight mistake on strategy, a slight issues, and I know Cormac Ryaminen might put a lot on his own shoulders, but they've done as a team very, very well. They've fought as hard as they can. But now it comes down to whether there's going to be a mistake from this car, which when it's called Sim Racing Masterclass, you kind of assume there really shouldn't be. If there is, they need a rebrand.
Exactly, and also I would say well-deserved on their home turf, and also with, I would say, let's don't jinx it, but brilliant drive from them as well.
It's been very, very impressive, and just one of those things that we like seeing every now and then. Like seeing these excellent drivers every now and then. We get them. We do genuinely get them every single round we go racing. To win a race at this level, you need to nail it on strategy from start to finish. You're not gifted these races. I mean, maybe you could sit here and be like, oh well, yeah, but there were 3 disconnections from the race lead. Yeah, I don't care. Those things happen. They do happen. They happen to everyone at some point, and it is a tough pill to swallow. But I've seen some teams and stuff that will use that against another team. Oh yeah, but they only won because of such and such, and they only got the championship because the BOP or whatever. That's just how it goes. That's kind of rubbish. They did the job that they needed to do, and right now that is exactly what Sim Racing Masterclass are doing. Back with Dominic Blyer in that battle between themselves and Neat for the Ubik event squad, and DV1 Triton battling out over 17th spot. I'm sure this will be a nice battle towards the end of the race.
Yeah, and also seems that the Bentley is picking up the speed, so they're just really getting a problem for the Astons at one time. And Dominic is also really putting every effort on it to just get this Bentley past the Aston, and he was quite close with 00775 in the round before. And he's trying to find a way through it because, as we said, and also where the Ferrari is under pressure here, where the BMW has passed. That's already done. So, where you also said it has become true that the BMW has made his way through, but really close fights here again, and a bit of touching and rubbing. Jean-Lise Esports under pressure from the Audi.
The 995's penalty has been rescinded temporarily as they are having that one put up for review. They want that one checked out by another pair of eyes, and I kind of think that one's not actually going to change. We'll wait and see. We've got a nice big battle here between the number 44 between the number 62 of Arthur Camara, between Santoro, between Brioni as well. It's so close. 4 battling out over basically the same position. Whilst there is a little bit of a gap appearing between Camara and Santoro, they are essentially part of the same battle. Camara's got to the back of this, has flown through it, and has gone, yeah, see you lads, I'm going to go off after the next position. The BMW seems all right at this point of the race. They're clearly on strategy, running very, very well in the unfavoured BMW.
Yeah, so that is really a nice drive from them, and also Adam must be happy because his teammate Müller is just on the 35th position right now, where we see kind of a big just approach and trying from the Audi to just get into this racing line, just trying to spook a bit what the Ferrari is doing in the front, but this didn't play it out well. And maybe the next round they're just still trying to chase each other down, but we have luckily the split screen on where also the Bentley is still chasing the Aston.
Brioni is making sure that Santoro is taking the tightest line through Sunset that they possibly can. I mean, it's brave stuff. They've also got other cars as well that want to pick it up. That's FFS, who are inside the top 10, that are like, oh yeah, do you want to, I am here, can you scooch please? You've also got Carbon as well as the 194 of Gyetven. None of them fighting for position, but they are all there just trying to get through. I mean, the Carbon McLaren is a lap down on these two as well, so they also need to scooch. Just one of those things of racing at this point in the race. Oh, there we go. Carbon's just been spun around by the MCW car as FFS. We're going for a little bit of a dive, trying to get through the lap traffic. That was a very messy moment, and just lots of people on very, very differing laps. And it ended badly for someone. Unfortunately, it is the Carbon 720 McLaren.
When we just talked about that the race 1 hour 30 was really kind of picking up the space and the pace, now it's just the last nearly half an hour where we can see that even no matter where you are on track, you have these kind of nice rubber racing situations going on, where I guess the team captains are quite having a nerve-wracking time. Still, where we see that there are fights for position, and in this case, it's Dominic still trying to find his way where he can make the move, but also the Audi behind the 888 is hopefully just getting his way through, because it's the Rotronic team. I'm sorry that this is the third position, the 3-3 car, which is actually trying to get through because the blue flags are out. But yeah, they both in the front are not really taking care of that, because they are racing with each other, and hopefully they see that they are the leaders, or that the top tier 3 are just passing by and actually want to make a move.
Yeah, and of course, again, the blue flags, they don't have to move. You know, they just aren't allowed to fight, and there is a difference. You know, it's like at this point, if this was in a race where the blue flags do mean you have to get out of the way, they'd be on the blower being like, race control, you need to get involved right now because these two aren't moving. Whereas right now, they've not done anything wrong, as we'll take a look at the replay of this just absolute mess. Get ready for it. So you've got Gyetven, you've got the Carbon Sim Sport, you've got MCW there going for the cutback on FFS for some reason. I'm not actually sure why. But the FFS Racing was getting the lap on the MCW car. MCW then going for the cutback, Tiziano Brioni misjudging it and then clouting into the side of the 720 McLaren. There was a lap down on them. Is one of those things. I'm sure Racing Control might take a look at it, but that was a very messy moment where it's just like, wow, this is a lot going on right now, as we refocus on the battle for 17th spot, and absolutely nothing separating the Bentley and the Aston Martin. And that is why, as look at that dive from Dominic Blyer, they need all the points they can get running into that final race of the season. Of course, they are in a championship fight between themselves, DV1 Triton and Simware.pro, and it is a fairly tight championship race. It doesn't look super duper close, but when you consider that there's 160 points up for grabs in the final race of the season, whatever points you can pick up now, super important when it comes to that title race, because it will be close. I am absolutely sure when we reach the checkered flag after another 24 hours of racing this season.
Yeah, especially also when those drivers are pretty strong at the Nurburgring. Yes, I guess pretty everybody knows how to drive that track. So, but yeah, that it would be even more close, I would say. But good that they can at least pull away, and this is what they can do right now. But I think that the 3-3 is now as it is taking place already right now, so that René is not even losing more time between those two. And we just jump back to my beloved BMW, because you see, he's just climbing up again, maybe one place to the 22nd place.
Is this BMWs in general, or is this this specific BMW in ACC? In general, okay, I'll allow it. The final moments of the race here, of course, the final moments of the race in Split 2. We'll get to that in a moment when they come across for their final couple of laps of that race. But there's so many tight fights. Arthur Camera is trying to do something, but at the moment the straight line speed's just not really there for the BMW. I do like it. I won't lie, I'm gonna miss the M6.
That's good. No, it's pretty. It depends, right? Some people really like it, some hate it. But actually, for this one, I think it's. Yeah, you have a set eye at some point that it's not, staying forever. But it has some good replacements. But here, at least, it's still running pretty good. And if we look at the standings, they had a good last race, but now this one is not playing out as they probably have wished for. But maybe the next points are in reach, because you see he is just fully focused on him on spot. So Arthur, just keep it going, just follow your way, and we watch you.
Yeah, had a great last race, and look, I'm sure there'll be eyes focused like a laser beam on winning at the Nurburgring when we get there at the start of October. In a shock to almost no one, Van Dreuten's had that penalty put back on, as that is not a gap there, having to come back across and go around the outside of the RSR. Oh, the door is closed, but it is reopened on the other side, and if you can make this one stick, go on, Arthur Camera. That was superb, but the Aston Martin and its straight line speed is just super duper strong. Running down the Crocodile, now got the inside the 62. This could be a fantastic move if he can make it stick. Unfortunately, it does seem like RSR is going to hang on. That was a superb display between the two. I like the effort from Camera to just send it around the outside where the door is closed. We will, by the way, jump over to split 2 in just a second, because they're in their final 1 minute and 30 seconds. We are getting a penalty delivered to 6th place, that one being Sadarov in the 101 car, just a 5-second penalty. There is split 2 on the focus of your screen, and you can see this is what we're looking forward to later on in our race. But at the moment, Gardi Racing, they are leading. I think they will have one more lap to go off this. This is a penultimate lap for them, and they're just in a very, very comfortable spot right now, aren't they?
Yeah, and it's also quite close there as well in the split 2. And as we said, it doesn't matter where you drive, you just have this kind of last minute where you just try to overtake in your specific races. And 417 laps for the 71 car in the lead. And now, having the pack behind is phenomenal. And also with the lights dripping down, great drive from Jean-Luc Gans.
Yeah, they've done fantastically well, and this will be really, really good for them heading into the final round of the season. When it comes to things in Split 2 in this championship race, because we do like talking about our championship races, this is the team that is leading the championship, yet to take a victory though. They've yet to be on the podium as well. They had a top 4 at Spa, but looking to sort of translate this one. Black Hawk Racing are close to them in the championship, but when it comes to things in this race, they've had issues. They've risen their way back up. They are in 6th spot in the race, Black Hawk. And hopefully will be able to keep themselves in a nice championship fight towards the end. SimRC Endurance Team in the number 76, 3rd in the championship, and they are all the way down in 14th position in the race. So they may well, in a light sense, be crossed out of it. But we know these tighter races, they're never over until they're over, especially not when it comes to a 24-hour race.
Definitely, and always, as we say, you have to finish first. You first have to finish. That's the classy one. I have to pull that now. But yeah, it's really great to see, and looking forward to the last rounds they still have ahead of them. And pretty brilliant drive from all the drivers, trying to make their way through. Although they have some penalties, although they have some issues, just not giving up and making their way, and being precise on the edge sometimes here at Kyalami. And the Gardi Racing team can just take it easy with 1 lap ahead of the 16-1 and just do the last rounds, corners, until they go now down Crocodile's Cheetah, and then on the finishing straight, getting points for them.
A superb drive, and Gardi will win their first race. They are the championship leaders, and they head into the final as championship leaders in the best way possible. The 71's on top, Edgar Oskerman, Jan-Luca Gans and Daniel Kleen winning the race. That is a fantastic effort for them, and great stuff from the 71. Bournemouth is going to be crossing the line for the XL Racing by Ren Welton car, so at least Ren Welton do get a decent result from either split 1 or split 2. This one coming here at second second spot for them across the line. Fantastic stuff. They had to do the work for it though, because it was the funny Formula Wombats car that was sat in second spot for most of the race. Now they've dropped down into third, and there they are, funny Formula Wombats out of the final corner. Third spot for them. Tigger van der Velde and Samin rounding out the top 5, but another fantastic race in split 1, split 2. Split 2's finished. We still have half an hour left in split 1, and like I say, what an effort it is for the 71. They are the championship leaders, and they will head into that final in that best possible place as championship leaders. They are going to be a hard team to beat.
Yeah, and we are back again in split 1, where we had seen the typical fight between the 157 and the 9 we had already throughout the race, and these guys really had a tough one in general, with the disconnect going back and forth up and down the grid. And now he is trying to close the gap on the Lamborghini, which he has seen before. So this is still 12th and 13th position, not in the top 10 as they had been before. But yeah, maybe there is a chance for the 157 to at least gain one position. But I know that Sami has something against that. Hopefully he can just use his Lambo. But he's going really fully on the edge, and this was kind of a bit too wide out on the track. So that was maybe the situation where the 157 can close up and then has the chance to overtake.
As we're focused on Samira Brahimi with Jordan Sherritt waiting in the wings to jump up another position, as that 157, despite all the issues they've had today, again, they said they're aiming for 11th spot, and realistically speaking, not massively far away from picking it up. It may well just be 12th, but I'm sure that will still be a healthy recovery, all of the things that they've had to go through today. Hearing the they have as well, 111 Dominic Blyer. So they're battling for the championship. They've just got to drive through for exceeding track limits. That is rough.
Hopefully it's not taking place, but unfortunately it is, and this is really making it hard for them to just recover from this. But yeah, this is, as you're on the edge to drive, then you have these kind of situations where you just try to push a bit further, and now we see that hopefully there is between those cars enough gap, which it is, so that where the 157 with Jordan Sherritt is taking enough space and run through to overtake the Lamborghini. But what a shame for the 111 car, Dominic Blyer. I think he's just like really screaming right now.
I would be. That is a costly mistake. I'm not going to say it's going to cost them the championship, but it's a slap across the face with a wet fish, if that is anything to go by. Jordan Sherritt, though, picks up the position on Samira Brahimi and is up into 12th spot. Another brilliant move on home soil, working their way up the order. For DV1 Track, it's not the championship's not done. I say there's 160 points up for offer in the next race, but that gap is pretty concerningly big now going into that final race. Although you never know what will happen. I commentated on a 24-hour race, LMP3's title. The title race was so close, it looked like it was going to go to a team which was called Race Clutch. They were in position to do it. Taken out of turn 1, retired from the race on lap 1, turn 1, and the championship went to someone else. And that is not the way you want to win a championship, but these things can happen.
Keeping our fingers crossed it doesn't happen for the last 24 minutes in this race for another team, because that's what you definitely don't want to see, as you have such a nerve-wracking race and also the precision and adrenaline rush you have throughout the entire day, so to say, and then the last bits and pieces are getting a bit tricky. But as we just look through the standings and also the tower, I think that most of the gaps between the teams have been a bit released in terms of pressure. So this was the closest one we had a look right now, where we had the overtaking situation, and just having those ones still battling, and also the 29th position trying to close the gap. But here it's the BMW with 1 second behind the Aston. A typical picture we had seen. They tried to do that throughout the race, and the 70-20, the McLaren, maybe trying to gain position 28. Yeah, let's see what is going to happen the last minutes, but those are the closest gaps at the moment.
Well, I mean, Arthur Camera, obviously the Aston Martin that he's chasing down is not the one immediately ahead of him, that one being the FFS racing car that's a bit further up the order. The one that he's trying to eye down is the white, blue and black RSR car that is ahead of even that. And so, realistically speaking, that gap of being a second and a car. You're absolutely right about the Carbon Sim Sports McLaren as well, the 720 that sat in 29th position, trying to get 28th off of Zenith Esports. But at the moment, I think there's a bit too much of a gap there as well. So all things considered, not great. The closest battle realistically would have been between Jordan Sherritt and Samira Brahimi, but the moment that Sherritt's got through, he started to light up the sheets and is running away. We'll drag in the winning team though very quickly from split number 2, because a well-deserved win it was there. We'll catch up with the race leader at this point, as it's getting a little bit tight there, dicey through in the split 1 race. We'll go to the leader who crossed the line, which is Gianluca Gans. Talk us through your race. Talk us through the winning feeling that you have right now. Sensational stuff. You look pretty dominant from what we saw in split 2.
Yeah, first of all, hi guys. Nice to be here. We are really happy that we were able to take the win today. Yeah, what a race. To be honest, I'm a bit speechless right now, because at the end there was absolutely no front end grip left. So it was just bring it home, safe and clean, and at the end it worked out. Really happy about it. Overall, to be honest, a really clean race from us. We only had one major incident, and that was it, and I think that was key today. Jakob managed to stay in the lead at the start, and from there on we were leading all the laps to the end, which is quite impressive, and we are really happy about it. Awesome teamwork today by Jakob and Daniel, great pace, and yeah, really happy, but also quite exhausted, to be honest, and really happy to fall asleep now.
We'll head to Jakob Osterman. Gotta say again, I'm going to say it to each of you, so don't worry. Congrats. Your drive through the race, how hard was it to keep everything together across the race here at Kyalami?
During the race it wasn't pretty hard, but the start was the hardest thing, because Audi at the start is much quicker than the Aston, so it was pretty hard to stay first until the first corner, but we managed it, and from there we were able to build a gap and drive the race home.
And to Daniel Clean as well, we'll ask a question to you. Coming into the final round of the season, you've had a race win, finally got a race win under your belt. It took you a little while, but you came into this round as championship leader. You've now won a race, heading into the final race of the season. The championship's looking pretty good for you, Daniel. It's looking strong. Does this give you an enormous boost of confidence, or is there a little bit of concern as to how the penalty weight and such is going to affect you in the final round?
Yeah, of course. I think we have a good chance winning the Split 2 championship, but yeah, the penalty weight will make us. We'll have to fight. I don't know. We have to fight with it. It's really pretty hard, but yeah, get the most points as possible there, and yeah, hope for the best.
Well, we're going to let you go and get yourselves a bit of a breather. Again, enormous congratulations to you. It was a fantastic drive. Go and get yourself, just have a breather, get yourself a bit of sleep.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Thanks for having us. Good night.
Good to hear from Daniel Clean, from Gianluca Gans, and of course from Jakob Osterman. We have got plenty of drama happening here in Split 1. 41 having a couple of issues, and Boothby, fresh tyres are absolutely closing here. Yazheat Pirelli are right there knocking at the door of grabbing a 4th place.
Yeah, hopefully that is working out, but it's great to see that we have no brake failure at this point. That is actually what we don't want to see. So maybe that is the tire left, the golden or the black gold, as we want to say that. So it's pretty awesome at the end of the race. But yeah, let's see what is gonna happen with the 4th place. Probably not what they expected to have in the last minutes, because they were fighting for podium, as you said, and now they just see each other probably on the 5th place. That's not what the team wants.
They've got a car between them at the moment, that one being the 191 that Schintz is driving between the two of them. But that Yazheat Pirelli car that is being driven by George Boothby, the exceptionally fast George Boothby, a great driver for Yazheat Pirelli to pick up, one that's got exceptional talent behind the wheel here on ACC, and will look to pick his way past not only this Aston Martin but the one directly ahead. 20 minutes to do it though, there's plenty of time. Now, do you go on the attack all out and try and get it done ASAP, or do you think, no, I'm going to wait for the right opportunity and not take any major risk here?
Yeah, I don't hope that they will just trying to really make a messy move, because I guess your teammates will be just like holding it against you. But yeah, of course they're trying to defend it and just getting in there, but it's really close. Look at this.
Yeah, Schintz needs to get out of the way now. Schintz needs to back out of it. There he does. He does go for... It was going for a move, bizarrely, on Shepatalov, and now backs out of it. An odd attempt, but Schintz potentially might well lose position himself, but has still got plenty of time back. We'll see what's going to happen there for Marek Schintz in the 191. Scherer is charging to try and catch at the moment after clearing Samira Brahimi and try and get that all-important 11th spot that they were aiming for, because it's the first spot that doesn't gain any penalty weight. So now the target is acquired for the 149. The 41 potentially will fall before the end of the race, and considering the tyre differential between the two, I'd say that the McLaren has a slight advantage here, but the Aston Martin is a hard car to pass.
Yeah, he's trying to make his car as wide as possible, and he had already defended most of the time, and also trying to catch up. But the podium hopefully is set as it is right now, with no problems at this stage. But I mean, the fourth place is also not what you actually want, but still, as we said in the championship, the points are really important to grab them before the final round. And I think that they still have the fun right now to chase each other, and I would say the 149, as they already using the flashlights quite heavily, trying to make an impression on the Aston Martin in front of them. They not have so much time left, right, to just try anything, but maybe they do this in the last one, and then we have a photo finish. That would be the fun part, but yeah, keeping our fingers crossed nothing happens between those two.
Well, the 149 is a proper super team. The drivers that they've got, of course, I mean, you look at them, obviously you've got Jaroslav Honzik, Mr. YouTube, Jardia, in that team. Of course, you've got Boothby, who's in behind the wheel at the moment. You've got Eamon Murphy. You've got James Baldwin, world's fastest gamer in the second competition, of course, since McLaren Shadows no longer a part of us, and that's where the mergers come over. I say merger. Both teams run by Veloce, so essentially Baldwin's on loan in a sense to Yazheat. It is a proper super team, that car. And they were one that at the start of the season I was eyeing up, thinking they're potentially up there to win the championship. And unfortunately, things didn't work out. Oh, that's a big dive from Boothby. That's a mistake. That is surely a huge mistake. But the answer to that question, we might need to take another look at it. I think that might have been Shepratalov going very early on the brakes, and Boothby sent it, did not complete the move, I think feeling that it might have been a little bit unfair. And look who's coming through. Marek Schintz just trying to get past on both of them and get well out of this. Clearly, the 41 is struggling massively here.
It's a commentary's problem, right? Yeah, but probably we just try to rewind and just see what happened there. But yeah, fifth is now the 149, which they had seen before. Now the 41 in the fourth place still. So yeah, trying to close it for the last 14 minutes and breaks that. That's what we just heard.
Yeah, the brakes are, I mean, it kind of makes sense with how early they were braking for that final corner of Shvertilov and just trying to hang on. We'll say, of course, Raceline Motorsport, who just went through there, we were kind of wondering if Schintz was going to assist Boothby in any way there. Obviously, Raceline Motorsport's the one that Boothby's departed to go and join Yazheat. And, you know, there wasn't any assistance. It was just like, okay, yeah, if you could just get on with it, please. Yeah, cool, thanks, bye. As if they're just different competitors. Boothby is not able to get through at the moment, but the Aston seems to be struggling just bit by bit. But every time I say that, actually, to be fair, the Aston looks fine. I wonder if Boothby's having problems of his own. 14 minutes left to go. The time is running out for them to start making moves. They need to get down the inside. They need to go. Boothby was close. We'll see what happened. Let's take a look then on replay as to how this one was. I get the feeling that Sverdlov was a little bit too early on the brakes. Because if you watch Boothby, well, I was going to say he made the apex, but I'm less convinced by that. I mean, he made the track, didn't go off the circuit. It was just a little bit too hard. And then, again, most importantly, didn't actually make up the position. So, in my opinion, it's all a bit fair there then.
Yeah, but they still had a good race in general, because they were not just, mid of the race, right? So when we just had the 6 hours gone, also when our lovely co-commentators were talking, we had seen them in the live stream, so they just sneaked through that, and now they're just back on track, actually, where they should be and want to be. And now, let's see, 0.2, they could be still the chance, because it's better rolling for them at this point if they can make the move.
I think there is going to be a move quite soon. It's just whether it's going to be a good one or not. Boothby's got a lot of pace, but it's that classic thing when you catch someone, and yes, it is the whole catching is one thing and passing is another, but also it's kind of one of those scenarios where if no matter what the pace differential is between you, the moment that you catch someone, if you're stuck behind them for a lap or two, you then start doing their pace. And to quote Jimmy P in our ear, Mr. James Parker, you got to risk it for a biscuit. And at this point, Boothby's got to get on with it.
Definitely.
It's just, where is that opportunity? The final corner was a brave call to make that one stick. Turn one's not quite on because the Aston's faster in a straight line. Where are your opportunities? Where do you get through? There's so few chances to get through at the moment.
Yeah, what we have seen is actually really the let's not dive bombing, but actually the braking, if you just really make it smooth. The overtaking situations we had turn 16 in towards then the straight finish line, which could be a potential opportunity. In the Crocodiles is quite hard, but we have seen some of the off tracks there, so this is not where you just probably do that. But yeah, turn 16 is actually what you can do, and maybe if you just pass Sunset, where we also had some spun-offs, it's really hard to say where they can make use of their last seconds they can pump out of the car. But back again to those ones who also have seen each other on track, maybe some way through it. But yeah, we have seen another picture, which is Bentley chasing an Aston, and recovery as well here from them, trying to push forward as much as they can. Dominic Blager is 0.1 seconds behind, where they normally should be way higher up with their penalty they got. But yeah, still opportunities for him to pass the 8 in front.
Where they've had that drive-through, it's not... Ooh, that's a bit of a dive to the inside. So they had a drive-through, which has not reset the stint time. Of course, why would it reset the stint timer? It's not a pit stop. So they've had that drive-through, which is obviously pretty annoying. But as far as our numbers are, this DV1 Triton still owes us a pit stop. They still have to come in prior to the end of the race. We'll update you on that as it is. So it could be from bad to worse for DV1 Triton. It will only need to be a little bit of a splash or whatever to get it done. But yeah, not great. Boothby we're on board with now. Going to look to the inside of Shvertlov, but still not close enough. That reactionary dive back towards the apex. I think the only way that move's going to happen is if you're forcing it down the inside or looking, and then a mistake happens. You've got to force a mistake out of the 41.
Yeah, trying to sneak in and make the car in front of you a bit nervous in terms of where you just try to wave, or you have this kind of situation right now.
Oh, that's a big one. Properly down the inside. There is contact, and the 41's going off, but I don't think Boothby's going to try and go through there, as the 32 of the GTWR Ferrari is also just sat there. Bit of a flash of the lights, a bit more contact as well that Boothby's given from Shvertlov, and on rising up towards the hill, towards 10 and 11, I'm sure that one, they're not going to be happy in that Russian squad, but once again, Boothby's going around the outside. There's a little bit of contact once more. Boothby's trying. 9 minutes left on the clock. No move yet. But this is getting a little bit dicey. This is getting a little bit concerning.
Yeah, as you said, you don't want to force it, and now they're just trying to really do that. So it's actually where you just try to find where someone is making mistakes in front of you, maybe going a bit too wide. But yeah, he couldn't even just do that in that sense, so he have to make it clean. But yeah, I know that the tension is rising as they just see that the timings are getting not in favor of them. 8 minutes left. He has to make a move if he wants to, but then yeah. In a nice way, as we say that, and look at the squad behind, not really chasing them, but yeah, trying to hold off, because otherwise, if they just get into trouble when these two spin off, then you don't want to be in that position that you also have then a problem with that. But yeah, I mean, he is on fire, Yacine Pirelli, as you can tell. Maybe 2 rounds more, and then he has a recipe of trying to find the space for his McLaren against the Aston.
Yeah, hopefully you sat at home, if you want to have a go at doing this, and you can head to Coach Dave Academy and go and get yourself some coaching. Of course, just popped up there, TSG X VCO 20 for 20% off. Look at Jaroslav Honzik. He is sat there and doesn't even know how to react. See a little bit of communication, but you can feel, I can feel the pressure watching Jaroslav Honzik. I've been fortunate enough to commentate with Jaroslav Honzik once. Great guy, one of the most overwhelmingly positive people that you can race with in sim racing. He is very, very talented as well, as Boothby once again looks back to the inside. We'll see. Let's see how Honzik replies to this one. Look at the dive. Look into the inside. There's the send. Is it going to go through? No. The deep intake of air. You can feel how close it is.
That's insane. Look at this. And we talked about just having this pain to watch your teammates. But yeah, nail biting, as we can say. And this is also the last minutes where you want to have really this kind of nerve-wracking situations. But I can imagine, yeah, the teammates who sweating all over.
Now this is at the point where I'm sort of sat thinking, oh, I'd not that I'd want to be in the car. I don't want to deal with this level of pressure, but I hate watching this. You're sat there and there's something on the line and you can't do anything about it. It is really, really tough, as once again Shvertsov a little bit too deep into the first corner of the racetrack, and Boothby's waiting to pounce. Is there going to be a move? The answer to that is no. I'm sure Mike Gow will be very quick to switch back to Honzik the second there's a move, because obviously it being a slight delay, we can go and we can see how Honzik's going to react to it. Should there be a move, which we're not quite seeing yet. We've got 6 minutes left, and every time that these corners are going by, it's what I said earlier with Issa. You can defend for an hour and 20 minutes, because if you think about it in sections, you defend for the first 5 minutes. Oh, that was all right. You defend for the next bit. Yeah, okay, I can do this. An hour and 20, you think, okay, it's actually not that bad. And that's exactly what's happening to Shvertlov right now, is each corner that goes by, it's another lap that is sort of ticked off.
Yeah, it's just like, even for the other teammates to really be focused on these kind of hours, and just, I think, pumping up the pulse for both of them. And he's trying to find a way. You can really see that he's following it, and just trying to see where he makes a mistake, but always sneaking in and out. There is no way, because if you have a really clean lap and you just don't over push too far, I mean, it's getting tight, and there is not much time left to really make a big move.
Yeah, well, let's keep our eyes focused on the bottom right and see what's happening in the live pictures with Boothby applying pressure to Shvertlov. Issa's leading the way at the moment from Kilian Ryan Meenan. Sivert as well behind. And then we've got Shvertlov, we've got Boothby, still not close enough to make a move stick. The bottom right is your live picture as well. Coming up to the rear end of that is Jordan Sherritt in the 157. Who's just there as well to pick up a couple of bits of track position and get through.
Just tries to really talk to the teammates. Heart attack, yeah, that's what we definitely can feel. We can feel you. He's trying crazy. We just talked about it, right? You just want to be now in that position where you just want to, of course, chase one, but actually in now, when we have the last minutes ticking down, it's better be defending, right? Because then you are at least one place ahead.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just 4 minutes left to go, and you can see how close Boothby is. Is there going to be a dive this time? No. You can basically read the sponsors off of the rear of that Simware.Pro car. Still no move from Boothby. And like I say, this is getting a little bit concerning now. Whilst there are issues, very clear issues from that 41, Boothby is not fast enough in that Yancey Pirelli car, and it's not down to his driving skill. It's purely down to the fact that the straight line speed this McLaren has, it's just not enough to catch that Aston Martin out on that run down into the Crocodile. A couple more laps to go into the pit lane. Is that DV1 Triton? Yes, it is DV1 Triton into the pit lane for their final splash and dash. And I believe they're the only one that owe us a pit stop. There might be another couple. Right now, though, the last thing you want to do is pick up a drive-through penalty. Do not exceed the track limits under no circumstances.
No, definitely not. And yeah, I mean, it's actually quite really hard to anticipate what can happen here if we just navigate the traffic. Maybe that could be the turning point in that sense. But sometimes it comes, at least when I think about my karting times, you just try to push in, even if you're in a sim racing seat, right? You just try to just get it.
Oh, hearing that Marek Shins is potentially running out of fuel as that one is slowing down a little bit. This is down in 11th spot, which is going to allow Jordan Sherritt to close in as well. You can see how close this is. A lot of teams here are struggling on the brakes now. It is not just one or two. So this is basically, we can give the 416 their plaudits for basically changing brakes because they're the only ones to do so. Everyone else seems to be struggling right now. There is Dennis Schoeniger. There on the rear end is that Jordan Sherritt? Yes, it is. Yeah. It is Jordan Sherritt coming through. So Schoeniger's been off the road. Jordan Sherritt, after all these issues, might well be getting not only 10th place, but potentially even 9th as well. We'll see what happens. Looking around the inside as well. It's so dicey. Look how many cars there are, including this battle for 4th.
It's just a piling up of everyone, this corner. I mean, how can they beat each other on track? This is crazy.
This is absolutely ridiculous. That Aston Martin directly behind the 149, that is the car that Jordan Sherritt wants to pick up, because that one is Marek Shins. He's short shifting, he's saving fuel, and surely this is going to be a pass, at least for Schoeniger and potentially even for Jordan Sherritt as well. No way through for George Boothby into T1. Let's take a look as diving down the inside. Oh, getting in my ear. Now, this is an interesting thing we saw at Bathurst. The top 10 get a penalty weight, get ballast for the next round of the season. Now, Marek Shins could be struggling for fuel to try and get Schoeniger behind. Schoeniger's been off the road. Jordan Sherritt doesn't really want to grab it. No one wants 10th place. No one wants the 10 kilos for a 24 hours of Nurburgring.
Just braking in front of the finish line is not actually the points where you want to do it, but I can imagine how they pile up right now. It is really, really funny of how they're trying to do that. And yeah, trying to be in the 11th. I mean, normally you just don't want to be in the 4th place. Now they don't want to be in the 10th one, so just happily waving their hat for the 11th place. Yeah, but I understand that how it can be, because even in the Nurburgring, you just want to really be on the spot where we just have 67% just saying yes, of course the 777 will win. That's clear, and the final lap is because the time is ticking down.
Yeah, we'll avoid watching the battle for 10th just because it was a little bit crazy and ridiculous at Bathurst, where it got a little bit silly down towards the line between the Lada Sport Roseneft car and the G2 Esports car. It was a little bit ridiculous to watch. We'll focus on the positives and the battle between Shvertelov and Boothby as well. Absolutely racing out for 4th spot. In the bottom right of your screen, though, you did catch Zahir Issa in that 777 Sim Racing Masterclass car. Final lap of the race. 12 hours have been completed here at Kyalami, round 4 of the VCO World Cup. And this has been an intense race, a thrill ride from start to finish, and it is going to continue to the checkered flag. Shvertelov and Boothby, it's close. They've got another couple of laps to tick off. We'll focus on the main screen, though, because we have to give our attention to Zahir Issa, to Bashir Jadwat, and to Amir Hosseini, who've one more corner to traverse before they depart as race winners in the VCO World Cup here at the Sim Grid. Bentley's back on top, and the big boy hits the front once again, 22 seconds clear of the 211. The 777 is on top. There is Killian Ryan Meenian, and let's be honest, after their recovery, after the issues that they've had, fantastic stuff. They have taken second place, and a well-deserved one indeed. Killian, Cormac Ryan Meenian across the line in the 211. Brilliant stuff. Kundaccioglu as well as Michael Tauscher from pole position down to second position. Sievert across the line. Best result of the season for Retronic Key Racing. Fantastic stuff from Hoban, Balzar and Sievert as well. Back to the battle for fourth place. We'll see how close this is across the line. Shabertilov and Boothby, they are going to be close. I don't think it's going to go the way of Yazid Pirelli, though. There is no opportunity for Boothby to get through, and Shabertilov and the 41 for Simware.pro are going to cross the line in fourth. Fantastic stuff. Oh, look at what's happening in the background. That's a shame. After such a good race, having a bit of an embarrassing end. It is going to be Shins to cross the line, although it's going to be tight and coming through. MCW, ignore them. Oh, this is a bit ridiculous, let's be honest. That's a little bit sad to see.
But actually, we thought it would be a photo finish between the fourth and the fifth place, which it wasn't. But yeah, great fight for most of the drivers, just really, having these kind of heart attack moments throughout the entire race. It was really amazing to watch, and what a brilliant drive from the drivers. Kudos and congrats to everyone. And just getting ready then for the final round, and what a great race here actually, and I'm super thrilled that I could be part of this in Kyalami, round 4, Coach Dave Academy, 12 hours of Kyalami. Actually brilliant, really.
Whilst I'll say, I mean, I get it with the battle for the ballast, because 10 kilos does make an enormous amount of difference. I mean, if you think, oh, it's only 10 kilos. Yeah, but if that costs you a tenth a lap across a race, a 24-hour race, that is seconds and seconds and seconds. It costs an awful lot of time. However, that is embarrassing. And we did see that at the first round of the season as well, as I said before, between the Ladersport Roseneft car and G2 Esports, running towards the line, desperately trying to finish 16th in one of the most ridiculous and insane battles. I'm kind of like, obviously pretty honest about it, but I really dislike seeing that stuff because it's dangerous on the racetrack. When you think other people are racing for position behind you, then yes, they're on a different lap, but they're still, they've got as much of a right to their position as you do, and there's you lot all fanning about for trying to finish in 10th. It's just a little bit much.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe that's the point where you're just trying to get rid of this, but the Bob is always like what people complain about in every race, in every series, and this is making it not better. And let's see how this will turn out, how the last round will then be for those ones who have this ballast, and they just have to be quicker. As easy as that.
As easy as that. You should just tick off the championship. It'll be absolutely fine. No, don't worry about it. No, it'll be fine. It's easy peasy. Such a hard race it has been for plenty of the drivers, but what a race it has been. What a race we've been able to see. And I think it's about time. I'm not sure if we're going to get all of them. I don't think Amir Hosseini is going to join us, but we will be able, I believe, to catch a very quick interview with our race winners. We'll see if we'll fingers crossed they're not talking. Let's just do this because we've got. We'll go with second place first. We'll grab in Michael Kundaccioglu and Killian Ryan Meenian straight into the booth. Got to give congratulations, second place to the two of you in the Sidemax Motorworks FFS racing car. I'll go to Killian Ryan Meenian first in the car at the end of the race. How's it feeling? Is it a little bit sore to come up second, or are you still very positive about it?
Yes and no. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I don't think we expected a top. I think we were aiming for maybe like top 5 before the race started, and then when Tauscher put it on pole, we thought, okay, maybe this is on. But then it being full dry conditions and there was Audis and with no weight and whatnot, we thought, okay, still top 5 would be good. But then the race kind of just came to us, and then in the end, we just couldn't save the fuel to save the time needed that the Bentley could, and because we were so close all race, there was not much we could do. But well done to them. They had to manage it, and yeah, it was a good race. Had fun.
It's one of those crazy races that's just a bit all over the place, disconnections as well, affecting things for other teams. For you yourselves, second place here, you're going to go into the Nurburgring with a little bit of weight. what's kind of the goal to aim for there?
I think this result kind of gives us a bit of a boost because it moves us way up in the championship, because a lot of the people between us and the top kind of had bad races and whatnot. Obviously we go into Nurburgring with some extra weight now. Hopefully there's a bit of weather that could help, but yeah, it should be fine. I mean, it is what it is. We'd rather take the points for P2 than slow down to get less ballast and then not be guaranteed points. So yeah. And
to Michael Kondakcioglu, I mean, let's be honest, it's one of those sort of oddities. We've had this across the season where we've raced at circuits like Bathurst and like Spa, and we've headed to Donington Park, a little bit of a curveball, and now to Kyalami. How's your Kyalami experience been? Have you enjoyed racing around in the South African sunshine?
Absolutely. I think Kyalami is probably my favorite track to drive at, and I mean, Killian and I think we've raced 3 24-hour races here and now a 12-hour, and it doesn't get old. It's just such a great track to lap all the time. So
it's not one we get to race too much in sim racing. Of course, only really laser scanned here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Are you confident? I mean, we're hearing it from Killian's there. Are you also feeling quite good about the final round of the season? Going to come back and take it with Avengers, especially after everything that happened in. Sorry to go back into it, but obviously the last 24-hour race that we did in the VCO World Cup.
Yeah, no, we don't have our mind on that at all. We're just looking forward, and I think we all feel good about what we can do in Nurburgring. So, yeah, as Killian said, hoping for a little bit of weather that'll really help us out in this car. But it's not bad there in the dry either. So we're, hopefully we can win it. That's the goal.
Well, fantastic stuff, not only from the pair of you as well, but also to Cormac Ryan Mean, and of course to Michael Tauscher as well. Excellent stuff from the four of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lewis.
Lovely, brilliant stuff. We'll also drag in, we will very quickly grab our race winners into here as well, because love to hear what's happening. No Amir Hosseini to jump in, but we will catch a word. Ending the race, we'll go with Zahir Issa to start off with. For
Yeah.
That's what I want to hear. That is what I want to hear. Massive congratulations. Brilliant race win. I mean, I was going to say, talk us through how you're feeling. I still want to hear it. How are you feeling after that?
I am tired. It's past my bedtime, but yes. I might have woken my kids up, but so happy.
Looked like a tough race out there, trying to play a bit of strategy in those final moments as well. The 211 was giving you a good run for your money. It was obviously quite close at various points. Did you know that it was going to be that distant between you coming out of the final pit stop?
Yeah, so that was the plan from the start, to just push our stints as far as possible, to minimize the double stint on the tires at the end. What we did expect was the brakes were going to give us a problem. So about 1.5 hours from the end, my brakes started giving up. So with Killian catching me, it was really tough. But I pushed the brake bias forward, changed my driving style a bit, and just brought it home. And yes, so happy with that. That was tough.
We'll catch with Bashir Jadwat as well. Again, congratulations. Those races, they don't happen that often, but it seemed, at least from our point of view, that everything just came perfectly together for you. Where's up from here?
Up from here, I'm just speechless at the moment, guys. I think the other two drivers carried me a bit here, but I'm just so proud of this team for what they've done here. I think what made this race was having a clean start for a change, and just giving it everything. We didn't put any wheels wrong. We didn't do any really major incidents. We had 2 off tracks that gave us warnings. The rest were fine. So it was just a great race from the guys. All the guys throughout the team did a perfect job.
And when it comes to the championship chase, obviously not quite in the terms of going after the title race, but with a decent start of the season, a top 5 there. Things haven't gone quite so well the last couple of rounds. Running into that last round of the season, yes, maximum ballast. I do get that. It's going to be a little bit tough for you, but still, all things considered, it's an enormous confidence boost, which is worth its weight in gold itself.
Yeah, well, the guys were talking about dropping down to P11 on the last lap just to save us from the ballast, but we thought better of it. But look, it's a 24-hour race. We're going to carry 30 kilos for that, and I'm expecting some changeable weather, things like that. So who knows what could happen? We'll just take one race as it comes, each race as it comes. And we're quite happy with this.
Well, I'm just going to say it again. Congratulations to you. Pass that on to Amir Hosseini as well. Brilliant stuff for the Sim Racing Masterclass team.
Great, thanks very much.
Thank you guys.
Lovely stuff to catch up with them. One final interview as well as we will catch up with the Retronic Racing team that had a brilliant drive to third position across the day. We'll catch up. We'll go to Nicholas Hoban, who, by the way, your pace when we jumped onto the broadcast looked absolutely incredible. A great result, best of the season to jump up onto the podium. How does that feel?
It feels amazing, especially when, René was just a stand-in for our third driver, and everything came together. Partly the pace was not the best, partly the pace was incredible, but all in all, we had absolutely no incidents, no penalties, nothing, and yeah, this was just the result of it.
Just one of those perfect drives, I guess, where other teams were having issues up and down. One of the main focuses that we were hearing about towards the end of the race was about brakes. Brakes being quite a big issue around here. A 12-hour race, obviously very long. How were those for you? Was that quite hard to balance in the latter stage, or were you kind of comfortable in driving within yourself?
Maybe René can talk to that, but in my stance, I had absolutely no problems.
I will actually pass that question on to René then. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I would say I had no problems with the brakes. In my opinion, the pace was better than the stints before. My pace was not that good as Niklas. He carried us pretty good, I would say, but I don't think the brakes were the problem in the race. I would say map 2 was the major problem, but also with that we had a good strategy and all worked out with that.
And René, obviously jumping into the car, it must have been a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Were you feeling that, or were you able to focus through it and just drive?
Yeah, it was my first World Cup race, also for another team, but I know Niklas quite good, and also the team Retronic. We are rivals, or were rivals in other leagues and events, and I don't think the pressure was that high. I was feeling quite confident with the car control, and when Igor's team were behind us, it was a bit tough, I would say. I was shaking a bit, but the rest of the race was okay, and I'm very happy to be in that position in the end.
Well, back to you then, Nicholas, for one final question. The Audi, it's kind of one of those cars that can be good to drive, it can be fine to match quite a lot of different circuits. How was it here at Kyalami? Whilst the result speaks for itself, I kind of want to hear it. Was it comfortable? Was it hard work? How was it for you?
I think I've never sweat that much before than today, but in general the car felt pretty good. Even for 11 kilos of ballast I think we had. The car feels good. Kyalami is a good track for the car. I was a little bit surprised about the Estons, about their pace, but in the end it was dry. That was most important for us probably, and then the car feels good and should be the same for Nurburgring, even with 25 kilo or something. But it's more important to have this good result.
Yeah, positivity in the camp, and again, many congratulations to you, Retronic Racing, and of course to Balzer as well, not here in the interview booth with us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely, and that there, Laura, wraps us up for the day, and what another race it was. Round 4 is complete here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup.
Yeah, that was brilliant, and it was a lot of fun also being able to commentate with you together. Thanks so much. And as we said, probably maybe there is some rain at the Nurburgring, which would be
spicy.
Yeah, and spicy, exactly. So maybe that's the turning point. And also for the rest of the teams, they just can maybe juggle around with their cars. And yeah, pretty much wishing everybody then fun for the last round and getting some action back on track. I have to say thanks for watching, thanks for listening. And last words for you then. Thanks so much.
Yeah, obviously got to thank our sponsors as well, AK Informatica, Thrustmaster, and of course, Coach Dave Academy. It is the Coach Dave Academy 12 hours of Kyalami, and heading over to the site, going through to go and get yourself some coaching, going through to get yourself some setups as well. You can do the code TSGX VCO20 to get 20% off, and what a fantastic thing it's been from them. I mean, you can go and get yourself plenty of data. It really does help you move forward in the world of sim racing. Of course, to Thrustmaster, of course to VCO as well. We've got plenty of things coming up in the near future, including the Esports Racing World Cup, which should be starting in January, but we'll have to wait and see on that one, getting that trailer for that. And of course, thanks to Mike Yao, thanks to Mike Howlett, thanks to Jimmy P, who's been in our ear as well. Thanks to you, Laura, of course, to David Christie, to Ewan O'Leary, to Andy McEwan as well, and to Alex Goldschmidt as well, who did qualifying a couple of days ago. I've been Lewis McGlade. Thank you all for joining us, and until next round on the October the 2nd, bye-bye.